All right, good afternoon. Welcome to the House Environment and Transportation Committee for Wednesday, February 26th. We have a very full day of hearings and witnesses, so let's get started with House Bill 757, Delegate Kaiser, Professional and Volunteer Firefighter Innovative Cancer Screening Technologies Program funding. And if you have a panel or anything, please bring them up.
I don't think so. I think they can. There's a few people here for the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to members of the committee. And I do see at least one person from my committee on HGO, because this is a jointly filed bill. So, distinguished members of the Environment and Transportation Committee, it's my pleasure to come before you today on House Bill 757. This bill is about the Volunteer Firefighter Innovative Screening Technology Programs, and it's allowing trying to get the governor to allocate up to $3 million in the annual budget. As drafted, it allocates a portion of the barrel fee from oil transferred in the state to the fund. In my written testimony, you'll see the documentation. Our firefighters are more likely to have certain cancers because of the work they do, specifically as well when they're doing these oil spill cleanups. And then also just other data about, higher risk of getting the disease, higher risk of dying from it, and then just other information. We mentioned about the Professional Volunteer Firefighter Innovative Cancer Screening Technologies Program and what we can do with it. So some of the people here are the experts on the cancer side of this and the screening, and others. I do believe that the Department of the Environment doesn't want any part of the fee taken away from them. So there's some suggested amendment language that could be shared with the committee to add to the fee to direct this money. There is a Senate bill out there as well that's taking a softer approach about recommending the added money to the budget. But either way, I think it's important to be here today and be a part of a voice for speaking out on behalf of our firefighters and their increased risk. And that being said, I urge a favorable report on House Bill 757.
Thank you, sir. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Chief Robert Phillips, the legislative chair for the Maryland State Firefighters Association here in the state. I started off, I am a chief. Once a chief, you're always a chief. And I dealt with firefighters in the field for 36 years. And over that period of time, we had to answer many, many, many calls. The act of being a firefighter, first responder, is dangerous enough. But due to the chemicals that we have to embrace and work within their environment, especially when they have been burned, adds another level of danger. As far as the firefighters go, I can tell you, cancer has taken its toll on both the volunteer and the career service. Every year we have more and more firefighters present, active, and or retired that are being affected by these cancers. In the past 2 years, or past 3 years, the MSFA has lost 2 members off of its legislative committee. One gentleman was here in Annapolis working for the firefighters for 10 years, Richard Smith, died from cancer. He was a lifelong volunteer. Known to this committee and here, I'm sure, James Jimmy Malone, passed away last year from cancer. If we had had cancer screenings that were affordable and mandated, maybe these 2 gentlemen would have still been here today instead of myself speaking with you, or maybe we wouldn't have to be talking with you. The petrochemical industry is where a lot of our cancer-causing agents come from. I can tell you for many years, being a firefighter, I was on the end of the hose. We used firefighting foam called Class B foam. It had PFAS chemicals in it that we didn't know were carcinogenics and have caused and are attributed to many cancers that we are embracing today. Passage of this bill will go a long ways to make these tests and screenings available and affordable. And I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Don't press. Just pull it over to you.
Okay, fantastic.
There you go.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the committee. I want to begin by expressing my thanks to the committee chair, Mark Corman, Vice Chair Regina Boyce, and to all the members of the committee for allowing me to speak today in strong support of House Bill 757. My name is Adam Porter, and I'm a professor of computer science at the University of Maryland and the co-executive director of the University of Maryland Institute for Health Computing, or IHC. The IHC works every day to harness massive data and advanced computing to improve well-being and quality of life, to fight disease and enhance outcomes for people all across Maryland and beyond. This bill grows the professional and volunteer firefighter innovative cancer screening technologies program and mandates detailed analysis of performance data to ensure that the program delivers on its mission. Now, as we heard today, our firefighters face heightened cancer risk through routine exposure to carcinogens. In fact, one study has even shown that firefighters have a 9% higher risk of being diagnosed with cancer and a 14% higher risk of dying from cancer compared to the general U.S. population. Now, we've heard today about some of the toxic environments that firefighters routinely interact with, oil spills, materials, and not to mention the fires themselves. So, for example, we've all heard about the recent big wildfires on the West Coast. IHC researchers have linked smoke from Western Canadian wildfires with subsequent massive increases in lung and heart-related medical visits right here in Baltimore. And in our firefighters, it's like this every single day. So therefore, the Maryland Department of Health has created a program that provides grants allowing firefighters to receive advanced cancer screening tests and thus reduce cancer-related mortality. And this successful initial program now seeks to help even more people. Our firefighters risk their lives to protect us, and I believe it's our responsibility to safeguard their health in return. And this bill gives firefighters tools for early cancer detection, ultimately saving lives, and honoring their unwavering commitment to public safety. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And as the sponsor noted, we have guests from the Health and Government Operations joining us. First question is Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill, and thank you, the brother firefighters, for being here and testifying. My question is just mainly out of curiosity. The oil transfer fee, I'm not familiar with it. Can you tell me, like, who pays it and how it gets paid, and, like, what does it involve? Like, what is involved?
I can get back to you with greater detail about it, but anytime there's a spill in the state, and it's, again, that 9 cents per barrel, it could be the firefighters or somebody else that are called to clean it up, and then the fee is paid by the company who owned those barrels.
So it's paid by, like, the oil companies?
Yes.
Okay, great. And then finally, there's also testimony from the firefighter, the Maryland State Firefighters Association that is proposing an amendment. And are you okay with what they're proposing?
Well, you have to tell me which amendment, because there's a few out there.
Okay. This one is, makes it sound like you're willing to do it. The bill will be amended to provide further funding for the oil disaster cleanup and contingency fund, as well as provide funds for cancer screening. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it said favorable with amendment, but now that I read it, I take it back. They're just favorable. Thank you.
Well, but I will tell you, in regards to the amendment that I think that you're speaking to, because I do have two versions up here, really it's, you know, the will of the committee. There's a sense of, let's take some of this money from this fee to help with this cancer screening. I believe MDE doesn't want any of the funds being taken, so there's potentially a suggestion that you increase the fee from 9 cents to, let's say, 10, 11, or 12 cents, and then that extra money goes to the Innovative Cancer Screening Fund. But that's obviously to the will of the committee, and so I have potential amendments to share,
Okay.
but I wasn't sure.
Okay,
I
great.
wanted to have the hearing and feel the direction of the committee.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Question, I think, from Delegate Hill.
Here. I just want to give you a chance to respond to the Mid-Atlantic Petroleum Distributors Association. And they say that they have no disagreement with the goal, but or the cause, but that lacks a nexus. The concern for the industry is the lack of nexus considering the fund's statutory purpose and the precedent such a funding diversion would make. The transfer fee is not an appropriate funding source for the program.
Thank you for that question, Delegate Hill. I had that conversation with them, and I understand their point about the nexus, but I think a nexus can be made when we think about the the oil spills and the concern for those who are cleaning it up. So I do think there is a connection.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, seeing no further questions. Oh, I'm sorry, Delegate Lehman.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate Kaiser, for this bill. It's excellent. I was just curious, so there is a sunset in the bill, and I'm wondering why that is, but also is there a look-back provision? I'm just looking through it to like determine effectiveness before it would just sunset.
I'm not sure about that. I'll have to get back to you, and I apologize for not knowing that answer.
No, that's okay. It just caught my eye that it takes effect in July of this year and would remain in effect for 5 years unless there's further action, but I'm not seeing where there's kind of a look back or just a determination about how effective this screening is. I'm sure that's built in here somewhere.
Yeah, and I do believe that there's definitely data out there talking about the effectiveness and how many people have been served through this, and I think the number might be in my well, maybe not in my testimony, but the number of people who get these tests and how many more would be able to, and then, of course, the usual data that's out there, that early detection of just about any form of cancer increases the odds of living longer and fewer health costs as well.
And then, Mr. Chair, if I can, one more question for our firefighter experts about the different forms of cancer that are connected to exposure on the job. Has it expanded out from, when I used to look at these issues as a council member, particularly for the volunteers, is it still sort of the same set of cancers of lung and testicular and that list that's always been out there, or has that changed over time? Are there more cancers attributed to occupational exposure?
Well, in answer to your question, I would say, number one, yes, it is expanding because we're still finding everything is a petrochemical today. We're sitting in here, we're surrounded by them. Molding that you've got above you is probably made from a petrochemical. The carpets that you're standing on is a petrochemical. The chairs and whatnot you're sitting on. So the petrochemical industry has expanded into a lot of other items, and we're finding now what these items do, not when they're just sitting in this room. I mean, when they're brand new, they off gas and things like that. But when they interact with heat and how they break down that and back into other chemical compounds. And so the answer to your question, yes, it's still expanding. We haven't found all the answers to all the causes yet. Okay. And will we ever? It's just like, and I can't see inside this, so is it real or is it composites? It's composites in there, it's got wood, that's a Class A material. But then you've got some kind of a bonding agent in there that has probably got some sort of a petrochemical in it that who knows what it's going to do when it breaks down when exposed to heat.
Right. So new testing and screening all the time is important.
It's continuously, we know the cancers that we've got, we know the ones that we've been experiencing, and they're screening for those, but yes, it's an ongoing search for what's next.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you to the sponsor and your panel. We'll call up Don Butchko from the Maryland Association of Counties.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Don Butchko with MACO. I'm going to be very quick. This is a phenomenal bill. Counties prioritize our firefighters. Last year, we had an entire initiative dedicated to recruitment and retention because we just don't have enough firefighters in Maryland. It is imperative that we protect the firefighters that we do have, and we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Great. Seeing no questions, we have favorable virtual testimony from Chris Truitt, Salisbury Fire Department.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the committee. My name is Christopher Truitt. I am the Assistant Chief of EMS for the Salisbury Fire Department. I've been in the fire service for over 25 years, and unfortunately, I have lost friends along the way due to occupational cancer. I am supporting this bill to provide funding for cancer testing for first responders as we are exposed to various carcinogens in our careers. Among these are incidents that involve oil and petroleum products. We are the first personnel to begin mitigation efforts, and that increases our exposure to petroleum products, which can also increase the risk of us developing cancer. Our department has been fortunate that we've been offering voluntary cancer screenings to our members for the last 2 years, since 2023. And the cancer testing grant is what allows us to offer this at no cost to our personnel. Last year, we were able to increase our testing to 120 of our 140 members. and 12 of those tested were indicated for elevated risks of cancer. This allowed them to speak with a doctor and begin more in-depth testing and treatment long before they would ever have been symptomatic. Our goal is to, again, test 120 of our 140 members this year and to continue with routine monitoring and early detection. For these reasons, I ask you for a favorable report.
Thank you so much for joining us. Seeing no questions, we'll turn to in-person unfavorable testimony from Mike O'Halarian from the Petroleum Dealers Association.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the ENT and Delegate Hill from HEO. For the record, my name is Mike O'Halloran. I'm here today representing the Mid-Atlantic Petroleum Distributors Association. Look, after conversation with the sponsor, had no intention of being here today. In this capacity, we had spoke about, as the delegate pointed out, the issue of nexus here between the contingency fund. You have my written testimony in front of you. The contingency fund and the screening program that this bill seeks to fund somehow through basically a fund swap. There was a question about who pays the fee. To be sure, the companies that are paying this fee are not, Exxon and Shell. They're family-owned companies right here in Maryland. Your heat oil distributors, the haulers that take gasoline from the rack and bring it to your gas stations. Those are the ones who pay this fee. So I want to set the record straight on that. And the purpose of the fund, the contingency fund, is not only to do cleanups like there was when American Airlines unfortunately went into the Potomac River. It's set aside for cleanups of that nature, in addition to regulating our industry. It's a kind of as really mostly any fee is set up to do. It's kind of an enterprise fund, right? So, it goes to MDE's oil control program to make sure that we are playing by the rules, and we understand that and we support that. That's why we agreed with the department in their fee bill, Senate Bill 250, to do just that, as my written testimony points out. Now, the cost. I found out on Monday that there's an amendment now to raise it actually to 12 cents. Why it may not sound like much, if you go back and listen to the testimony of the Director of Land and Minerals Administration, 1 cent.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it. Just also note we're joined, in addition to Delegate Hill, Delegates Lopez and Chisholm. Any questions for this witness? Delegate Hill.
Good afternoon, and thank you for both your written testimony and your presence here today. So you heard the sponsor speak to, and the sponsor panel speak to, the exposure risk, and it's not just cleanup exposure, fire exposure related to oil spills that they might do, but it also has to do with the number of petrol products that they're exposed to under routine things not related to oil spills. So you said you don't see a nexus. I'm wondering if you have us, and you pointed out that it's mom and pop's distributors who are paying this fee. So where along the chain do you think that fee should be charged, if not there?
Well, I think going back to the issue of nexus, there's certainly a lot of conversation about firefighters and their exposure to PFAS. PFAS is not the products that MAPTA represents. So that's where we're talking about, the issue of nexus. I think that's the concern. So, if you're asking me where along that chain of custody, I think it's, I go back to my point about nexus. I don't see it's there. Instead, I think, if you're looking for somewhere else, I don't think this is the appropriate place to look for that. And when you talk about, a penny more, this is the idea of 12 cents a barrel. That's an added $3 to $4 million of cost on these companies that pick up at the rack. And that's the concern. And certainly, as my written testimony points out, it's not an issue of supporting the program, the screening program. We absolutely believe in its efficacy, and it's important, and we encourage it. But I think it's just, it's inappropriate to look at this particular fund and this fee to fund that.
Mr. Chairman, may I? Thank you. So PFAS separate, because they're dealt with separately. This bill's about petrol products, and you're saying no nexus. Let's presume there is a nexus. I mean, in the sense that there are petrol products that are contributing to the health risks that our firefighters take on. Where in the petrol chain, if not here, where in the petrol chain would you suggest a better application of a fee would be?
I don't know, and I'd hate to speculate on who should pay one on this. You know, on the issue of you know, and again, I go back to my written testimony on just, you know, the fund itself, the contingency fund is meant, you know, frankly, to just make sure that, you know, the underground storage tanks and the above ground storage tanks, that they are leak proof, and if there are spills, however large they may be, you know, it's meant towards that. It was never meant to, you know, fund a separate and distinct program, however worthy that may be. And certainly there's the issue of, you know, worrying about the precedent that it would set.
Okay, but I think it was previous years that we actually set up a 1 cent, so it has previously been set up, so it has been meant to do more than just the spills. This is not the bill that establishes that it also helps to address or redress some of the health effects. But thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, seeing no further questions, that concludes the bill here on House Bill 757. We'll turn to House Bill 1062, Delegate Harrison, Department of the Environment, Community Water and Sewerage Systems, Cybersecurity Planning and Assessments. If you have a panel, please bring them up.
Thank you. I think there's at least one person who's here, and I think the other panelists are online. Well, good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. It's great to be back in this room after a few years, and some people are still in the same seats, but there are a lot of new faces, so I just hope that you will be kind to me and welcoming. I want to thank you for your consideration of HB 1062, the Department of Environment, Community Water and Sewage Systems Cybersecurity Planning and Assessments, which strengthens coordination between government agencies to implement more effective cybersecurity regulations and standards for Maryland's vulnerable water systems. Water infrastructure, as you know, is the cornerstone of our critical infrastructure supporting millions of residents and businesses. Cyber attacks on these systems could contaminate drinking water, disrupt services, undermine public confidence in utilities, and jeopardize compliance with federal and state safety regulations. In a 2023 EPA assessment found 9% of U.S. public water systems are critically or highly vulnerable of cyber attacks. Alarmingly, 70% of inspected utilities violated federal cybersecurity standards. In 2023, 1/3 of water utilities reported a cyber breach, which is a 21% increase from 2021. So recognizing this risk, Dr. Matthew Matroka, who's an NSA fellow with the Maryland Cybersecurity Council, conducted an in-depth analysis of Maryland's water systems. His report highlighted the urgent need for regulation, oversight, resources, and training. This bill implements the key recommendations from Dr. Matroka's report aimed at enhancing resilience and safeguarding the public safety. Along with his report, the bill also aligns with MDE's Cybersecurity Action Plan for Water and Wastewater Systems, which requires legislation to be implemented. The action plan defines covered utilities as those serving over 3,300 people or utilizing information or operational technology as part of their operations, which is reflected in this bill. And medium to larger systems are about 3,300 customers. HB 1062 takes a proactive approach by strengthening cybersecurity oversight and designating MDE as lead regulatory agency and requiring coordination with DOIT and the Maryland Department of Emergency Management, or MDEM, to establish standards and best practices. Mandating cybersecurity incident reporting to the State Security Operations Center in DOIT for community water and sewage systems, requiring risk assessments and cybersecurity plans for water systems, ensuring proactive measures against cyber threats, and protecting critical infrastructure security records from public access to prevent exposure of vulnerabilities. So in summary, Maryland cannot wait for a catastrophic cyber attack. This bill establishes clear, actionable measures to protect our water infrastructure. The bill would ensure that 96.5% of our constituents on large water systems such as WSSC, the City of Baltimore, the City of Hagerstown, the City of Frostburg, as well as those on medium systems such as the town of Mount Airy and the town of Centerville, have necessary safeguards to protect their water. The Maryland Cybersecurity Council Subcommittee on Critical Infrastructure unanimously supports Dr. Mitroka's report with input from cybersecurity experts, including Howard Barr, John Abels, Greg von Lehman, and Hannibal Kimmerer. We also have support from the U.S. Department of Defense, and you will hear from John Garska, the Director of Cyber Warfare within the Office of the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Platform and Weapon Portfolio Management, Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment. That was a lot. That was a mouthful. For such an indispensable resource such as water, we really cannot stand idle until a cyber attack targets Maryland's water supply, and for these reasons, I do respectfully request a favorable report on HB 1062. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and all of the members of the committee. Yes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Matthew Mitroka, and I hold a PhD in cyber leadership, and I'm a certified information system security professional. I'm here today to strongly support House Bill 1062. Throughout 2024, I worked as a National Security Agency Fellow with the Maryland Attorney General's Office, supporting Maryland's Maryland Cybersecurity Council Subcommittee on Critical Infrastructure. The subcommittee requested that I investigate opportunities to strengthen cybersecurity in Maryland's water and wastewater system sector. My research culminated in a report to the Council containing 50 recommendations. House Bill 1062 results from a subset of those recommendations. As water systems integrate modern internet-connected technologies, the risk of cybersecurity incidents increases. Over the past several years, cyber threat actors have targeted water systems across the United States. Last year, CISA warned that PRC state-sponsored cyber threat actors have targeted water systems across the United States, and they have sought to pre-position themselves for cyber attacks. Further, the EPA warned of cybersecurity vulnerabilities at water plants and advised states to increase cyber resilience. These threats directly translate to potential risks for Maryland's water supply. House Bill 1062 takes vital steps to increase Maryland's water cyber resilience. The systems addressed by this bill serve approximately 96% of Maryland's population. This bill will help secure Maryland's water systems and further establish Maryland as a leader in protecting critical infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Delegate, we'll take your virtual and then we'll open up for questions. Is that okay? Mr. Greg Lehman.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you can begin.
Thank you. So good afternoon. I'm Dr. Greg von Lehman, Special Assistant for Cybersecurity at UMGC and staff to the Maryland Cybersecurity Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify favorable with amendments on HB 1062. My comments today are my own. This bill does three very important things. First, it sets in motion a process of cybersecurity continuous improvement for the community water sector serving Maryland. A program of continuous improvement works by setting goals, measuring progress against those goals, and undertaking steps to close the gaps. Second, through its reporting requirements, the bill enables the state to build a risk profile of the community water sector serving Maryland that could inform future policy and emergency management planning priorities. And third, the strength of the bill is that in its requirements and in the way in which it works, it borrows broadly from the state's critical infrastructure Cybersecurity Act of 2023, which concerns PSC oversight of the cybersecurity of its covered entities. The lessons learned and the compromises reached within that rulemaking working group could benefit the implementation of this bill. There are many amendments in play for this bill. Just two comments about them, if I may. Broadly, I support those that bring the bill into closer alignment with MDE's 2024 State of Maryland Cybersecurity Action Plan. And second, I would support an amendment that would require third-party assessment focused on the maturity of the cybersecurity program in lieu of network and device level vulnerability assessment. A maturity assessment looks at organizational capacity, governance, policies, processes, etc. It does not seek out network or device level vulnerabilities. So in conclusion, I urge a favorable report on the bill with a few prudential tweaks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Von Lehman. We do have two questions. We'll start with Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate, for your attention to this really important matter. There are several testimonies that talk about the fiscal impact on local governments, and I just wondered if you wanted a chance to address that.
Well, we are aware of that. But what I would say is that if we don't have clean drinking water, safe drinking water, potable water, then we're all in a bad state. And so we are obviously willing to work with the various local entities. And I should say, Mr. Von Lehman mentioned about amendments. We have been working very closely with MDE, MDEM, and Do It. And so we will have a list of, a comprehensive list in one place of amendments that will come and that could address some of those issues.
Thank you. And it's safe to say if there were a cyber attack on a water system, there would be a significant cost to dealing with that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will have Delegate Chisholm from HGO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Della, for bringing this bill. This is a very important issue. We had a cybersecurity attack in Anne Arundel County over the weekend, lasted 24 to 48 hours. My question for you is, PSC's got some authority over this, MDE's got some authority over this. Obviously, a lot of this falls on the counties. Have you had a conversation with either PSC or MDE to ask them why they haven't put more of these safeguards in place? I know that they've got some, but have they given you any indication? Is it a budgetary problem, or is it just lack of staffing?
You know, if I might turn to Dr. Matroka, because he did the in-depth study. Do you mind?
Well, I don't want to speak exactly for MDE, but in their cyber action plan for water, they specified that they needed additional legislative authority in order to implement their various portions. And additionally, PSC dealing with the private sector, versus publicly funded. So looking at comprehensive legislation that could, bring everything into one place under MDE and implement their action plan in an effective manner.
Can I ask a follow-up? Yes. And just out of curiosity, if you had did you look into any federal funds? The water supply system doesn't stop just at our border. And there's oftentimes that the feds will put into place other oversight with cybersecurity in mind. And I just didn't know if you took the opportunity, or if you had any opportunity to talk to or look at other things on the federal level, because obviously the fiscal note is very high, and I understand the water supply probably shouldn't have a budgetary limitation, but if we can join forces, obviously with the counties, the states, and the feds to ensure that we have safety in the water supply, it would be great.
Yeah, this is basically to bring us in line with the federal requirements. And so to the extent that we could tap into the federal government to help as needed, we will certainly do that. But we want to first of all, be in compliance, and then be certainly as safe as we possibly can for all of our residents.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Delegate Guyton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for bringing this bill. I'm convinced this is an incredibly important issue, and we need to do something about it. I think my question expands upon Delegate Chisholm's, because what confuses me about it is not whether this all should be done. It should be done. But why it isn't already falling, and this is sort of what I think he was trying, why isn't it already falling under the offices that we've said, the Director of State Cybersecurity, the Maryland Department of Emergency Management? We have put all of these state and local agencies already in place to deal with cybersecurity incidents. And so that's why the fiscal note surprises me so much, is because this, to me, is what they should already be working towards. So can you elaborate on that a little?
I think to answer your question, there are pieces that are working on this, and even going back to a year ago when I started researching this topic for Maryland, there were pieces of it happening, but after the White House and the National Security Council requested each state to come up with a plan, I think at the end of the day, there are the need to pull everything together and to ultimately draw the MDE as the lead for the water cybersecurity sector, which is in line with the federal government and EPA, and additionally give them those authorities that they need. So, I think there's just, you can always do more, and I think the bill helps to do more, and give them some of the power to help bring that together, whereas maybe everything wasn't comprehensive previously.
Madam Chair, could I just follow up? Thank you so much. So is it your opinion that if we didn't fund this sort of new collaborative project, right, with all of these groups, that this work then wouldn't be done?
So I think when it comes to cybersecurity, right, it's never going to be a cost, it's never going to be something that generates profit. It's always a cost center. Mm-hmm. So I think people want to do cybersecurity. It's a matter of sometimes not knowing, where do I go for the resources? And going back to the federal aspect, there's lots of low to no cost things that can be done, but bringing that training to the water sector through MDE and their partners, I think really will help, expand cybersecurity. And again, not that people don't want to do it, but having the assistance and the technical know-how to do it. One other thing to highlight is that operational technology in a water plant is very different than information technology is. And so you also need the specific knowledge to really target that. And one of the things, talking with the state, especially at the time, DeWitt and their local cybersecurity director, is he would like to have people that were focused on operational technology that had that know-how and expertise. But again, that comes with a cost to be able to do that. And so having that specialized knowledge within the state to be able to assist, I think also drives the increase of cybersecurity.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for your answers and for the bill.
Mr. Von Lehman.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to, drive home a few points based on the question. First, the very important distinction between what the PSC is responsible for in this bill. PSC is responsible for private companies. This bill is aimed at public water service providers. And then number two, what the bill does is kind of bring into play various state agencies based on their competencies. So MDE knows the water sector. What they don't know so well is cybersecurity. So Do It would assist with setting minimum cybersecurity standards for that water sector. Do It's already doing this in conjunction with the PSC for the utilities now that it has an express responsibility to regulate the cybersecurity of its covered entities. So this is something, and I guess number two, the MDEM is involved in the preparedness for an incident. That's what they do very well, and that would be their role in this bill, to conduct cybersecurity recovery, business continuity, I guess, and recovery activities to conduct those exercises as necessary. So the bill is kind of like a symphony. It puts in the center MDE, but it brings it to bear the competencies of other agencies that are really critical to helping MDE be successful. And I guess the third thing I would say in reference to federal funding, the previous administration thankfully began federal funding for cybersecurity programs for the states. I think the way that program works is a third can be used by state government, but 2/3 flow through to local units of government. And Maryland, I understand, has been approved for yet another tranche of that money. And within the scope of funding, public counties can participate, and public water service providers can participate. And in fact, that program that's run by Do It, the local cybersecurity director at Do It, they have a specific working group that is concerned with water service. So hopefully that information assists the committee.
Great, thank you very much. I do not see any further questions, so we will move on to favorable with amendment in-person testimony from Don Butchko, Maryland Association of Counties. Thank you, Delegate Harrison.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Don Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties, here favorable with amendments on House Bill 1062. To be very frank, this is a very important piece of legislation, and it's one that we should be acting on. One of our primary, probably our sole concern, is just the massive fiscal component that is attached to it. Some of our jurisdictions are estimating that there will be upfront costs of $2 million. Those are just estimates, though, and we project those might even be bigger depending on the size of the jurisdiction. As well as potentially $1 million, depending, again, on the jurisdiction, of annual costs after that. This is all in a challenging fiscal environment for the state, where counties are projected to have an additional $250 million of cost shifted from the state onto counties. So it is next to impossible with the way our budgets are structured right now to absorb this massive cost alone. We are meeting with the sponsor, I believe, on Monday with both the House and Senate sponsors. This is a really important issue. This is an issue we should move forward. Again, our primary concern here is just dollars and cents and being able to make the math work. With that, we urge a favorable report with amendments. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We have a question from Delegate Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dominic, what did you say that transfer cost was just a second ago?
So right now, with the state going through their budget, the BRFA hearings are tomorrow and Friday. We're estimating, I believe it's about $250 million in costs are going to be shifted onto the counties, which currently the state takes that, and that's a variety of different things in that $250 million.
And this, if I heard correctly, this is not enabling legislation. This is just a transfer of cost if the bill were to be implemented.
If this bill were to be implemented, it's not enabling. It would require us to do this.
$250 million.
No. So two separate expenses. So the $250 million is the BRFA hearing, the overall budget.
Right.
This bill in particular, we're projecting approximately $2 million per jurisdiction, but that number is highly variable depending on the size of the jurisdiction. So Calvert County, for example, they're projecting $2 million. You could assume for Baltimore City that would probably be higher.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay, thank you. We'll turn to unfavorable testimony. We have Paul Ellington from State and Local Advisors and Iris Abgo. All right, we have Iris in the Maryland Municipal League. I apologize. I want to hear how you pronounce it, so I can get it right next time.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Iris E. Babelum, and I am a Senior Associate of Advocacy and Public Affairs at the Maryland Municipal League. The League requests an unfavorable report on House Bill 1062. Our members come from 161 municipalities, cities, towns, and villages with varied water and wastewater system needs. With about 90-something water systems, 70-plus wastewater systems, based on internal population data for municipalities in the state, we understand that a lot of our municipalities will be affected by this bill. Adopting a zero-trust cybersecurity approach can be expensive for municipalities who have water or sewage systems with networks, and many of our municipalities cannot afford to invest or upgrade their technology without significantly raising rates. Also, with this approach, there is an increase in managing devices and managing users, which can be very resource heavy for the municipalities with limited tech and staff. For municipalities with community water and sewage systems or community water and wastewater systems that do not have this technology, upgrading their current system to include this could increase costs significantly. There's also the chance that additional staff and staff training may need to occur. Couple that with the need for initial third-party compliance assessments every 2 years, there's a lot of financial burdens in the bill for municipalities. So it's for these reasons mentioned that the Maryland Municipal League requires an unfavorable report for House Bill 1062. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Paul Ellington, State Local Advisors representing Worcester County. We originally signed up to oppose the bill, but in the interim, there have been some amendments. But my colleague from Maryland Municipal League said it best about our concerns, as Delegate Morgan and the other delegates talked about the tremendous fiscal note, because when you talk about government, those are citizens. And we're in a tough economic time, and this is an unfunded mandate from the state. And we're going to withhold total opposition pending the amendments that MACO is able to work out. So we would simply say right now we're on hold pending the results of the amendments for their consideration of the sponsor.
Great, thank you for the question. Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for being here. I completely understand the concern about costs from the local level, especially in this fiscal environment, but I guess I would say, isn't it so that if there were a cyber attack on your system that took control of your system, there would be a significant cost for that as well?
I agree.
I would concur.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you. That concludes the bill here on House Bill 1062. We'll turn to House Bill 212, Delegate Acevedo, Maryland Building Performance Standards, Fossil Fuel Use and Electric Ready Standards. And I note we're joined by colleagues from Economic Matters, including committee alum Delegate Fraser Hidalgo. Delegate Acevedo, go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chair. It is good to see you. We miss you in Appropriations. Madam Vice Chair, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee, for the record, Delegate Gabriel Assett are here to present House Bill 212, the Maryland Building Performance Standards, that essentially is a continuation of the work that we have done here in the legislature with the Climate Solutions Now Act. I think at a time when we're seeing chaos in Washington, D.C., and really key agencies that are responsible for the environment, for protection of the environment, to ensure that there are natural resources that are being preserved, but we're also looking at policy in a responsible kind of a way. The fact that the EPA and other institutions are being dismantled or defunded right now in Washington, D.C. is more reason why we as states or state legislatures need to do more to ensure that we're protecting our environment. And considering that Maryland is a coastal state, and so we will certainly be at the forefront of the climate. We are at the forefront of the climate crisis, and we have to ensure that we're mitigating that, and that's what House Bill 212 intends to do. As I mentioned earlier, it's building on the work that we did with the Climate Solutions Now Act in 2022, where this legislature passed meaningful legislation that got us started on where we need to be as a state. And so with HB 212, it would require that new constructed buildings, with some exceptions, meet energy demands without the use of fossil fuels, which is in line, as I said, with the Climate Solutions Now Act. The EPA has explained time and again that Maryland's fishing and agriculture sector will suffer as a result of increasing climate temperatures. And we know that as a coastal state, we are already beginning to feel those effects of climate. And so whether it's Maryland farms that will also be impacted by hotter summer and colder winters, whether it's the fact that NASA continues to put out information that every year is the hottest on record compared to the previous year, it is time for us to take action at the state level and to ensure that we're reducing our fossil fuel emission, our carbon footprint, and protecting the environment. And so in passing this legislation, what we would be doing is asking the Department of Labor to adopt new provisions as part of the Maryland Building Performance Standards with some modified regulations around the International Building Code and the International Energy Conservation Code. And while these modifications are certainly at the discretion of the department, the bill establishes a premise that necessary policy changes shall not diminish the availability of affordable housing or the affordability of electricity for customers in all electric buildings. So altogether, what we're trying to do here is not just protect the environment, but also consumers. And with that said, I would encourage a favorable report. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you, Delegate. Any questions for Delegate Acevero? Okay, thank you. We will turn to in-person unfavorable testimony from Mike O'Halarian from the petroleum dealers, Bob Enton, Maryland Building Industry Association, Sarah Price, Maryland Retailers Alliance, and Brittany Jones, BG&E.
Excuse me. You got it. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. Forgot where I was for a moment. For the record, my name is Mike O'Halloran. I'm here today representing the Mid-Atlantic Petroleum Distributors Association. You have my written testimony, so I won't belabor the point. Look, our attitude on the state's energy portfolio is that it must be diverse. It must be diverse for two distinct reasons. One is security. One is affordability. With regards to the latter, look, sometimes energy sources, no matter where they are, whether it's natural gas, which is certainly prevalent in the BW corridor, may not work for our constituents out in Western Maryland, Eastern Shore, Southern Maryland. So from our perspective, from APTR's perspective, that's where our heat oil and propane customers come into play. So the idea that House Bill 212 would be passed and would effectively ban these energy sources in construction is a concern. Obviously, it's a concern from a business standpoint, but frankly, as I pointed out at the top of my testimony, it's a concern from a security standpoint, from an affordability standpoint. I said I wouldn't belabor the point, so I won't. And with that, I'll conclude and request an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Robert Enton on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association. You do have our written testimony, and I hope you'll take a look at it. I think in this environment that we have today, both the economic environment, the political environment, we have to be realistic about what things are going to cost. And, I read the fiscal note, there's really very little information about what is it going to cost homeowners. What is it going to cost businesses to implement all this? I think the one thing we've learned over the last few years with the BEPS requirements is that you can't just pick arbitrary dates and arbitrary conditions and you say, you've got to meet this. You have to take into consideration what the cost is going to be. Full electrification, obviously from a climate change point of view, is a good thing, but what's the cost to the average consumer? What's the cost to the average homeowner? We point out in our testimony, if you go with heat pumps and you get rid of oil or you get rid of gas, and the temperature gets down like it was this year into the teens, into the single digits, in my house, what happens is the heat pump goes off when it gets below 30 and the oil furnace comes on. So you have to take all these factors into consideration as to what the cost is. You know, this committee knows better than any other committee in Annapolis about the housing shortage that we have right now and the affordability crisis we have right now in housing. And you just need to balance that as you look at these, bills and see what is the impact going to be on housing availability, what is the impact going to be on affordability, and then you make a decision, a balanced decision. But we can't control necessarily what goes forward, and you don't know what's going to happen 3 years from now, 5 years from now. For so those reasons, we urge an unfavorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee, and also my friends from ECM. My name is Brittany Jones. I'm the Director of Government and External Affairs for BGE, and we are here in opposition of House Bill 212. BGE has significant concerns about the grid readiness to support an expansion of electrification of this magnitude so quickly. At the time that most feasibility studies were conducted previously, Maryland was in a much different position with electricity security. We now face an electricity shortage for peak demand days with the coming closures of Brandon Shores and Wagner generating facilities. So to mitigate that loss of the output, BGE has to construct a new transmission line and 2 new substations to import electricity from Peach Bottom Power Plant in Pennsylvania. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because it's important to note that that project simply to mitigate the loss of that peak demand, and it doesn't account for future load growth projections. We know the governor is very committed to data centers and wants to attract that to help boost the economy. Data centers are also huge energy users. So as we think about all these new demands, we have to be really thoughtful about this energy transition to make sure the grid can support. So BG does caution any legislation that will ban natural gas specifically from being a viable energy source for new construction until we come up with a thoughtful plan and calibration with all impacted stakeholders. So we as the delivery system operator, we need time to plan this out because it is such a substantial transition that can be incredibly costly to our ratepayers. So given the current climate of electricity production and availability in the state, BG respectfully urges an unfavorable report to allow time for proper studies and implementation plans to take place. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, honorable committee members. Sarah Price here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. In addition to everything else that the panel has already noted, I wanted to remind the committee that Maryland is already in the top 10 states for low use of natural gas, and that the majority of our natural gas use in Maryland is actually used by the electric power sector. So even if we are shifting the power usage primarily from natural gas to electricity, that doesn't necessarily mean that the state's overall use of natural gas is going to be reduced by that much. As the BEPS regulations were just promulgated last year and our industries are already in the process of moving forward with compliance, we would urge the legislature to move forward with the law that's already in effect and not complicate matters with changing the requirements at this time. Other than that, I would say me too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have a couple of more unfavorable witnesses, so I want to rotate. We can rotate and I can call them up. Alex Andelsman, Scott Waite-Leverich, I hope I didn't butcher that, and Tom Ballantyne. And as soon as you sit down, you may begin.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm Scott Waite-Leverich with Columbia Gas of Maryland, and we oppose House Bill 212. The committee has more detailed written testimony outlining Columbia's concerns with the legislation. Our primary concern, of course, is that the legislation mandates building electrification and increasing electricity demand during a time when Maryland is struggling to meet its current and future electricity needs. This is problematic. House Bill 212 prevents energy choice and fails to maintain or fails to address the need for a diverse and robust energy portfolio. One point that we'd like to make is dealing with federal law, the Energy Policy and Conservation Act, or EPCA, which preempts state regulations or laws that effectively ban EPCA-regulated products from being used. House Bill 212 is expressly intended to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by mandating electric-only buildings and preventing the use of fossil fuels, as has been discussed. In most buildings, appliances like natural gas furnaces and water heaters are covered products under EPCA, and EPCA preempts efforts by states to establish energy conservation standards relevant to those products, particularly where state legislation functionally bans the use of the product. Accordingly, Columbia Gas believes the legislation is preempted by the federal law. We urge an unfavorable report on House Bill 212.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Tom Ballantyne. I'm here on behalf of NAIOP Maryland. We're a commercial real estate trade association recommending your unfavorable report on House Bill 212. I'll start by saying that even without House Bill 212, there'll be fewer large fossil fuel buildings built in the state because they immediately have to enroll in the Building Energy Performance Standard and will be subject to emissions limits. I think given the concerns about electricity supply, we don't favor removing a major energy source from the building sector at this time, at least until replacement supplies are in place. The bill, for a waiver, the bill requires the installation of a second shadow mechanical system to make the building electric ready. We think this is a wasteful approach and do know that the General Assembly, the House of Delegates, in fact, removed that from the Climate Solutions Now Act in the 2022 session. The General Assembly has directed the Maryland Codes Administration to report on the technologies, the timing, policies necessary to electrify the building sector. And among its recommendations are phasing in all electric building codes, beginning with buildings that are smaller than 5,000 square feet. This bill does the opposite. Allow time for innovation in technologies and construction methods related to larger buildings, and adopt an all options on the table mindset where the technologies, while technologies advance. Those are solid recommendations that we believe should be followed. Also point out in conclusion that the two governing bodies that write the energy and building codes have accelerated the development of codes that are focused on limiting carbon emissions from buildings. They will revise their codes twice before the major 2031 deadline for the Climate Solutions Now Act. And through that process, you'll get technically feasible, cost-effective approaches to accomplishing the same thing.
Alex Andelsman? No? Okay, are there any questions for this panel? Thank you so much. Seeing none, that ends the hearing for HB 212, calling now HB 511, Frederick County Delegation. Frederick and Washington Counties, bow hunting, openly carrying handguns. You may begin when you're ready. Do you have a panel with you or just you?
Nope.
Go for it.
Unfortunately, something came up and Chair Pippy was unable to make it. So with that in mind, for the record, my name is Andrew Zirkle, here to present House Bill 511 on behalf of the Frederick County delegation. This is a pretty simple bill. It was heard by the committee last year right before crossover. This bill would prohibit DNR from restricting the open carry of a handgun by a bow hunter in Frederick or Washington County during deer hunting season. This practice is already protected by the current law in Deer Management Region A, a region which encompasses Garrett County, Allegheny County, and the western half of Washington County. Generally, the idea is that bow hunters would use a handgun for personal protection, and it is already in current law that it may not be used to kill wildlife that is wounded by a bow. Bears, coyotes, and other dangerous wildlife are present in Frederick County and may pose a danger to bow hunters. And I encourage any committee members who are interested to look on Google. There have been several high-profile bear attacks in Frederick County in the last several years, so this isn't a hypothetical problem that we're dealing with. And I will also note that the bill had unanimous support from the Frederick County delegation, and the committee should have a letter of support and a vote sheet to go along with that. So with all that in mind, I ask for a favorable report on House Bill 511, and I welcome any questions from the committee.
Thank you so much. I do have one question. And so, of course, the fiscal note says it is current law already and asking to expand it within Region A, understanding that these parts of Washington and Frederick County are not a part of Region A.
Correct. So a portion of Washington County is in Deer Management Region A, but the remainder of Washington County and Frederick County are not in Deer Management.
And so they're in Region B.
Yes, correct.
Correct. And in Region B, is it that the hunting, there are different species within those regions, and therefore?
So my understanding is the distinction between Deer Management Region A and B is the times of year in which bow hunters are permitted to hunt in those two regions.
Sure.
So my understanding is that is the distinction, and I'm not aware of the reason why that line was drawn in terms of bow hunters being permitted to use handguns.
So we should, I'm sorry that DNR, they did not submit testimony, nor
Correct.
are they here, but we will get that checked out, because it seems like if it's current law, then they should already be allowed to have a handgun during bow season.
Right now, there isn't a prohibition. That is correct.
Okay. Any other questions? Delegate Healy.
If there's no prohibition, why do you need the bill?
That I'm, I don't have a great answer to that right now.
Okay, well, that's all right. We'll check it out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for this young man? Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm sorry, I just have a quick question in looking at the agenda. So we have the Frederick County delegation, or you're representing the Frederick
Correct.
County delegation presenting, but this applies to both Frederick and Washington counties. Was that from the start, or were they doing the same thing and combined their bill, or how did that
This
come
bill,
about?
this bill was introduced last year, and it was in the exact same position. It contained both Frederick County and Washington County.
Okay.
And I think generally the risks that this bill is meant to address, they're present in both Frederick County and, Washington County bordering.
Okay, I don't remember this from last year, but I have the same question as Delegate Healy, so I guess it'll be worked out in the subcommittee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Guyton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like, at least I can't find a letter from either county in our information packet. I wonder if you could just tell us what the vote count was?
The vote count, I believe, was 14-0 with one absence. So it was a unanimous vote. I believe that letter was sent to committee along with the vote sheet. I don't know if it was submitted on the floor system, but it should be available to the committee. And if they don't have it, I will make sure that they do.
And you do have that for both counties?
I cannot speak for whether Washington County submitted it, but if they haven't, I can double check and make sure that is also with the committee.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll tell Delegate Pippin you did an excellent job. That concludes the hearing of HB 511, calling now HB 1135, Environment Maryland Clean Water Fund, authorized uses. Hi, Delegate Rosenberg. You may begin as soon as you're ready. Do you have anybody up with you? All right.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, I'm here today because of a settlement reached by the Department of the Environment with a polluter of the Jones Falls. Pollution that took place in reality, at the bottom of the hill of the community where I live, the Cold Spring community in Baltimore. Fleischman's was the party that had done the pollution, and now what this bill would do is enable the department to use the funds to enhance the urban forest that is adjacent to the Fleischman site and adjacent to the Jones Falls. The introduction of the bill, I've had very positive discussions with MDE they will be following. They have put me in touch with the Chesapeake Bay Trust, which has existing programs that can address the urban forest. And those discussions are ongoing, but I put the bill in to create an additional option, especially since the settlement dollars here are the result of an action brought by the Department of the Environment, and there is an urban forest immediately adjacent. The Jones Falls is on the east side of the Fleischmann plant, and their effluent went into the Jones Falls at Cold Spring Lane in North Baltimore. To the west side and up the hill is an urban forest where not only the neighborhood where I live, but the Silburn Arboretum could benefit from the use of these funds. So I am pursuing, along with the community, 2 tracks. One is this legislation, and the other is would be the options that are presented by existing law with the Chesapeake Bay Trust. So would urge favorable consideration by this committee of this legislation to broaden the options that are available to benefit this significant urban forest adjacent to a property that has acknowledged being a polluter under our existing law. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Rosenberg. And if I remember correctly, they have officially now closed, right?
Yes.
Fleischmann's. Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate, this is not a local bill, is that correct? This is a statewide bill? And do you know, are there any other urban forests in the state?
Yeah, I would assume there are, because this is an existing program for the Chesapeake Bay Trust to provide grants for urban forests.
Okay, and they all would be eligible for this? Or
I'm assuming, good question, that this forest would be eligible under Chesapeake Bay Trust. The trust reached out to me and we've had discussions, but we have not yet met with the Silburn Arboretum people.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions for Delegate Rosenberg? Okay. Thank you, Delegate Rosenberg. Seeing none, that ends the bill hearing for 11:35. Calling up now HB 973, Maryland Building Performance Standards, Fossil Fuel Use, Energy Conservation, and Electric and Solar Ready Standards, Better Buildings Act of 2025. Delegate Boafo, do you have a panel? You are welcome to bring them up.
All right, Madam Chair, it's good to be with the Environment and Transportation Committee once again. I know you guys are getting tired of seeing me. For the record, Delegate Adrian Boafo here to present House Bill 973, the Better Buildings Act of 2025. This committee for many years at great length has debated this bill, and I've got to thank the Speaker Pro Tem, Dana Stein, for his many years of carrying this bill and being an advocate for a better environment. In 2024, the world witnessed the hottest year on record, with global temperatures exceeding pre-industrial levels by a staggering 2.32 degrees Fahrenheit. It even surpassed 2023 as the hottest year, showing that year by year, the issue is becoming more and more pressing. As a state with substantial coastline along both the ocean and the bay, Maryland is uniquely vulnerable to the growing threats posed by climate change. One of the key drivers of our state's carbon footprint is our buildings, which contribute roughly 1/3 of Maryland's greenhouse gas emissions. HB 973, the Better Buildings Act, requires that new buildings and major renovations meet heating and water needs without relying on fossil fuels. It also ensures that these buildings are electric ready, meaning they have the necessary electrical infrastructure for energy-efficient appliances. Additionally, large buildings, those over 20,000 square feet with 20 or fewer stories, must be solar ready. Here's what we know. When we passed Climate Solutions Now, there was a concern regarding the grid's reliability if we moved to electric buildings. A PSC study that our committee and ECM in joint partnership with ENT heard last year found that the grid could handle this increased load. Second, in 2021, the Building Energy Transition Plan through MDE's Maryland Commission on Climate Change showed all-electric new residential buildings, as well as all-electric residential retrofits, are the most cost-effective way for Marylanders. It is how we can save money over the long term. And third, the Office of the People's Counsel, our constituents' lawyers when it comes to ratepayer matters, has also weighed in and said that the Better Building Act will ultimately decrease costs for Marylanders over time. At its core, the Better Buildings Act is about ensuring a healthier, more resilient Maryland, one that keeps pace with the undeniable realities of climate change by lowering energy costs, cutting pollution, and safeguarding our vulnerable environment. And let me just end by saying I know this committee has, again, for many years debated this issue. Again, thank you to Speaker Pro Tem Stein, who I think is supposed to be an ECM, but we're having a fun time over there as always. And for those reasons, Madam Chair and committee, I respectfully and urgently request a favorable report on HB 973.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Chris Parts with AIA Maryland, representing over 2,000 architects across the state. Our members design homes, apartment buildings, schools, commercial buildings, healthcare spaces, among many other building types. In all of these buildings, we have needs to heat and cool and ventilate the buildings, heating, water, lighting, and cooking. All of these needs can be and most often are met with electricity. Equipment that does this is getting more efficient. I can't recall a housing project that I've worked on in about the last 10 years that has required anything other than electric needs there. Most schools are now being designed with zero energy or very low energy needs. This bill does have a waiver process that allows unique needs that can be addressed with another fuel source. But my message here today is that this is not a big lift for design and construction. The reason to do this today is to steer us more directly toward a carbon-free future. Eliminating the need for carbon fuel on-site reduces a prolonged need for the infrastructure to support it. Since shortly before my career as an architect, we've seen a time when we did not even have an energy code. We've gone from not requiring building insulation to having significant requirements for building insulation. Window performance has evolved, and we've recognized the value of air barriers and continuous insulation on the perimeter of buildings to keep indoor spaces comfortable and reduce the need for equipment to condition those. This bill simply takes the logical steps in advancing performance and making healthier spaces for us to live. With this legislation, it's time to make the indoor air in our buildings healthier. It's time to be ready to generate and renewable energy on site, and it's time to embrace a broader use of renewable energy and stop prolonging the need for reliance on fossil fuel. We ask for your support of House Bill 973. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Boyce and members of the committee. My name is Jose Coronado Flores. I work for the organization CASA as a policy analyst. CASA is Maryland's largest immigrant advocacy and services organization, and we overwhelmingly represent low-income renters. I want to frame our support of this bill in two ways: on environmental justice and consumer choice. I want you to think about the communities. Some of you delegates represent some of these communities where there's just a sea of garden-style apartments, especially older garden-style apartments. These buildings are active emission centers. During the mornings when people are using hot water and heating their space, and in the afternoons when they're coming back from work and, again, heating their space. And you sometimes see those exhausts at the top of the buildings, and it's just a sea of emissions. Some of these garden-style apartment communities have over 40 buildings. I'm saying all of this because more gas-powered buildings are more active emission sites in our communities that are already high density in how many active emission sites there are. The other thing I want to speak on is consumer choice. For low-income renters, the market choice is overwhelmingly for gas-powered buildings. They have almost no ability to choose an electric apartment complex. There's a very powerful Washington Post tool that shows census tract by census tract what is the overwhelming heating and cooking fuel for the buildings in that census tract. And I reference it here in my testimony, just to give you an example. Along the purple line, especially in the lower income neighborhoods, most of those census tracts are over 70% predominantly heating from gas. So with all that, CASA urges a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Boyce and Environment and Transportation Committee members. My name is Henry Yarmus, a junior at River Hill High School, and I'm here today as a concerned citizen to voice my strong support for HB 973, also known as the Better Buildings Act. This bill is not just about construction standards. It is about the future we are choosing for Maryland. Growing up in Maryland, I've always admired our state's commitment to environmental leadership, but admiration alone does not reduce emissions. Buildings account for nearly 40% of the total energy consumption in the US, and a decisive shift towards energy efficiency and electrification is crucial. For me, this is personal. I have witnessed firsthand how rising energy costs burden the families around me and how outdated infrastructure locks us into dependence on fossil fuels. The Better Buildings Act ensures that new and significantly renovated buildings in Maryland are built to modern, sustainable standards, using clean energy for heating and appliances, being prepared for solar power, and prioritizing long-term efficiency. These are necessary solutions. I've dedicated myself to climate advocacy in my community, leading the energy section of a climate action plan aimed at improving sustainability for infrastructure within my school system. But real change requires action beyond a local scale. The Better Buildings Act is an opportunity for Maryland as a whole to take a decisive step forward, demonstrating that we are serious about creating a future where sustainability and economic prosperity go hand in hand. I urge you to support the Better Buildings Act for the sake of our communities, our economy, and the generations that will continue to call Maryland home. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yarnis. You were not signed up. However, we love when students come and testify and participate in the legislative process. So thank you for being here. Delegate, can we call up the rest of your favorables, or would you like this panel to be?
Well, depends on what the questions are, but yeah, we can.
We can rotate if the questions.
Yeah, that works. Yeah.
Okay, so Brittany Baker, Aaron Sherman, Mariah Schreiner.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Boyce and members of the committee. My name is Mariah Schreiner, and I am the Climate Campaign Representative at the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club. On behalf of our 70,000 members and supporters in the state of Maryland, we urge a favorable report on HB 973. The science is clear. Gas appliances pose a significant public health risk to our communities, increasing the levels of nitrous oxides, benzene, and particulates inside buildings. Long-term exposure can have severe health consequences, especially for the children and the elderly, increasing the risk of asthma, other chronic respiratory illnesses, and premature death. Our communities understand the harms of gas burning because we have been measuring the pollution ourselves and seen the impacts on people's lives. Gas appliances, especially those that vent outdoors, like water and space heating equipment, addressed in the Better Buildings Act, also play a large role in contributing to dangerous levels of pollution and smog during warmer months. This pollution is a major public health issue in Maryland, with approximately 5.1 million Marylanders living in areas with unsafe levels of smog. It is also imperative to continue to advance building electrification to help mitigate the future impacts of climate change in our state. With 13% of greenhouse gas emissions in Maryland coming from burning fossil fuels in buildings, we cannot achieve our climate goals, especially reaching net zero emissions by 2045, without including building electrification as part of the solution. In conversations I've had over and over with members and supporters across the state, the momentum is there. People are excited and ready to electrify. Marylanders want to live in clean and healthy homes. They want to breathe clean air inside and outside. And they recognize that building electrification is a crucial piece to achieve this. We need to implement policies that protect the health of Marylanders and our planet. The Sierra Club urges a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Boyce and committee members.
My name is Erin Sherman, and I belong to RMI, an independent nonprofit working to advance the clean energy transition. I urge the committee to favorably consider the Better Buildings Act and will summarize 3 reasons why. First, the act will save money in the long term. New construction is the best possible time in a building's life to make it pollution-free and affordable to operate for all its future occupants. In the commercial sector, building right the first time saves building owners from spending 10 times more to switch to zero pollution building systems later. Every year this bill doesn't pass, Maryland also locks in several thousand newly permitted homes that will cost up to 4 times more to retrofit in the future. When it comes to health harming and greenhouse gas pollution, we are in a hole. The Better Buildings Act is how we stop digging. Second, this act is compatible with building more homes in Maryland. The near-term cost to home builders will be negligible or even negative for 2 reasons. First, in our state, all-electric new homes are less expensive to build because they don't require an entire second set of utility infrastructure. Second, the efficiency provisions of the act don't require any increase in stringency over current Maryland law until 2030. This gradual phase-in and cost-conscious approach will protect our construction industry while advancing our high-performance building sector. Third, the act is limited in scope. It only applies to new construction and significant improvements, which are defined in the bill as alterations or additions whose cost is 50% or more of the pre-improvement cost to replace the structure. Practically speaking, these are gut renovations. Efficiency requirements in the bill only affect new buildings that are smaller than those covered by BEPS. Because the act would influence the energy code, it would only have any effect when a permit application comes in. In other words, it cannot cause a building owner to initiate a retrofit they would not otherwise have made. Thank you.
Hello, Brittany Baker from Maryland Climate Action Network, Chesapeake Climate Action Network. I apologize. And I just want to emphasize a few key things. One, as Erin just demonstrated, the Better Buildings Act only applies to new buildings, so it doesn't increase costs, and it also doesn't increase utility bills. Second, when we saw the fossil fuel interests here at the table for the prior bill, they stated that this would affect our energy situation in a negative way. That is not true. As our 2023 Brattle Group study reported for the General Assembly, the peak load growth through 2031, even with high electrification of the building sector, will be comparable to or less than the growth rate the Maryland system has seen over the past 40 years. So electrification of buildings, especially new buildings, will not strain the grid. One more piece to that is electrification will have a balancing effect on the electrical grid. Load growth only strains the grid system if it increases the annual peak demand of the system. Right now, our peak is in the summer, and this will move it to the winter. Thank you. I'm here for questions as well.
Thank you so much. We have several questions. I'm going to start with Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate, thanks again for bringing the bill. I know it's becoming an annual thing here. I want to go back to the electrification part on the grid. So I know you said that you're confident the grid can handle it. Can you elaborate a little bit more on why you're confident? Because I know we're hearing a lot about stress on the grid, closures of a lot of generation plants, especially in Central Maryland. Why do you feel so confident about that?
Yeah, well, look, twofold. I want to say that the PSC study that we did last year, or that we heard and got a briefing from last year, proved that exact point. But I want to focus in on your point about the closure of generation, right? We all know, especially on this committee, Brandon Shores going offline. And BG is here to testify at some point, but our ratepayers, our constituents, are going to be paying to this sound of $1.5 billion for new transmission, which is supposed to be replacing Brandon Shores in totality. So let's just keep that assumption on the table. If that were the case, and the study that we had from last year says that this isn't going to actually affect the grid, then it shouldn't really be affecting the grid in that way. And to what Brittany just said, there are some more studies about how PJM in our grid is a summer peak grid. And so that factors into how this is just not going to have the effect that I think some folks have said over the last couple of years. Oh, yeah.
Just to add one more thing on that, because we have energy efficiency standards in there as well, buildings should run 34% more reduced consumption from the bill because we'll have better, more latest technology appliances in the buildings.
Delegate Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just a dumb DOD guy. I'm confused is with this big picture that comes around. So we want to be able to use solar for this project. I think it says in here to a certain percentage. We sit in here many times and hear about, you know, as Delegate Allen said, the lack of power. We hear numerous bills that everything new has to have an electric charging station put into it. We talk about heat pumps over gas appliances, and then we want to add to it with this bill. With the severe housing shortage we have in Maryland, how do we square all this together where we want to have affordable housing, we want to have all these building standards, we want to be able to keep rents low and cost of housing low, yet we seem, in just my mind, we're piling on, and we're at what point in time economically is the affordability put into the game to sort of come up with the status quo?
I'm going to let Chris take that question, but before he does, and obviously Chris has been doing this not just across the country, but in our state for the last decade, so really has a lot of expertise there. Here's what I'll say, Delegate. The goal is to build more housing, right? And as this committee knows, we aren't doing that. Having electric buildings will make it easier, faster, and cheaper to build. The cost is to bring down the cost of housing so that our constituents get to live a piece of the American dream. Having electric buildings will actually end up doing that. And the bigger goal for us, and our committee shares this concern with you, is making sure that our grid actually is sustainable over time. And we're working on our side, and I know you guys are too, on an entire package that does that. But part of what we have to do is actually make sure that we're also meeting the commitments that we made in Climate Solutions Now. But I'll yield to Chris.
Thank you.
And I'll share that my office does affordable housing, market rate housing, and senior living, and it's about 60% of the work that we do. And as I had shared, in probably the last 10 years, I can't recall a project other than having gas for a natural fireplace on an amenity deck that there's been a need for that and housing. Owners themselves that are planning to build and keep these projects are seeking electrification because it's a more efficient energy for them to use, and it's cheaper for them not to have to put the gas infrastructure into the buildings as they're building them out and moving forward. So, market factors generally, particularly for housing, are leaning heavily towards electrification as it is.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, checking my notes there. Hey, everyone, good to see you again. So I just want to kind of get into the grid issues because I had a chance to take a trip up to PJM this fall, and their analysis was very different than what I'm hearing here today about issues with respect to the grid, with respect to adding more electrification on the grid. I'm looking at a study right now from a group out of Pittsburgh. It's called Pittsburgh Works. They're an economic group. They're talking about severe potential brownouts and blackouts hitting the grid by 2030, maybe even before then. We know that we are already importing 40% of our power right now. When Brandon Shores and Wagner go offline, it's likely 70%, could be even more than that. If we take natural gas off the table, we might be talking about importing something like 90% to, in many cases, burn more coal and natural gas in Pennsylvania to power us here, right? And there's an efficiency loss, so you actually burn more when you have to ship it longer distances. So I say all that to say, how does this help us now in Maryland? Not the future, but today. We have constituents that can't pay their electricity bills now. I watched a report the other night on Fox 45. There's a horrible story about a lady in Baltimore City that literally is having to make a choice between paying for her electric bill and having the ability to have oxygen with an oxygen machine. So how does that help us right now? I'm not talking about 5, 10 years in the future. How do we bring down folks' electricity prices and their energy prices now? How does this do that?
Well, Delegate, I share your concern. In fact, I led a letter to the PSC asking them to halt rate hikes. I don't know how that pertains to this bill, but let's talk about this bill and how that actually helps bring down the cost of rates for families and for prices in general. You talked about PJM's analysis. You know, we got the same briefing that this committee got in regards to the grid stability, and there are some real conversations we have to have. But let's not kid ourselves. Maryland isn't going to become an exporter state overnight. Frankly, I don't think we're going to become an exporter state, but we're going to have that conversation about generation. But I want to talk about this bill in particular. And your question was, how is this going to bring down the cost for working families in the state? And this is how it's going to do it. It's going to make housing cheaper. That person coming out of college who can't afford a house in this market will be able to afford a house in that market. You know what it's also going to do? Bring down utility rates, because you're not putting natural gas lines in the ground, and that's not something that I'm saying. That is something that the OPC and the Office of the Attorney General is saying. The other thing that it's going to do is it's going to make our housing shortage problem less of a reality for folks. If you can build quicker, if you can build cheaper, and you can build faster like the market is already doing, that's going to be great for our constituents in the long run. So what I'm saying is that the bill, I share your concerns about the grid's reliability. I do. I don't think this bill is the place where we can talk about if Maryland will be an exporter or importer state. That's a different conversation for a different day. But if you're concerned about the cost for working families in our state and the people in your district and my district, this bill does do that over time.
If I may, and respectfully, you're saying over time. I'm talking about today. And I'm right.
Yes.
So again, in 5, 10 years, whatever time frame we're talking about, right? That doesn't help the lady today that is having trouble paying for her oxygen right now, right? So that doesn't help that person right now. So what does this do to help today?
Delegate, I couldn't disagree. I couldn't agree with you more. We're talking about putting this bill in place so that folks can start to ease up on pain. But this bill isn't about generation. It isn't about addressing the grid reliability. This bill is about better buildings. And so that is one part and one segment of the economy, and that's what this bill, if this committee were to pass it, would do immediately for folks. But what you're talking about is a generation issue. It's about natural gas. It has nothing to do with what's actually in the contents of this bill. Oh. This is a...
If I might add.
Lord Jesus. Okay. Thank you. I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate Boafo, for sticking with this important issue and bringing this bill back this year. I am a proud co-sponsor. I wanted to ask you about your definition on pages 3 and 4 of what constitutes a significant improvement of a building for purposes of electric and solar-ready standards. So I know this was one of the sticking points last year. The threshold of tying alterations and renovations to 50% of the building replacement cost seems like a pretty high threshold. Yeah. Is this different than last year's standard? How did you reach this? Is this a consensus standard?
I believe we increased the square footage requirement when it came to renovations, but by and large, the entire section does stay. I will say, and I assume this is why you're asking this, folks in Montgomery County, folks in our county and Prince George's have had some concerns with that, especially as it relates to BEPS. I think that we're happy to talk offline about what that looks like, but the goal is to make sure that every new building built here in the state is electric. And so we can have that conversation, I think, offline.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
And
Thank you.
Sorry, sounds like Chris wants to.
And I could touch, it's an industry standard, kind of recognition for substantial renovation, 50% or more of the building that will, use as kind of a cue for thresholds of certain code requirements and other things as well.
The 50% part of it in particular?
Yes, yeah, it's right. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate Boafo, and to all your panel. I would like to get a better sense of how long it would take, should this bill pass, for the people of Maryland to see, you know, a measurable or tangible change in building performance. And I ask because of something Mr. Part said about his career starting out working in a building environment that didn't have any environmental standards, to today where we have some. This bill proposes to, this bill requires the Department of Labor to adopt new standards. How long would that take? When would we start feeling it, feeling the difference?
I can speak to that. So the standards that the bill requires the Department of Labor to adopt are specifically the energy code standards that they're already required to adopt by state law, but it sets additional requirements that they have to meet. In other words, today they have to essentially follow model code. They can make some minimal or strengthening amendments, and this sets parameters that those strengthening amendments have to reach. So it would improve the code the same number of times over the years, and the dates, the effective dates in the bill reflect that. So the first date that would be affected, I believe, is in 2027. And then after that, the efficiency standards, in particular in the latter part of the bill, would be updated every 3 years, which is the same schedule that the energy code is updated already in Maryland.
And the energy code is updated on a regular basis, you said?
That's right, and it's already required by state law to be updated every 3 years.
So it would take time for new buildings to come online that meet the standard.
That's right. This would result in gradual change, which is another reason why it is not a very large challenge for the grid to meet this requirement. It's very gradual over time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions for this panel, we will thank you, Delegate Boafo. We will move to unfavorable. Mike O'Halloran, MAPDA, Robert Ettington, Building Industry Association, Brittany Jones, BG&E, Sarah Price, Maryland Retailers Alliance. And you can begin, since you're there.
Will do, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, members of the House Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, again, my name is Mike O'Halloran. I'm here today representing the Mid-Atlantic Petroleum Distributors Association. You have my written testimony in front of you. And as I did with House Bill 212, I certainly don't want to belabor anything. You have a full docket in front of you. But one thing I'd like to point out and draw from my written testimony, you'll find towards the bottom there, there's been a lot of discussion with the proponents about cost of electricity, particularly to our end users. Again, drawing you, and hopefully the link works on your laptops, but electricity costs more per unit than any other source. And that's not, a private group studying that. That's not, a nonprofit studying that, producing some report. That is sourced directly from the United States Energy Information Administration. So I encourage you, again, if that link works, to look that up. I will follow up with the committee and send you the link just to be absolutely sure. But I think it's important that the committee members have that information as we discuss this bill, as you discuss this bill after today, that when we talk about costs, electricity right now is more expensive than any other source. And, if recent news outlet reporting is anything to go by, that certainly remains a concern, as well it should be. Our members stand ready to fill that void. As I said, in House Bill 212, we believe in a diverse energy portfolio. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. Robert Ettington, again, on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association. And our members are the ones that build houses. Our members are the ones that repair houses. It's interesting that if you look at the fiscal note, like most fiscal notes, it focuses on what the cost is going to be to government. But it doesn't really give you numbers of what the cost is going to be to businesses, what the cost is going to be to consumers. Now, in this case, if you look at page 9 of the fiscal note, you'll see at the bottom of local expenditures, it says a reliable estimate of the increase in local expenditures is not feasible. It's not feasible. However, the increase in local expenditures is likely to be significant. And then when you look at the small business effect, the paragraph below it, it says that any small businesses, and that's my clients, involved in the provision, installation, maintenance of heating, cooling, electrical systems for buildings are significantly affected by the bill's changes for new buildings or buildings undergoing significant improvement. In addition, any small businesses, once again, my clients, involved in construction must comply with the new standards and requirements. So, you know, this bill is going to have a very heavy impact. And it just seems to me that this is such a uncertain time with the economy, with a $4 billion budget shortfall. A lot of that's going to impact local governments. It just seems to us that you got to really be careful here, and this is a step that really shouldn't be taken at this time. So that's why we're opposed to the bill, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Brittany Jones with BGE. You do have our written testimony, which is very similar to House Bill 212. So I'll just focus on a key points. You know, the biggest thing, we all support the energy transition and we recognize it needs to happen. But what we want to make sure we're doing it in a very thoughtful, comprehensive approach. So as the electric distribution system operator, we have a responsibility to look holistically at the grid. This bill does just focus on building electrification, but we also have other goals in the state, such as expanding EV vehicles, which requires more EV infrastructure. We want to attract more data centers. There's all this pressure on load growth for the system that we have to take into account. So the way the system stands today, and with the retirement of generating facilities, the fact that we're not building new ones yet, the grid cannot support something of this magnitude. So I do want to respond, too, to the thought that this is switching from summer peak demand to winter peak. That's absolutely true and might be more concerning. And here's why. So when we look at the cold, frigid temperatures we've just experienced in January, some of the coldest on record with the highest load demand that we've seen, what that forced us to do, the first time we've had to do in several years, we had to activate a gas interruptible service event, which is when the largest users, some hospitals, universities, they had to voluntarily take their gas down to put less pressure on the electric system because we did not have enough electricity to keep up with the current demand during those frigid cold days. So we are very concerned as we see shifts in peak load change, and we just want to make sure we have a comprehensive strategy and implementation plan to support all the future growth potentials around electrification. So with that, respectfully, we urge an unfavorable report so we can do this in a collaborative manner.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, honorable committee members. Sarah Price again on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. I wanted to echo the concerns about the impact that this would have on the electric grid within the context of industry members trying to comply with the existing BEPS targets. You heard earlier this session from one of our grocery members about his renovation attempts to comply with the greenhouse gas emissions reductions. That in one grocery store location, after replacing all of the lighting and refrigeration equipment, they were still only able to achieve 15% emissions reductions. With numbers like that on the table and knowing that they are not meeting the standards that are set by the law, there is every possibility that businesses that are current existing buildings may need to be moving in the direction of electrification in order to meet those reduction standards. I don't know, frankly, if the assessments that determined that the grid can handle this bill, if they took that possibility into consideration. But we do have to think about it as a potential impact of the laws that were already passed by this legislature. So as we are, again, already in the process of complying with the Climate Solutions Now Act, we would ask that you let that remain the standard, and please reject this proposal. Thank you.
We have a lot of unfavorable witnesses, so I'm going to allow the 2 questions, and then we're going to move to the next panel, if that's okay. Delegate Long?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you all for being here. First, I'm very happy that BG&E is here, and I'm sure we're all working aggressively to make sure that Maryland families can not feel the burden of paying for their energy. With that being said, I want to ask a few questions. So, and really for this panel, for anybody on this panel that is worried about the cost of what this could be, we have a PSC study that essentially says the opposite of what you're saying. So what are your clients doing to reduce costs for families? Because every study that we have is saying the exact opposite of what you're doing. So maybe I can't read, I don't know.
I'd love to jump in first, if okay. And I'm familiar with the study that you're referencing, the Brattle study. So when our technical experts look at this, all of our engineers who have done this for 20 plus years, the one flaw in that study is that it assumes that Maryland has the capacity, the current capacity for projected load growth. That was done before we were in a situation when we had generating facilities retiring and the need to import more energy beyond the 40% that we already import. And I think Delegate Naraki really captured that accurately. That's increasing costs. So for that project alone, I know the figure was quoted of $1.5 million just for us to build 40 miles of new transmission and 2 new substations to make up for that peak demand. That's accurate. That's absolutely accurate. So when we say Maryland right now does not have enough electricity capacity to take this increased load, we're not underestimating it, and we're certainly not taking for granted the cost to ratepayers. So we know from one peak plant shutting down, it's going to be expensive for our ratepayers. And I know you all know better than any of us, and I know I'm hearing from everyone, our customers are really struggling. So the more we can do this in a phased-in approach, if you take away, fossil fuels and push more electrification, we have to build more infrastructure, and it's costly, and there's no way around it.
Thank you. I'll get with you all offline to not belabor the point, but I want to stress again, we have to do something. Isn't that so?
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the panel. So my question is for Ms. Jones from BG&E. How do you respond to the Office of the People's Counsel objection that natural gas lines are more expensive? You just went into how expensive it is for transmission, et cetera, and the electric lines. How do you respond to that natural gas lines actually are more expensive than electric lines?
Yeah, it's a very fair question, especially considering the environment we're currently in, so thank you for asking it. So when we look at natural gas from the consumer lens, I'll start there first. Natural gas is still a more energy efficient heating source. So when you do look at the comparisons, the electric usage is higher for anytime you have electric as a heating source. So the consumer perspective, natural gas remains more efficient. When you look at the grid investment, there's no doubt about it. We have old infrastructure on our gas system. So we're the oldest gas utility in the nation. So we're repairing pipes specifically that are cast iron and bare steel that were laid in the late 1800s and early 1900s. That's why the program STRIDE, you'll see mentioned a lot, which helps accelerate the replacement of that aged infrastructure because it's truly a public safety hazard. That's more costly to replace because we have so much old infrastructure. We started building out electric infrastructure later than gas, so a lot of the equipment's newer, it's more modernized. We've been deploying systematic automation for many years on the electric grid. So we did have at one point the electric price point for distribution was more than gas, but because we're now at the point where we need to upgrade the gas system, we are seeing that increase in the need to make the investment because of public safety. So when we're saying holistically, though, if you take our 800,000 customers that rely on natural gas today, and if we remove them from the gas system, that's 800,000 more more customers that will need to be moved to the electric grid. So that's where we say the capacity part is so important, where we have to plan plan, we would not have existing infrastructure today on the electric side to take on that much load growth. We'd have to build more transmission, more substations. We have a study that was done by E3, which is actually a firm that the state has used as well, and we wanted to use that firm to make sure there was no bias or any other type of motive that could be construed. And what that study showed is when you have a limited gas option in the state, to meet the carbon goals, and we can have mixed fuel sources, and I can give you numbers on that too, it's by far the most costly option, projecting $36 billion to make that type of substantial conversion, because again, we'd have to move so many customers off the existing system.
Could I follow up? Thank you. So I appreciate that, but I mean, isn't it so that we're not talking about taking all 800,000 customers and moving them at once? Isn't that so?
That is so.
And yeah, so it's gradually. And then I guess I am a little, your answer like raises another question for me, which is that if you're going to have to invest in invest a large sum of money or a big investment in improving the gas infrastructure, why can't that be used to improve the electric infrastructure as we adopt these standards and put more buildings on electricity?
Yeah, again, another really great question that we're doing all of this analysis now with a lot of our partners as well to see what does that time frame look like. So one thing with our E3 study, we do acknowledge that gas usage does need to be scaled back over time, no doubt about it. So when we look at that study, it's telling us how much new infrastructure does need to be built in order to accommodate the new electric demand. So we're doing those studies now. The reason why you can't just stop investing in the gas system is because you have corroded pipe that's in the ground today. That's an absolute safety hazard. And again, 800,000 customers relying on that. Even if you don't have gas, if you go to the Ravens game, you're in Baltimore City where there is some old infrastructure. We have to continue making that investment to replace until we're in a position to really scale back and we have the other infrastructure in place. So this projection, if we did limited gas, we'd have to have more than 200 substations built. If you think about why that's impractical and why we have to continue investing in the gas system, where are we going to put that? We know space is limited. I know many of you have heard about the Maryland Piedmont Reliability Project that's developing transmission on Greenfield. We would have more and more of those instances if we don't have a dual fuel source that we can balance the system needs. Thanks for the question.
Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is for Ms. Jones. So very familiar with power lines and infrastructure investments, given what's going on potentially inside of my district. So my question would be, if we were to move a plan like this forward, obviously we'd have to have significant grid upgrades. You just talked about substations. I'm assuming also more transmission lines, things like that. Would BGE be able to do that with existing right-of-way that they have right now or existing property that they own right now? Or would we be in a similar discussion like we're already with having to use potentially eminent domain and going to take people's land, things like that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And it's a great question. It's a very realistic question since we're seeing what's happening with other transmission projects. Right now, we've been fortunate where we have existing right-of-way, but don't be mistaken, we have to take an existing transmission line that's there today and move it to the outskirts of that existing right-of-way so that way we can make room to build the second line. We otherwise would be in a situation where we'd have to acquire new land. We're not going to have that option in all of our existing right-of-ways where I can guarantee you that for us to expand our electric system, we can do it with an existing right-of-way. We look for that opportunity every which way, but when you look at the amount of substations that would be needed, and again, this is for, if we think of this full electrification scenario, I don't want to discount that this bill focuses on building standards, but the more it's everything. We're looking holistically. You have building, you have EVs, you have data centers. If we're not careful, we're going to be in a situation where we cannot support the demand, and we are going to have more, unfortunately, eminent domain situations, and that's the last thing BGE wants for our customers.
Mr. Chair, if I may. Okay. And then just one other question. I want to talk about substations for a second because I've become somewhat knowledgeable about those as well. Could you characterize, what it's like to live next to one, right? I mean, my observation is depending upon the size, they're not very quiet often, right? They can be unsightly. There can be some other concerns that the community may have. So from your standpoint, what do you experience when you have to site one of those in a community? How does the community typically react to having a new substation placed in the middle of their neighborhood?
Personally, I love all electric facilities. I love a good substation, but it's a really good question. Siting is hard. Siting is hard, whether it's solar, whether it's battery storage, whether it's a substation. I know we all hear the not in my backyard scenario, and that's a real concern. It's a real concern. So we make sure all of our infrastructure is safe, that it's not going to pose adverse health implications to our neighboring residents. We try to be a good neighbor with fencing and landscaping. But I would be remiss if I would say that it's not difficult to site. There's always an opportunity for public input, public engagement, and it is really difficult to get things that are anywhere near neighborhoods or communities.
Thank you.
Sure.
Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to all the panelists. My question is for Ms. Jones. First, let me thank you and commend you for being so responsive for constituent needs in my district, in my neighborhood, actually, where we had that tree growing over the pipes.
I love your neighborhood.
And you came out. Yeah, thank you. BG's been responsive in that regard. That's why I feel comfortable asking you this question.
Of course, bring it on.
So is BGE committed to supporting Maryland's goal to transition to electric and away from gas?
Yes, absolutely. And that's why we did the E3 study. So there were 3 scenarios that were looked at. The first one that I was talking about is limited gas, which concerns us because the amount of infrastructure and the cost to ratepayers. But there's 2 other options. One is a diverse model and one is a hybrid model. And that still has natural gas in play, but it's used more as a backup source. And that is more cost effective. It doesn't require quite as much infrastructure. But again, I don't want to give the illusion that it's going to be an easy transition, but we're planning how to do that. And it does take time. And we want to find innovative solutions. There's so many energy bills out there right now that we're partnering on that's looking at things like battery storage as a viable option that could reduce the need for as much transmission. So please know we're holistically committed to helping the state meet its energy goals.
Which is good to hear. Thank you. May I have a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair? So given that BGE is committed to supporting the goal of Marylanders to transition away from gas, dependence on fossil fuels, and to an electric-driven economy, and knowing that that transition will have to be phased, and that you're anticipating these phases and options, is it so difficult to envision that House Bill 973 is also proposing a kind of phased approach to building electrification? The transition is going to take time. Transitioning buildings to electric, new buildings as they come online will take time. Are those goals incompatible?
Yeah, again, great question, and thank you for asking it. I think what really concerns us with this bill is it's new construction and anything going significant improvement. And the date is October 1 of this year or next year. It's really soon. It's really soon. So what we would prefer, as looking at the grid, as experts in the infrastructure, you have Delegate Crosby's bill as an example, which is looking at this long-term plan. So it's requiring utilities to give this 25-year look ahead and then updating the view every 5 years. To us, that's a more thoughtful way for us to say, okay, this is how much new generation we need in this state before we can start making those modifications to buildings and making that requirement to ban fossil fuels from new construction and those undergoing significant renovation. So there is a way. We just want to be really thoughtful and make sure that the timing's appropriate to align with the current resource adequacy crisis that's before us.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, I see no further questions. We're going to call up another panel of unfavorable testimony. I'm going to call more people than there are seats. So let's just do a little rotation through. Paul Ellington, State and Local Advisors, Alex Andelsman, MBIA, Scott Waitlovich, Columbia Gas, Tom Ballantyne, NIOP, Hannah Allen, Maryland Chamber of Commerce, and Tyler Bryce, MML. And you can go ahead and start once you sit down.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm Scott Waitlevis with Columbia Gas of Maryland, and we oppose House Bill 973. The committee has detailed written testimony outlining our specific concerns, but as was mentioned with House Bill 212, mandating building electrification and increasing electricity demand during a time when Maryland is struggling to meet its current and future electricity needs is problematic. Gas is being chosen by Marylanders. More than 17,000 Marylanders have been added to the gas system in 2022 and 2023, so it is a fuel choice that Marylanders want. And it has been talked about as far as economics. We do have studies showing that natural gas is a lower cost heating fuel. So with 973, it prevents energy choice and fails to address the need for a diverse and robust energy portfolio. As I mentioned before, we believe the Energy Policy Conservation Act at the federal level, EPCA, preempts state regulations like what is being proposed in 973. 973 has a couple additional onerous provisions in it with the provisions on fossil fuel bans if you update your building. It also adds energy use intensity and energy conservation standards as part of the legislation. And we know energy use intensity is a concerning provision in the statewide BEPS regulations that were proposed. So with all of those concerns, we urge an unfavorable report on House Bill 973.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Ballantyne on behalf of NAIOP Maryland. We're a commercial real estate trade association here in opposition to House Bill 973. Just want to draw attention back to the fact that this bill presents new inconsistent requirements that will apply to existing buildings. Many of them already are required to follow the Building Energy Performance Standard. Those provisions go into effect October 1st, 2025. So in addition to meeting the BEPS targets, these buildings would have to electrify at major renovation. That is not the schedule that was laid out in the BEPS regulations. Another aspect that concerns us is that as large natural gas users, many of our members disconnect from the system, that the natural gas operating system is going to have to be funded by fewer and fewer customers, and there's no plan in place to protect customers from escalating costs or ensure that the natural gas utilities can operate as the customer base declines. The PSC Brattle Group study that was previously referenced assumed replacing the mechanical systems in hundreds of millions of square feet of commercial and multifamily buildings at a rate that we think is entirely unrealistic. And the MDE study referenced was based on 2035 energy and equipment costs that have not materialized yet. So there are, I think, legitimate concerns about grid readiness and cost. And also say in closing that for decades, Maryland was one of the few states in the country that adopted the most recent version of the Energy Code and did so without amendments. So between 2006 and 2021, the Commercial Energy Code improved its efficiency by about 50%. What's suggested here in the bill is to go even lower than that and do it in a way that isn't presented within the confines of the code structure, and we would much prefer to do it within the confines of the energy codes. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Paul Ellington, State and Local Advisors. Today I'm here on behalf of Chrisfield, Maryland. We talk about, I'll let the experts talk about the topics, and MML and Chrisfield are small towns that many of you all go to at Talls, but the other 364 days of the year, they're struggling with maintaining their residents because the cost of living in Maryland has gotten so to the point where they're losing a lot of people to Accomack County, the entire Eastern Shore, many of the top tier of Maryland, Frederick counties, Western Maryland, places like that, even St. Mary's and Charles, they move across the line to Virginia. Our competitors aren't adopting these, and our competitors are the other states. People can vote with their feet, they can move, and that's what they're doing. And because it makes the entry-level housing prohibitive. We want workforce housing. We have a severe shortage, and these are just ways that we see that adds to the cost, and it prices the entry-level houser. Some people, low wage earners,
But as a historically overlooked and underserved community, we see this as a direct impact to our hope to revitalize and regrow Crisfield. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Hannah Allen here today on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce in respectful opposition to House Bill 973. I'll start by saying that businesses depend on reliable and affordable energy options. We certainly believe that an inclusive and diverse energy portfolio is the best option for the state from a reliability and a cost perspective, especially right now, given our significant energy needs and challenges when it comes to supply and demand, and that's something that I know the legislature is currently trying to address, and so are utilities. I'll say that high level, we're concerned that the bill is forcing an arbitrary end to other fossil fuel use in existing and new buildings without a structured plan in place, which I know is something that was hit on in prior testimony, which the concern there is that it would ultimately lead to higher utility costs for remaining natural gas customers as the system is losing users. And I'll just point out, as I was walking over here, I saw an interesting poll that was released today by UMBC that focused on energy sources and Marylanders' preferences for energy sources as we look at addressing generation issues in the state. And it showed that Marylanders favor a variety of energy options, which to me really underscores the importance of maintaining and encouraging a diverse energy portfolio. So I'll stop there. I'll say me too to a lot of my other colleagues on this panel and the previous panel. Happy to take any questions. Thanks.
Can you make room for Alex Andelsman if they're here, or Tyler Bryce?
Yes, I'm here by myself. I am Tyler Bryce. I am the Manager of Advocacy and Public Affairs at the Maryland Municipal League. I will say another me too, so I'll keep it short and sweet. We were mentioned before. So as we've been saying throughout session, local governments are stretched thin. Our main two issues, as you can see in my testimony, is the waivers. Our membership requests a clear criteria on waiver issuance, as well as a conversation on the aggressive timeline of October 2025. The bill also, from our committee, they expressed that the bill does not provide sufficient financial support for us to assist with implementation. So we respectfully request that the committee either amend the bill to provide adequate resources for us or delay its implementation to allow for a more collaborative, well-resourced approach. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 973. We'll turn to House Bill 976. Delegate Ahrens, is he here? Thought I saw him pop in. All right, we'll go with Delegate Hutchinson, House Bill 1022, oyster restoration, use of federal funds prohibition. Do you have a panel? Bring them up.
No, wrong one. Wrong one.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. I'm Delegate Tom Hutchinson, representing District 37B on the beautiful Eastern Shore and home to the most beautiful and tastiest oysters in the world. Today I'm presenting House Bill 1022, oyster restoration, use of federal funds prohibition, which I've cross-filed with at the request of my senator and support of my local watermen. So this bill prohibits the Maryland Department of Natural Resources from using federal funds for new oyster restoration projects in state waters for 5 years, from 2025 to 2030. But it will exclude designated oyster sanctuaries located in the Harris Creek, Little Choptank River, Tread Avon River, St. Mary's River, and the Minokan River. According to many reports from DNR and other sources, of the 51 oyster sanctuaries reviewed, many are failing and not sustainable. The 5-year timeframe of the bill enables a reevaluation of project effectiveness and provides flexibility to adjust future policies based on stakeholder input and scientific data. I've also been made aware this morning that this prohibition could affect funding for Horns Point Laboratory. That was not the intent of the legislation. We're happy to amend the bill to exclude Horns Point. But truthfully, looking at this bill and saying, are we really going to be cutting federal funding for oyster restoration? To me, it's really a start of a dialogue, and that is why I brought Jeff Harrison, who is the president of the Talbot Watermen's Association, here with me today, because we do see instances where we believe that the federal funding is not being used wisely or not producing the results that we want. I'm going to turn it over to Jeff, because Jeff does have some ideas and thoughts that he wants to share with the committee. Thank you, and I ask for your favorable support.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Co-Chair and other delegates. My name is Jeff Harrison. I'm president of Talbot Watermen's Association. There in Talbot County, we have two major sanctuaries, Harris Creek and Tread Abbott. What we have been seeing, and I'm also on the Oyster Advisory Commission, what we have seen is that these sanctuaries, especially more recently, Harris Creek in 2016 was considered restored, and then since then it has been replanted 3 different times, and there's talk now about more maintenance plantings. What is going on is these Harris Creek really doesn't seem like it's sustainable. The last 2 years on report, which were in 22 and 23, Harris Creek only seen 7 spats per bushel in 22 and 8 in 23, whereas neighboring creeks, Broad Creek, seen 300 and I think 250. So what we're trying to say is that, you know, let's make sure that what we're doing and that the money that we're spending is working. Like I said, Harris Creek has been done for 8 years now. So we're at a point where the older oysters that they planted back then are starting to die off. And what we're seeing is that they're not being replaced. And yet on the other side, in Broad Creek, what we're seeing is sustainability. We've seen 12 years in a row now of above the 38-year harvest. So our consideration is to wait and go ahead, and if you want to go ahead and do your maintenance plantings in Harris Creek and the little chop tank and the other places, do it. But let's at least try to figure a common sense way and maybe look at what we're doing. Right now, like I said, Broad Creek, there was, I worked there yesterday, it was 50 boats there working there, and we're 100 years into the season, or 100 days into the season. So something that we're doing is right, and something in Harris Creek is not working.
Thank you. A question from Delegate Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got a couple questions. So, Jeff, are the sanctuaries failing? I mean, we've got 51, I believe, and I know you talked about the major sanctuaries, so can you just tell us a little bit about what the condition of the sanctuaries are? You just mentioned Harris and
yeah, the 5 major sanctuaries, let's be honest, in Harris Creek, they put 2.5 billion oysters in Harris Creek. I would hope that there are some there. There's been no harvest out of it for 14 years. So in that time in Broad Creek, I think we harvested over 500,000 bushels of oysters out of Broad Creek in that same amount of time. Those oysters had, you know, a market value of almost $20 million, and then plus the shells that came from it. And yet in Harris Creek, where you've spent $30 million, what we're seeing now is it's not sustaining itself at a level where the spat is. And what happens is when an oyster grows, as it gets bigger, it becomes a female. And so the reason they have to do this maintenance planting is because there's no small oysters there to be the males. So they put the small ones there so that they can reproduce with the females. So, but that's what we're seeing. And then another thing that's going on over the last 2 years is we're seeing the shell budget diminish in both Little Chop Tank and in Harris Creek and the other major sanctuaries. And what you have to say, well, what is happening with these shells? They're not being harvested, they're not going away, and what we're saying is they're sinking into the bottom. And so how long will it take if, say, we don't have, we aren't able to get funds to replant these places, to do the maintenance plantings? Do they just sink away into the bottom? That is our concern. What we're seeing and what we're doing is just the opposite. We're seeing sustainability. We're seeing, and it's not just in Talbot County and Broad Creek, it's all over the bay. We're seeing some of the best spat sets that we've seen in 40 years. And, you know, the DNR has talked about that. And so we're seeing different conditions than we did back in 2010 when we had to come up with a plan. And so what we're saying is that maybe it's time for us to reevaluate this plan and look at it differently.
And a follow-up, if I may. So, you know, this bill's talking about federal dollars, and so do you have any ideas where federal dollars could be spent to benefit the public fishermen?
Yeah, I mean, we used to get federal dollars back when Barbara Mikulski was in the Senate. And we used to get $2 million a year, and it helped to run our program. Well, since, I think, 2006, we haven't got any federal dollars. We would love to get some money now. We found a source of shells last year. For the first time, ORP put more spat on shell and shell overboard than they had in the last 10 years. And they did it on public fishery bottom. We are trying any way possible to get funds. We found a source of shells out in the West Coast. We would love to see those shells go overboard here in the bay. Last year, they put 55,000 bushel over in Talbot County. That's the most we've planted in 3 years. And it was because we had stockpiled some monies together because shells were not available. Well, now we have a source of shells and we've spent all our money. This year, our budgets were cut again. MDOT money's gone. Now we've recovered some of that and we thank the DNR for the monies that they're going to put up. But what we're looking for, because the conditions are the way I told you, so favorable, that we're just looking for any kind of dollars that we can put any kind of shell, because all this money would be for putting more oysters in the bay.
So, my last question. Last 2 years. 2 years ago was, I think, a record spat set, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, yes. It wasn't so much a record that it was so widespread. And it's kind of important, you know, usually when you get a good spat set, it'll be in either the lower bay or maybe in one tributary or another. Well, this was, you know, widespread from, say, Eastern Bay south. And so those are the conditions I'm talking about where we really have to capitalize. Now, last year, of course, we had a wet season, and the hatchery, which produces a spat on shell that goes in sanctuaries, they weren't able to produce any or as much larvae and didn't do as much work as they should have, I'm sure. So, you know, there's that other side of that too, you know, that's plan ABC, spat on shell, that's it for sanctuaries. You have to have another plan somewhere. You have to have something else that you can do. We really need to start up seed areas again. That's what's going on in Virginia. We actually are buying seed from Virginia. We would love to be able to buy it from Maryland. I'm sure we could get a lot more reasonable than what we have to pay to bring it from Virginia.
Thank you.
Sure.
Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm looking at the fiscal note. Let me get it back here. And it says that in fiscal year 2026, there's a potential to lose $9.4 million in federal funding. So, I mean, the problem, as I see here, is that if we stop taking federal funds, I'm not sure that we can turn around then and even given what's going on now, notwithstanding, I'm not sure that we could ever turn around and then automatically be able to get it back at the end of the time period. So I am concerned that we're giving up federal dollars for a program that I think is important to the state, number one. Number two, and I'd like you to respond to that if you would, but the second part of it is, I also read the testimony from the Department of Natural Resources. They share some of those concerns, and I'm just wondering, as a follow-up to my first question, whether you would be willing, Delegate, and the Watermen's Association to work with DNR to come up with an alternative plan so that we don't lose those federal dollars.
Yeah, Delegate Foley, as I said in my opening statement, I mean, the true intention here is not for us to come in here and say we're not going to, you know, we're going to lose all this federal funding. We're just concerned about how the federal funding is being used. Are there better ways? Are all the stakeholders at the table? There are some proven practices that the watermen have been able to do to create sustainable sanctuaries and or sustainable beds. And so that's all. It's really, for me, a start of our conversation here with what we can do and can we do something better.
Okay, thanks. Did you want to respond, sir?
Yeah, just that, you know, yeah, I understand the scrutiny that's being put on funds right now in this state. And that is not our intention, is to diminish those funds. I just think that they could be diverted into other areas. And I'm not totally against, I mean, the 3 new sanctuaries that they're coming up with this year that they're going to spend these funds in, and one of them is Herring Bay. Well, Herring Bay is in the middle of it's over near Chesapeake Beach and West River. It is not known as a good spat producer, meaning that it's not an area where you get natural recruitment. So here's another area where we're going to spend money, where we're always seeing places that are great spat producers like Harris Creek and Little Choptank. We're seeing problems with them as far as reproducing inside of themselves so that they sustain themselves. And yet we're going to go out in the middle of the bay and we're going to spend this money and do the same thing that we're doing there, where we might have absolutely no chance of getting a spat set. So those are the things that I look at. You know, as far as I'm concerned, that money is going to be thrown away. Yes, the oysters will grow for 3, 4, 5 years, 6 years, but if you don't continue throwing money at it and throwing money at it, it's not going to sustain itself.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Otto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jeff, in the successful programs the county oyster committees do, substantially funded from the oyster tax that the harvester and the seafood business pays?
Yeah, it's basically surcharges, which totals up to a little over $1 million. The bushel tax, which we had raised here a few years ago from $1.30 to $3, which is coming out of our pocket, believe me. We were getting $40, now we're getting $37. That's $3. And then there was some money from MDOT, and we're not getting that, but we are getting monies from DNR. So.
And the MDOT money, that was to sort of mitigate the damage that dredging the channel?
Yeah, that's my understanding, and I never did understand it, and Jeannie Hadaway was kind enough to explain it to me, but there was mitigation. They had done some dumping of some of the dredge spools, and they ended up killing some oysters on the oyster bar, and so they came up with a $2 million mitigation fee, and they decided to continue on with that fee so that the watermen wouldn't protest their dredging up there all the time and mudding the water up. So,
sort of like the boat that ran ashore a year or so ago.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll turn to our virtual unfavorable testimony. Bradley Stevens, with Comico Environmental Trust. Please go ahead, sir. Bradley Stevenson, with Comico Environmental Trust.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, but you're going to have to turn down the YouTube video of the hearing, otherwise we're going to get bad feedback in about 3 seconds. Please go ahead, sir.
Not sure. I've turned my local volume off. I'm Dr. Bradley Stevens, Professor Emeritus of Marine Science at the University of Maryland Eastern Shore. I'm testifying on behalf of the Wicomico Environmental Trust and the Friends of the Nanticoke River. Oysters are a keystone species for the Chesapeake Bay ecosystem because of the host of ecological services they provide, especially removing excess nutrients from the water. But oyster populations have been depleted to less than 1% of historic levels by over a century of overfishing, disease, and habitat degradation. Restoring oyster habitats will help restore those ecological services, conserve oyster broodstock, and produce spat that spills over to public beds. Oyster restoration efforts in the Chesapeake Bay are the largest such programs in the world. They have been highly successful, with 85 to 97% of the restored reefs exceeding the minimum criteria for success, and they support world-class research on ecosystem services and nitrification cycles. Federal funds are absolutely necessary to support restoration. Loss of the federal funding would severely curtail spat production at the Horn Point hatchery, which supplies over 50% of spat-on-shell production for all sectors of the industry, including aquaculture, which produces 40% of all Maryland oysters and is the fastest growing segment of Maryland seafood production. This bill would block use of $10 million in NOAA funding for future restoration efforts, and it would impact jobs, income, and tax revenue in all sectors of the oyster industry, including harvesters, aquaculture, and restoration. The proposed legislation is short-sighted and not in the best interest of the public or the oyster industry, and we therefore urge the committee to report unfavorably on this bill.
Thank you very much. We'll turn to in-person unfavorable testimony. We have Kathleen Gramp, Advocates for Herring Bay, David Namazi, University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science, and Allison Colden, Chesapeake Bay Foundation. Please go ahead when you're ready. We'll get your mics up. There you go. Go ahead.
I'll go first. Chairman Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the committee, my name is Kathy Gramp. I'm testifying on behalf of the Advocates for Herring Bay, an environmental group in Anne Arundel County. We oppose House Bill 1022 and urge you to issue an unfavorable report on the bill. Our communities have a good news story about partnerships for oyster restoration. Herring Bay is a sub-bay on the western shore of the Chesapeake that has a rich history of aquatic abundance. Given its ecological potential and protected status as an oyster sanctuary, we launched a collaborative effort in 2019 to revive oysters on one of its historic reefs. Volunteers, community volunteers, raised money and invested hundreds of hours hauling, planting, and monitoring the progress of the juvenile oysters. Happily, our investment is paying off. The number of living oysters has exceeded restoration targets, and underwater photos reveal three-dimensional structures that benefit crabs and fish, which are important to Herring Bay's commercial crabbers and the recreational fishing industry. Building on that success, we recently launched a Happy Oysters, Happy Bay campaign to raise money to plant more juvenile oysters. And, as you just heard, last October, Maryland's Oyster Advisory Committee selected Herring Bay as one of the next sites for large-scale restoration. House Bill 1022 would arbitrarily cut off federal funds for restoration projects for 5 years. At a time of fiscal austerity, we should be leveraging all available resources to support a healthy bay. We're doing our small part for Maryland's water. Please keep the federal government on the team. Please issue an unfavorable report on House Bill 1022.
Let me go next. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Allison Colden. I'm the Maryland Executive Director with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. I'll keep my remarks this afternoon relatively brief. By all metrics, as you heard earlier, oyster sanctuaries that have received investment from federal and state funds are better off now than when they were designated sanctuaries. Sanctuary investments are working. For state sanctuaries that have not yet received investment, some are doing well, with simply the cessation of harvest. Some are about the same as they were at the time they were designated. Some are struggling, and a good majority more have no data that is available to track their progress. While we may not know the root cause of why each sanctuary is in the condition it is, it's certainly true that turning away federal funds that could be used to help improve these sanctuaries is not going to help. At a time when the state budget is in crisis, we should be looking at all sources of funding with programs that achieve multiple goals, like improving water quality, supporting the recreation economy, and supporting the productivity of commercial fisheries. And fortunately, oyster restoration does that and so much more. Lastly, I just want to call attention to written testimony in your packets submitted on behalf of 38 other businesses, community organizations, and nonprofits who oppose this legislation and support the state's continued efforts to bring back our native oyster. We urge your unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Corman and members of the Environmental and Transportation Committee. I'm Dave Namazi, the Chief of Staff at the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science. I look forward to learning more about the amendment to this bill that Delegate Hutchinson just suggested he'll be submitting. Having not seen that, we are in opposition to HB 1022. The oyster hatchery is located at Horn Point Laboratory in Cambridge, Maryland. The hatchery produces billions of oyster larvae and hundreds of millions of spat on shell that go on oyster sanctuaries, public bars, and aquaculture ventures. Currently, the majority of the funding, there's a lot of different funding that comes in to support that hatchery. The majority of funding we get from DNR comes from NOAA funds, federal NOAA funds. Should this bill pass, that funding for production would be in great jeopardy. And our ability to produce oyster larvae and spat to the extent that we have been able to would be significantly reduced. Finally, not only will this bill disrupt oyster production, it would also reduce the number of full-time jobs for well-trained, highly skilled UMC's employees located in Cambridge. It would also significantly impact the summer student programs that we have that target undergraduates interested in coastal sciences and aquaculture. After the bill expires, it would take years to rebuild the staff capacity, expertise, and programs currently run at the hatchery. For these reasons and more in my written testimony, UMC's opposes HB 1022, and we seek the committee's unfavorable report. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Seeing no questions, that concludes bill hearing on House Bill 1022. We'll go on to House Bill 1023. Delegate Hutchinson, Environment, Wetlands, Landward Boundaries. If you have a panel, please bring them up.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. I'm Delegate Tom Hutchinson, representing District 37B from the beautiful Eastern Shore. Today I'm presenting House Bill 1023, Environment, Wetlands, Leeward Boundaries with an amendment. I believe your committee has received the amendment already. So under Maryland law, the state allows tidal wetlands, that owns tidal wetlands. When a shoreline restoration project such as a living shoreline is completed, some tidal wetlands are transformed into what is referred to as fast land, a usable strip of land at the edge of the shoreline. The state continues to claim ownership of this strip of property. However, the precise size, shape, and location of this fast land are currently unknown and undefined because MDE does not record its locations. The bill requires any tidal wetland converted into non-tidal land or fast land after a shoreline restoration must be properly surveyed and recorded. Additionally, it requires MDE to update the landward boundaries of relevant wetland maps accurately following the completion of any shoreline stabilization improvements. Deeds to waterfront properties typically state the property lines run to the shoreline. If the state retains ownership, the deed descriptions need to reflect the location of the state-owned fast land. Mr. Chair, I've learned when I'm ahead of my skis on certain subjects, it's just time to stop and turn it over to the experts. I ask for your support on House Bill 1023 with amendments, and I'll turn it over to Bill.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is William Bauer. I'm speaking on behalf of the Maryland Society of Surveyors. I'm licensed as a civil engineer and a professional land surveyor. You have my written testimony on the technical aspects of this bill, but I want to emphasize that this bill will require the plans to be the plans that are submitted to the department to contain sufficient data to enable land surveyors to produce accurate boundary surveys that both honor the 1970s Wetland Act and satisfy our profession's standards of practice for accuracy. DNR's specifications for plan preparation already require that the property be surveyed. Simply adding bearings and distances to the surveyed mean high water line would not cause the state any financial impact. Additionally, survey firms already produce georeferenced digital files that can easily be transferred to the department for them to update their maps. We already do this at the local level with record plats. We ask that the committee make a favorable recommendation for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Bill Kress. I'm here today on behalf of the Maryland Society of Surveyors in support of the bill. Let me try to get to the issue that's going on here. When you have shoreline restoration, there's usually a strip of tidal wetland that gets converted to what's called fast land. That fast land, the state of Maryland claims ownership of that property. So that strip of land is on the shoreline, and we have a property owner that has, under the bill, would have the responsibility of having that surveyed, locating that fast land when it is transformed. Obviously, that's important because when you're transferring property, we need to know the property lines. The bill also requires that MDE updates its wetland maps. Now, if you look at the fiscal note, you'll see that it's a quite high fiscal note. But I would argue that all of the elements in the fiscal note is really required by the applicant, which includes updating the map, and that is done on a local basis where the land surveyors actually transmit that information to the locales. It can be done on the state level in the same fashion. The actual survey is part of the permit application. That would also be done by the applicant. And so the only real thing that the department would be required to do would be to update its maps with that digital information that's already provided by the surveyors. So essentially, this bill would allow us to locate that property, which the state is claiming. Right now, every shoreline restoration project that creates fast land, we have property that is not precisely located on any map. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not see any questions. So that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1023. We'll go to House Bill 1024. Delegate Hutchinson, agriculture, catastrophic damage caused by deer. Thank you. And if you have a panel, please bring them up.
Bill, thank you. Coming up. Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. I'm Delegate Tom Hutchinson, representing District 37B of the beautiful Eastern Shore and home of the sick of deer. Today I'm presenting House Bill 1024, Agriculture Catastrophic Damage Caused by Deer. As this committee is well aware, both whitetail and sick deer have the capability to damage productive farm crops, and many times to the extent that it's catastrophic. While DNR has implemented programs to mitigate deer crop damage, at some farms it's not working, thus the need for this bill. The bill simply allows the Department of Agriculture to take extraordinary measures to control local deer populations and to prevent future crop damage and loss if the department determines that deer have caused catastrophic damage to a field, and defines catastrophic damage as a loss of 50% more of crops from a single field. In the rare cases when this occurs, the Maryland Department of Agriculture would be authorized to reduce the deer herd attributed to this damage by using any means necessary. There are several farms where the land has been rendered useless due to deer damage. The circumstances are far too extreme for any management protocol utilized by DNR. In rare cases where this occurs, the Department of Agriculture would be authorized to reduce the deer herd attributed to the damage. All deer harvests would be reported to the Department of Natural Resources by the Department of Agriculture. I respectfully ask your favorable vote on House Bill 1024.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, for the record, Tyler Huff, Maryland Farm Bureau. As you guys have heard many times before from us being in here talking about deer damage, that deer cause roughly 77% of the total wildlife damage that farmers face in Maryland. We're looking at roughly 1.2 million crop acres in Maryland and costing farmers roughly $50 an acre. So an economic impact of roughly $60 million a year in deer damage to our farmers who are already dealing on tight margins and other difficulties here as they're trying to make a profitable business model here. Some of those farmers do take this more than others and are in that 50% or more loss and that catastrophic damage where the land is unusable for the standpoint of being able to grow crops and or other agriculture activities from that standpoint. This is a big step in the right direction for the deer management program or within the state and helping control deer damage for our farmers, and we respectfully ask for a favorable report and thank the delegate for his work on this bill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Lindsay Thompson here today on behalf of the Maryland Grain Producers Association in support of this very important legislation. You have heard Tyler and I sit here and tell you about crop damage all year, so I'm not going to repeat any of those points. And I would like to say that we do appreciate the Department of Natural Resources working with the agricultural community to develop tools and programs to help us mitigate some of this deer damage. We have crop depredation permits, which we are able to utilize. We have deer management or deer cooperator permits that provide a little bit more flexibility. DNR has also started some programs to help us get hunters onto property in order to harvest these deer. But there are exceptional cases in which we are not going to be able to hunt our way out of this problem. There is a constituent in Delegate Hutchison's district who is absolutely inundated by sika deer, which are a non-native invasive species that are regulated as a protected game mammal in Maryland, and they are largely nocturnal. She has video footage of over 100 sika deer coming out in one night and wiping out 30 acres of soybeans in a matter of hours. Those are exceptional circumstances that we are not going to be able to hunt our way out of that problem. And therefore, we are asking for the authority of the Maryland Department of Agriculture to designate catastrophic deer damage, which is 50% or more, which is consistent with the Farm Service Agency definition of catastrophic loss, in order to address these very specific circumstances in which the tools do not currently exist to get us out of that problem. And we would urge your favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Corman, Vice Chairman Boyce. My name's John Swain. I'm a farmer in Talbot County. I'm here today also Vice President of Talbot County Farm Bureau. We've spoken about deer before here. It seems like every time I come up here, the topic shifts around to deer sooner or later. It is by far my single largest loss to my farming operation is from deer damage on corn and soybeans. I think the numbers they just spoke about are probably conservative numbers because I'm in one of these areas where there's catastrophic losses. It's easily several $100s an acre where it's bad over the entire operation. It's probably, I quoted last time I was up here, $100 an acre, and that's just sort of off the top of my head, but that's pretty accurate. And I don't know what to do. I mean, we're at the point we can't rent ground. The rented ground is not farmable. We're giving it up as fast as we can give it up because there's nothing we can grow. We can't, as Lindsay said, we can't hunt our way out of this. The hunters that are in the area can't hunt their way out of this, they're not willing to. We've got to have some other means of bringing this population, and I don't have sika deer, I've just got whitetail. We got to have some way to bring this population under control. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Swain, I'll let you testify because of my appreciation for Delegate Hutchison, but you didn't sign up. So if you want to testify on bills, you got to sign up.
I did sign up, sir. I did sign up.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, next time Delegate Hutchison can help you sign up. Delegate Ziegler.
Mr. Chair, so you know I'm extremely sympathetic to this cause. I feel your pain. But what would you like to do as a practical matter?
You want me to give an example? Yeah. So there are a couple of different instances. So if we were talking about the sika deer specifically, when you look in some of the urban areas and neighborhoods specifically, the counties can actually contract with the USDA to have sharpshooters come in and eliminate the deer population that are problematic in an urban area. So that would be one option, to authorize the Department of Agriculture to authorize that in an agricultural area. Maryland also has what is called a want and waste law. So you have to physically retrieve the deer. When you have 100 sika deer in a field in one night, although sika deer are really good, so I would recommend retrieving those. They taste really good. But so some flexibility on want and waste would be another example. And I'm sure that there's things that we haven't thought of yet as far as that flexibility goes, but those would be two examples.
So you would have, may I have a follow-up? You would have the Department of Agriculture come up with regulations under the bill. Have you talked to DNR about this? Have they said anything about it?
I have not had conversations yet with DNR about this, no.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think Delegate Ziegler essentially got to my question. But as you know, I'm aware of how bad this damage is. And it's clear we need to do something. I'm a little concerned about the vagueness of extraordinary measures and I think you mentioned a couple of things that could be done, but I was going to ask what you mean by extraordinary measures, but you've given some examples, but I guess, would you be open to creating a list as opposed to just the vague statement, extraordinary measures?
Most definitely. I think this really is just authorizing Department of Agriculture to create a program and define what those extraordinary measures would be.
Thank you. And I would encourage you to have those conversations with DNR because they are the experts on deer.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, that concludes House Bill 1024. We'll go back to House Bill 976, Delegate Arentz, State and Private Wetlands, Non-Water Dependent Project Definition. Delegate Arentz, thanks for your patience as we enjoyed the Delegate Hutchinson show.
My panel come up. Thanks. I sit next to Mr. Hutchinson, so I'm used to listening, so I do appreciate it. For the record, Delegate Steve Arentz, I'm here to present House Bill 976, State and Private Wetlands Non-Water Dependent Project Definition. Just a quick point, it's not often I get up here with constituents, and I'm proud to be up here with Mr. Schultz and his son. They're good stewards. They're vested in Queen Anne's County. Their business is there. And both of them, when you hear the name Schultz, you hear the name Volunteer Fire Department. And both of them they're really good to our community, and they work well with us. But on that, I will get here. And to say the bill specifies that a vessel registered under the Title 8, Subtitle 7 of the Natural Resources article is not considered a non-water dependent project for the purposes of wetlands licensing and permitting, regardless of how the vessel is used and operated. While this may sound a little bit confusing, it's really something that needs to be better defined. Non-water dependent vessels exist currently in some of our marinas and across our waters. They can be used, typically they can be used for maybe put a band on it or whatever, or an office space. And as I said, this is done in many of the marinas across Maryland. As we discussed with the panel testimony, if a vessel is registered and has paid the appropriate registration and fees to the Department of Natural Resources, there's no need for them to go through a wetland permitting. In the testimony, you'll hear that this thing has virtually no effect on our wetlands. It has nothing to do with all waters, and all things collected on this boat are disposed of properly. It was brought to our attention in the Senate hearing that there may be a little bit of an issue with the fiscal note, and that fiscal note, a loss of revenue, is really depending on the fact that we won't have to go through a wetlands permit to do this. At this point, I'd like to ask for a favorable vote on HB 976 and turn it over to my panel.
Good afternoon. My name is Kirby Schultz. My wife and I own and operate K&C Ventures, which is a small business where we occasionally rent our 2 houseboats. We've been doing these short-term vacation rentals for about 3 years now. During this time, we've been told by the Maryland Department of the Environment that these vessels are non-water dependent structures and need to be removed. We disagree. Title 16-104 does not apply to us because these houseboats are duly registered and recently renewed vessels by the Department of Natural Resources. These vessels are rented out on a nightly basis by guests who are from out of town and even out of state. These guests are choosing to come to the Kent Narrows and spend their hard-earned money in the state of Maryland, and specifically Queen Anne's County. These vessels are not hurting anyone. They benefit both the local and state government by generating income and revenue through guests spending their money at local restaurants and establishments during their visit. Not to mention our small business pays its income tax as well. My wife and I are currently going on 3 years without a paycheck due to the $160,000 and climbing attorney fees. These boats are more environmentally friendly by design than all other vessels in the state waterways. These vessels collect all gray water, which is not required by law. Nothing is discharged overboard into the Chesapeake Bay. All gray and black water is discharged into an approved and permitted Queen Anne's County sanitary sewer system. How can MDE have the authority to determine what is or is not a vessel when DNR clearly believes these are vessels? We are asking for your support for HB 976 to help clear up this matter and allow us to focus on growing our small business. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good afternoon for allowing us the opportunity to speak. My name is Jody Schultz. I'm the landowner of the marina that houses Kirby, my son's two boats at KNC Ventures. Our family has been in business, starting with Fisherman's Inn, for almost 100 years, at which time we've endured hurricanes, floods, snowstorms, two very devastating fires, economic downturns, recessions, and COVID. And we've gotten through it all. Unfortunately, MDE is the hardship we are now facing, armed with the Maryland Attorney General's office, that together have determined that a boat is not a boat. We have faithfully paid taxes, employed thousands of people, and grown our family business that now includes our fourth generation. It's my son sitting beside me now, Kirby, and his wife, Cassidy. They were full of excitement, and they were armed with all federal, state, and county permits to allow this business to operate. And when they started KNC Ventures, their excitement was short-lived after MD demanded they shut down their business and then filed suit on them to shut their business down. KNC Ventures is a young minority business. It's now teetering on the verge of closing and probably into bankruptcy due to the $160,000 to date fees, legal fees, and there seems to be no end in sight. This bill has no negative environmental impacts and only seeks to clarify that a registered vessel is in fact a vessel and does not fall under the definition of a non-water dependent structure. A boat simply is a boat, and a boat is dependent on water, whether it sits in the water or whether it rests on a boat lift, a permitted boat lift. We respectfully ask for your support for House Bill 976. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, my name is Charles Shaler. I'm an environmental natural resource attorney, been practicing in the state for over 30 years. This is an important piece of legislation for you to consider. As the delegate mentioned, 976 clarifies and confirms that vessels titled and registered with DNR are in fact that, vessels. The legislation is necessary to clarify that Environment Article 16104 was not meant to have the Board of Public Works or the Maryland Department of the Environment regulate vessels. This bill does not expand the definition of non-water dependent structures. This bill does not cause pollution to the state waters. Anybody that obtains a permit to build a pier and have a boat lift on it has to go through a regulatory review process by the Maryland Department of the Environment. So the Maryland Department of the Environment determines where the pier can be and its location vis-a-vis depths of water and things of that nature. What MDE is trying to do now is saying that vessels that sit on a boat lift are non-water dependent structures. And as such, you have to go get another license and approval from the Board of Public Works, which doesn't make any sense. It seems to be another fee opportunity, plus it would create a regulatory burden back on the Department of the Environment to go through another review, and the Board of Public Works has to approve the quote-unquote non-water dependent structure. So from this perspective, we would ask the committee to favorably review and act on Bill 976. Thank you very much.
Change seats with you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Bruce Beriano, I represent the Schultzes, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk. This bill, unfortunately, is about government gone awry. It's very, very simple. They got all the permits and went all through the procedures to build the piers through MDE. Lawful, legal, issued, plain and simple. Their boats are lifted on those piers, licensed and regulated by the Department of Natural Resources. Not only licensed, but renewed licensed. Then the Department of Natural Resources, under the laws of this state passed by the legislature, determines what can go in the water, what vessels can go in the water, and DNR has done that, and they've renewed those licenses. It is an economic development matter. People come, they stay overnight, they enjoy the beauty. It's not just Queen Anne's County. This problem, Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee, is going on as we speak in St. Mary's County and in Culver County. I've been in touch with people in both of those counties that are being harassed by MDE as well. Unnecessarily. They have lawfully registered, licensed vessels. They're doing exactly the same. The piers they're on have been constructed through the permit process, as the attorney indicated, and regulated by MDE. That's over and done with when the pier is done and completed. But what goes in the water is done by DNR. That's the laws of the state of Maryland. And here you have a license that you can have the boat. People come on, as the Schultz has indicated, and they sleep there, they stay there, they vacation, they recreate over the weekends. We need money in our coffers. We really do. I'm not making a joke. I mean, a bill like this really precludes economic development for the state of Maryland and for the recreation. Urgent favorable report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bariana. We will call first Delegate Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a really novel idea, and I'm trying to understand. So, are the boats attached to the pier?
No, ma'am. They're sitting. No, ma'am. They're sitting on a pier, a boat lift that we have a license, acquired a license for through MDE. Yes, ma'am.
All right, and do the boats go in the water?
They can go in the water. We leave them. I'm sorry. The boats are left on the lift for security reasons. Kenton Airs is a very rough waterway. So in order to make sure they're stable and there's no seasickness in the boat per se, and they're safe, we put them on the boat lifts to ensure that they're stable and they don't move. Did that answer your question?
Yes, one last question if I may. It's part of the experience when people come and stay. Do they go for a boat ride?
No, ma'am, they don't. Those boats, they do not take out for a ride. Many of the customers bring their own smaller boats and they dock them next to the boats that these boats are staying on, and then they'll go out and fish for the day or such.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Delegate Jacobs.
Right now. I guess either one of the Schultzes could answer this, or either one of you, really. I mean, can you hear me now? Okay.
Right now.
All right now. I got my hearing aids in. I can hear. This is not a unique thing in the state of Maryland, is it? I mean, your two boats are not the only two that are in question, I mean, that do this kind of operation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct. There's several, probably several dozen in the state of Maryland that are doing this as well.
I mean, just some kind of rough number. What do you think?
There's hundreds of boats throughout the state of Maryland, it just isn't in the Chesapeake Bay, that do the same exact type of operation that KNC does. It's hundreds. There's probably 200,000 boats registered in the state of Maryland, I'm guessing, thereabouts, and there's several hundred that operate in this manner.
Several hundred? I mean, I'm not trying to pin you down to an accurate number. I'm just saying that what you're doing is not unique in the state of Maryland.
No, it's not. There's, like you said, there's over 100. I mean, I spent half a day, and you can go on Airbnb and find them. You can find probably 30 of them within 2 minutes of searching on Airbnb.
So you have a holding tank on the boat, right?
Yes, sir. That's
just like any other boat that's big enough for you know, has a cabin or whatever, they would all have a holding tank, any new boat, and you have a holding tank, so all your gray water, sewage water is pumped in, I guess, to a hauler that comes up, is that correct?
Yes, we have a 30-gallon tank, 30-gallon holding tank on board, which we can discharge into an approved, into the approved sanitary sewer system.
Okay.
There's absolutely no pollution whatsoever.
That's what I'm
None.
saying. It's like any other boat. You have a holding tank and you have a pump out station, basically, and so you have a method to get yours out, sort of like a pump out station.
Correct, yes.
That's what I wanted to say. And the other thing is it true, Jody, that you were a Philadelphia Eagle?
Well, I'm proud to say that today. I would say in the past, maybe not so much, but.
But you were.
Yes, sir.
You were a Philadelphia Eagle.
That was when they weren't paying anything, but yeah.
Thank you.
Delegate Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an interesting bill, and quite frankly, until this summer, I didn't know it existed. So I went down to greater downtown Calvert County to Solomon's Island and found two of those structures sitting right by the water. And you're 100% correct. It's no harm, no foul. They're very simple to get in and get off of. They are, you know, there's no kitchen on them, so they got to go to a restaurant. They can walk around Solomon's Island comfortably. There's two of them side by side. So I think, quite frankly, it's a really good bill. They just got to get cleaned up a little bit and get this process moving. So, you know, if people want to come down and say they're living in a bed and breakfast, they can live on a boat and say they lived on a boat for a day. So, good bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope you agree.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
But there's a
Delegate
problem in
Lewis.
St. Mary's County with them.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fly, Eagles, fly. I'm from Indiana, so I don't take sides around it. I really appreciate the bill, Delegate Arentz. Thank you, and to your panel. I had to go online and look up what a hauler is. Again, I'm from Indiana, so all this stuff is a little new, but it's basically a sort of framework that lifts a boat up. It's sort of like a hook, and it comes out, and the boat sits on it over the water next to the pier kind of thing. So it's like hovering over the water. Is that correct?
Are you referring to the boat lift?
I'm talking, did I say hauler? I meant boat lift. Yeah, see, I'm already.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, what's the largest size boat that could be set out on this floating lift? Are we talking like a yacht or just a boat with a little cabin?
Delegate, if I may say this, and if it's my fault procedurally, I have pictures.
Well, I'm online. I've got the Google machine open right now.
All right, but I have pictures of their boats and of boats down in Culver County, et cetera, which I'm going to circulate to the committee tomorrow. I thought, and my apologies, I thought it would be better to have a discussion and understanding of the issue. And you will have them for certain, but they're.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bariano. Don't worry about it. I mean, you know, we're not making decisions
I
today.
want to be helpful. I will get them to you tomorrow for the whole committee.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, yeah, the size of the boat, what's the largest, how big a boat are we talking about?
If I may, they come in different sizes. Like I have a 26-foot boat I have a lift on. I have an 18-foot boat I have a lift on. I have a jet ski. And then you can also see them with 100-foot mega yachts could fit on lifts, depending on the size of the boat that you're going to put there.
So the lift, the function of the lift, it could be used to lift the boat off the water to work on it, lift the boat off the water to sleep in it.
Dry.
Right, okay. And then thank you for explaining that. And then my follow-up question is about the testimony from MDE, from MDE, also from a couple of other, letters of information that were received. It sounds like the objections have to do with, not with putting a boat on a lift, but allowing people to use that lifted boat, which is not moving in the water, which is not going out to fish, which is not pulling jet skiers, just lifted up next to the water as a place, like a lodging. Am I understanding that correctly? That's what I'm reading here.
I think the objection was in part that MDE has a problem with, I think, the financial benefit on Kirby's end, and maybe they weren't getting a piece of that, if I can say that right. There are many boats, and the fact that we chose to have it on a lift was for safety reasons. There are hundreds, thousands of boats that are rented every day that sit in the water. People use them for their second homes a lot of times in marinas. There are marinas that are condominium marinas where a person owns the slip and they'll keep their boat in it. The fact that we're up on a lift and we're making, they're on Airbnb and such, I think was caused MDE some pause for whatever reason. But we don't feel like, I mean, that's, my son is not by any means breaking any laws. He's renting his boat as many people rent their vessels. There are boats that have been in their slips for years that never leave because they're treated as a second home in many respects.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Delegate, if you just respectfully, if you just go down to the dock here in Annapolis, you'll see that. And over the many years, I'm not saying today, and I'm not trying to make a joke, over the many years, sometimes legislators have stayed on the boats during the 90 days rather than being in a hotel.
Thank you. If I may, Madam.
It's nothing new. It's nothing new.
Madam Chair, I want to make sure I understand this. Thank you to the Kirbys for explaining that. Is there any reason, what is the advantage of putting a boat on a lift above the water rather than letting it sit in the water? I've been to places like Seattle where there are houseboat communities where people live full time and their boats are on the water. What's the advantage and how do people experience that differently?
The advantage for us to keep them on the lift was to prevent the waves from the Kent Narrows that are caused from the workboats that are passing out early in the morning, throwing I would say 3 to 4 foot wake or a wave. If you can imagine being woken up by your boat rocking 3 to 4 feet at 5 o'clock in the morning, that would make anybody probably get a little seasick. But we took the safety approach to raise them out of the water to eliminate that safety factor for our guests.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Delegate Silaberte?
Madam Chair, on a lighter note, I understand that you're an Eagles fan, but critically speaking, are you a Phillies fan?
Phillies fan. Wow.
What should my answer be?
Don't answer it.
Your Bill hangs in the balance.
I'm an O's fan just by default of my wife.
All right.
Yeah.
Move favorable.
I didn't hear that.
I would say O's. Yeah.
Follow-up question, Delegate Healy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to follow up on Delegate Davis's question earlier about how permanent is this situation? I mean, are these boats going in and out of the water, or are they permanently kind of affixed to the structure above the water?
No, ma'am. They are in no way, shape, or form permanently affixed to the boat lift. They merely just sit on the boat lift to, like I said earlier, prevent our guests from getting sick.
And do they go in and out of the water periodically, like seasonally, or every once a year or once a month or something?
I mean, whenever we see a need for them to go in the water, if we need to remove them for maintenance, we can. We haven't had that need yet. So we can put them in the water and remove them if necessary, if we need to.
So they're seaworthy?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
That's why they're licensed by DNR as vessels.
Thank you.
Delegate Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for another bite at the apple. So it appears as though, I guess you don't need me to tell you, that you've fallen somewhere between the cracks as far as the regulations go. Would you say that?
No.
We don't feel as such, ma'am, respectfully. Yeah.
All right. So if this committee decided to adopt regulations to deal specifically with this particular situation, would you have an objection?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
If this committee decided to adopt regulations to deal with this specific situation, would you have an objection?
That's what the bill does.
That's what we're trying to do with the bill, to address this specific definition.
To change the definition?
So, yes, this definition, if we would adopt that, this would fix this issue throughout the state.
And it would it would also come with some regulations that deal specifically with this type of usage.
Well, I think the regulations already state that. It's just that MDE wants to make it a wetlands issue. And this is clearly because it's registered, it's a vessel, it's registered with DNR. You have to go out and license it every couple of years or whatever that is. So it's already being done. It's just, we want to separate it from the non-water dependent side that they're assuming it could be part of. There's no sense doing two registrations of the same vessel.
My concern is that suppose someone else decides to do it and they don't use what you use to offload the water, or they use a 60-foot boat, or they use, you understand what I'm trying to say? It needs some other regulation than just changing the words.
DNR regulates that.
Okay.
Yeah, we're doing that with vessels today. If your boat, if you had a 35-foot boat, you're regulated that same way today with the potable water, not necessarily potable water is allowed to go into bay, but these guys have addressed that. But any distribution of all the waste or whatever, that has to be put in a holding tank and has to be dumped through a pump out station at the marina. So that's already been covered.
I mean, DNR there are regulations, and DNR wouldn't license you unless you had a proper vessel and you were doing that and not polluting.
All right, thank you.
Let me ask a quick clarifying question. MDE, I think I read correctly, says that there's an exemption process, and have you gone through that exemption process before?
Well, it's interesting. DNR chose not to participate in the Senate hearing at all. No one appeared. They didn't send in any paperwork.
So we have a letter of info from both DNR and MDE.
I think Charles could address that probably.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Madam Vice Chair, could you state the question again? Sorry.
I'm asking that if I read correctly, in MDE's letter of information, they say that there's an exemption process.
There is.
That could address this, if I read it correctly?
I would have to reread MDE's statement out there. There is in 16104, there are 3 exemptions. This is an addition to clarify that vessels are not non-water dependent projects.
Okay, I understand that.
Okay.
What I'm asking is that they say there's an exemption process in place, and whether or not the family has applied in that exemption process, or do they not know, or do they not meet the requirements for an exemption? I could also be reading it wrong.
Yes, ma'am, I think I understand. I think MDE is alluding to the language, and they feel like there's Queen Anne's County passed 16, what was it? 24. It was an ordinance in Queen Anne's County that allowed non-water dependent structures. We feel like that we don't fit in that category. We feel that we are a vessel, we are a boat, and is registered as such, and don't fall under the conditions of a non-water dependent structure. We're a boat which needs water, and thus eliminates us being a non-water dependent structure. So MDE has said, hey, why don't you go down that route? And we just feel like it's not appropriate for us to go that route because we have 2 duly registered vessels, 2 boats, which I don't think by law could get enough.
It's a boat that doesn't move, right?
Excuse me?
But it doesn't move because it's
We've elected it, ma'am, not to move. And it happens to be on a lift that was permitted by MDE and the Corps. And that was just the direction we took at the time, having no idea that this firestorm was going to erupt, unfortunately. So we feel like we're 2 registered vessels, renewed twice the registrations, and MDE has come in and we feel like wrongly said we're non-water dependent structures. And
okay. So I think Delegate Davis is correct in that this seems like a new area that may need to be explored outside of potentially changing this definition, and you may need some type of special, but we're going to talk about it. But
Madam Vice Chair, if I can get a copy of that.
Delegate Lewis.
Chair, and that's, this does look like an opportunity for refining policies. I'm looking at the Critical Area Commission's letter of information, and it refers to the fact that there's only supposed to be, there's a density limit of, to protect water quality, to protect public health. I get the impression, as best I understand this, that the concern is about having a lot of a concentration of uses, of boats, of people in critical areas, because that could undermine environmental quality and water quality. That seems to be part of the concern. And I'm just wondering if, Delegate, to find a solution that would allow a use like the Kirbys have devised and others are using, I'm sorry, the Schultzes, Kirby Schultz and Jody Schultz, have devised, which is really interesting, and I could see it would be super attractive to travelers, but that it risks being so attractive that lots of other entrepreneurs might consider putting lots of boats on lifts around, and that would increase the pressure on the local environment. But Delegate, would you consider the possibility of creating some sort of rational limits to concentrating lifted boats like this for recreation?
Well, I believe that upon applying for any permit, it's scrutinized intensely by MD and the Corps, particularly in the Kent Narrows, which all the properties in the Kent Narrows are critical area zone IDA, which is an intensely developed area, which are allowed commercial marinas. If you've been to Kent Narrows, you see it's a very high commercial, nice area, if that's what you like. But they're already, the regulations and the allowances in IDA property, in the WVC zoning in Queen Anne's County and Kent Narrows, really allows, and that particular property is way underutilized to what could be there. I mean, we have maybe 20 slips on the whole property, 15. There's a neighboring marina at Mears. I mean, there's probably 1,500 or more commercial slips in Kent Narrows. Of those slips, I bet several hundred of those boats never leave their slips. They're treated as vacations spots, second homes. They're rented out, many of them. The fact that ours is up on a lift, which environmentally is the best thing because the boat is not in the water. It's not covering the water. It's up where the sun, the SUV, can flourish if it is under that. If it was a heavy area of subaquatic vegetation, we wouldn't be permitted to put a slip there anyway. So that's been addressed through the permitting process. If that answers your question.
I just want to add something to that. There is a large business out there where people actually rent vessels. So you could go out and you could rent a boat and use it for a day. If we don't look at this bill in that manner, all these boats would be subject to that. If you take it down to that level, sitting back saying, I rent this boat out, or I have this boat, I'm sharing it with a neighbor or friend, that would put these things under that purview. And I don't think that's the intent of a boat and what we're doing with it. So what we're asking for is something that we're doing all over the bay, realistically. When you see any boat rental place, any jet ski, it's being done today. But thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, that ends the bill hearing for HB 976. Thank you, Delegate Arnold.
Thank you very much for hearing us. Have a good day.
You too. Calling up now HB 1039, Department of Agriculture, Public Electric Vehicle Supply Equipment, Registration, Regulation, and Oversight.
Hey, Nick, here you go. Thanks. One up. Thanks for being here.
All right, Madam Chair, members of the committee, hours late, I'll be quick. My name is Nick Allen. I'm here to testify today in support of my bill, House Bill 1039. I know you hear a lot about simple bills. This is not one of them, but it's very important. This bill, which was cross-filed in the Senate with your friend and mine, Senator Shelley Heddleman, is based on the final product of a work group that met last year, which in turn was created by bills that the Senator and I both sponsored and passed last session. I want to start by explaining our overall aim here. When those of us who drive gas-powered vehicles pull off the highway into a service station, we have a certain confidence that the gas pumps will work when we need fuel. We are confident that they'll function properly, that we will be charged fairly for what we are pumping, and when the pump says we are receiving a gallon, we know it's actually a gallon. Unfortunately, those who drive electric vehicles have no such confidence in publicly available electric charge ports right now. I've heard story after story from drivers about the unreliability of equipment that is publicly available. Sometimes they're simply broken, other times they don't charge at the rate they should, or the display is broken so you can't tell if they're functional or not, or they simply aren't physically where they're supposed to be. If Maryland wants to meet our goals in terms of emissions and reductions in EV sales, and I believe that at least most of us here want to see us make progress towards those goals, we need to address this confidence problem. HB 1039 seeks to do exactly that through registration, testing, uptime requirements, reporting, and consequences for noncompliance. There are a number of amendments that have been proposed, and we are currently working through them with Senator Hedelman, with EE Chair Feldman, and as well as our friends at the Department of Agriculture and the PSC. Again, the goal here is reliability and consumer protection. We're also very aware of the fiscal note and are working to drive that down as much as possible, again, along with our friends at Ag. I will let the rest of my panel speak and go into further detail, but I look forward to answering your questions. And I'll also highlight that the original version of this bill 2 years ago was born out of an idea basically to have someone regulate this. I mean, there was ambiguity about whether or not it should be the comptroller's office, the PSC, the Department of Ag, since the Department of Ag is responsible for weights and measures. So that's kind of what the work group worked on, was whose responsibility would this end up being. And it's largely going to be Ag with the help of the PSC. So I'll turn it over to again, your friend and mine, Rachel, and I look forward to answering any questions you have.
So good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. We've discussed before in this committee that MDA houses Weights and Measures, which is essentially a consumer protection program. Weights and Measures currently is responsible for regulating all kinds of devices across the state, from truck scales, your grocery store scales, and we co-regulate with the comptroller's office gas pumps to make sure that, again, these devices are properly calibrated so consumers are getting what they pay for. We're able to do that based on federal standards set by the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST. Maryland codified all the devices that NIST codifies, or that NIST has in their regulations, that say that Department of Agriculture's across the nation, their weights and measures divisions have the authority to regulate these devices. And so with that, we've discussed with the sponsors that EV chargers are on that list. So MDA already has the authority to inspect commercial EV chargers for consumer protection. However, the bill gives additional authority. And so we've discussed some amendments with the sponsor that would bring MDA in as favorable with amendments. And those amendments would be that instead of MDA handling the following things, that it would be the PSC in coordination with us. And so those amendments would be that the PSC shall establish consumer protection standards for public EV charging stations, because setting consumer standards for utilities is what they do. It would specify that the PSC, in coordination with MDA, shall establish reliability and uptime reporting standards, because again, that's what they specialize in and not necessarily us. It would also say that the PSC would establish training and certification standards for persons who install or perform maintenance of EV chargers. It would also require MDOT and the PSC to coordinate with MDA to provide reporting on NEVI funding, and that's the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program, which gives funding to states, although that money's kind of on pause. Sorry. I'll defer to any questions you may have.
That's okay. Can we call up the virtual witness that's favorable with amendments, and we'll take questions from there.
Okay, I'll go ahead. Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on HB 1039. My name is Emily Kelly. I'm a Senior Policy Manager with ChargePoint, a leader in EV charging solutions. We sell charging solutions to both businesses, both small and large, like convenience stores, and entities like cities who want to provide charging as an amenity to customers in the state of Maryland. We commend Maryland's commitment to clean transportation and applaud its ambitious goals to reduce climate pollution and expand EV adoption. However, as drafted, HB 1039 poses some challenges that we think could hinder charger deployment and discourage private investment. Therefore, we've taken a favorable if amended position, and we're looking forward to continuing to work with the sponsors on this language. First off, I just want to point out we fully support the enforcement of NIST Handbook 44 for EV charging pricing transparency and meter accuracy, but we propose a couple of amendments. I've laid those out in my written testimony, so I won't go into too much detail on them here. Second, with regards to uptime reporting standards, we recommend aligning Maryland standards with the federal NEVI guidance to avoid a costly patchwork of state regulations. And we also propose restricting uptime standard reporting to publicly funded chargers only on a go-forward basis. We think this will ensure accountability of taxpayer dollars while reducing the costs and reporting requirements on station owners. Again, many of whom are small business owners in the state of Maryland, like local restaurants, independently owned hotels, and small convenience stores. We certainly recognize the importance of consumer protection standards. We want to continue working with the PSC and MDA to determine what standards are necessary for public charging, but we also recognize that many of those aspects that are mentioned in the bill are already in place at public chargers. So with that, again, we have some suggestions on amendments, but thanks for your time and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kelly. We will go to, Delegate Foley first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill. We desperately need something, right, to regulate these charging stations. I guess I'm a little curious, though, how it'll work, and maybe this is for Ms. Jones as well as you. So, you know, with a gas station, right, we know how many gas stations there are, and the gas stations get delivery of fuel. And then the Department of Agriculture, I guess, issues permits, and you can see them on the gas pump, like how much, you know, what they are and everything else. I just wonder, there's so many places where these could be, that how would the Department of Agriculture keep track of where they are, and how would you know that someone has even installed one, right? Have you thought about that?
Sure. So currently by law, you're required to register a device. An owner-operator is required to register a device. And so, you know, were the bill to go into effect, any owner-operator of an EV charging station would be required to register that device upon installation. And so the same way gas pumps, a new gas station gets built, they're required to register those gas pumps with MDA, and that's how we come out and we have the ability to inspect. Same thing again with grocery store scales. We do the same thing with EV chargers. And Madam Chair, if I may, if there are any additional technical questions, our division chief of weights and measures signed up for informational testimony, but she's also here to assist me if there are any technical questions, so.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at the testimony, letter of information from the Public Service Commission, and the question kind of arises that the commission interprets the bill language to make utility-owned devices exempt from the requirements of the bill. It's my understanding a lot of the publicly available, or, you know, would be owned by, a lot of them that I've seen around the country are owned by the local utilities. And so I'm not sure, how do you, you know, make sure that you don't like miss this whole huge piece of the operation?
Yeah, let me check on that and get back to you, Delegate. I think any exemptions that we have in there, again, I think this was the product of the work group. Any exemptions that we have in there, like, I think one exemption includes like any publicly available charger that's free, you know, things like that. So let me check about the utility-owned specific ones and try to drill down.
That's one of my questions. But I mean, I think it would be helpful if you, both of you, would look at what the testimony, the written testimony from the Public Service Commission, because, obviously this, they play a key part in the implementation of this bill, should it pass. And, but the other question I had about this is how you would keep track of when they're not working, because I mean that's the biggest problem I've seen is that you travel and you'd find one that's working and then you find 3 or 4 that are not working, and you can run out of gas. You can run out not out of gas, but you can run out of juice for your car if you can't find a place, and then you can end up stranded someplace. So I think this is a really important bill, and I want to make it as successful as possible. So
yeah. So what you just described is simultaneously one of the most ambitious aspects of the bill, and simultaneously one of the most expensive parts of the bill. It would essentially have to create an almost from the ground up system or website that would do that tracking, whether it's real time or whether it's as close to real time as we can get. That would be a very involved. Kind of first of its type process. Again, speaking with AG, speaking with the Senate cross-file, we're also very open to a still comprehensive but perhaps less real-time system. Again, a directory of registered devices and when they were last inspected, something like that. So that's kind of what we're working through. But right now, there really exists no such
right.
database.
No, there is nothing like it.
There are some kind of there's some apps. There are some similar sites that are not government regulated and just kind of user updated, much like Waze or Google Maps or something like that. But there currently exists no state level comprehensive system like that.
And who would be liable if the information is not accurate? I mean, would it be the state or would it be the owner operator of the thing? And
if the data is not
how do you hold them accountable? Are there fines? I mean, those are like practical questions.
Well, if the data is not accurate, if you're referring to the data on the hypothetical system, that would be on the state to update that. But again, I mean, Rachel can go into more detail. But like if you pull up to a gas pump and they're giving you 3/4 of a gallon, but it's charging you for a gallon, there's enforcement mechanisms for that as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I really like this bill.
Delegate Otto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegate, I think you got a fine measure here. And measurements, weights and measures is an instrument that the Department of Ag performs. I'm just interested is the fees that would be involved in the registration. I am. How do you measure the amount of electricity or the output? Are you measuring the volts, and how often is that going to take place? I mean, it looks like it's every 2 years for my gas pumps to be sure I get a gallon.
So yes, currently for gas pumps and other devices, it's every 2 years, but that's because the program is specially funded. And so if we had more staff, then we could go back to doing it once a year. But we estimate that we would do it every 2 years with EV charges as well. But we also do it upon complaint. So it's every 2 years is the standard unless there's a complaint. If there's a complaint, then the weights and measures team goes right out and inspects that particular device. And so the same thing would happen with EV chargers.
So is measuring the voltage that's going through there, or how length of time it takes to make that charge, or?
So the device, the standard, they call it, the equipment that we would connect to the EV charging station would pretty much tell us if the device is working correctly. And that's partly why we would need the PSC's coordination for the reliability and uptime piece, because it's not necessarily that it'll tell us how much electricity is flowing through there or whether or not it is. What the standard will tell us is whether or not the device is properly calibrated. So if you paid $1.60, per kilowatt hour or what have you, but that's not what you got with that charge, that's what those standards would tell weights and measures.
So we have a measurement device that could do that in a timely fashion. You wouldn't have to stay there for 20 hours to determine that.
The device exists, but we only have a handful of them.
We don't currently have any.
Oh, we don't have any, okay, we don't
We
have
don't
any.
currently have any, and that's another reason why the fiscal note is high, because equipment would need to be purchased.
So the reliability, or if they're functioning, is not on your back with this bill at MDA. It would still be with the Public Service Commission.
With the amendments that we've discussed with the sponsors, the PSC would set reliability and uptime standards. And if Weights and Measures were to show up and a device, we do the test and find that this particular charger is not working properly, what we envision is that we would then coordinate with PSC, because MDA, Weights and Measures, does not, we don't know anything about regulating the flow of electricity or how that's supposed to work. So we would then coordinate with the PSC on that.
And there'd be a permit fee or inspection fee or registration fee.
There's an annual registration fee currently for all of our devices that we inspect, and so yes, a registration fee would be set for EV chargers. That's an annual fee.
All right, thank you.
Delegate Davis.
Thank you. I agree, it's a great bill. You just said something that I need to get an answer to. Would the registration fee pay for all the inspectors? It will.
That's the goal.
That's great. And I was really surprised that agriculture was going to have this task. And so I think you may have answered it, but does agriculture currently regulate anything regarding reliability and uptime?
We do not. We do not. The PSC does that.
Okay. And you're also going to coordinate with PSC, and I understand there are a lot of amendments, and you're working on it now.
We are.
How do you see the coordination? What's the best way for you guys to coordinate?
We're working through that. I mean, honestly, this is kind of uncharted territory for a state. A lot of states are trying different things. In some states, it's the Department of Ag, again, because the closest analog, no pun intended, is the gas station inspections. In other states, it's their against their comptroller's office or whatever their version of the PSC is. So again, we're trying to figure it out. But I think what the product from the work group, and then again with the amendments that we're working on, I think we're striking that balance, because I really think the PSC kind of has the standards and the knowledge there. And ag kind of has the boots on the ground, for lack of a better term, that could do the inspection enforcement. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. Thank you.
Vice Chair Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for Delegate Davis for essentially asking my question. And I'm still a little confused. So as it stands now, with Weights and Measure and then the system, what does that look like now between the PSC, ag, and the comptroller? Because I understand they each have a role in general, not counting this, but just with, for instance, gas stations, right? So talk about what that process looks like now, because I'm not sure I understand why the PSC really needs ag if they're already somewhat in a relationship together as it relates to how we regulate and monitor gas stations.
Right.
So help me understand. I wish I had my fan right now. Help me understand.
Rachel can correct me when I'm wrong, but just at least to start, I know ag is responsible for the Weights and Measures portion of the gas station inspections. And the comptroller's office is more the consumer protection aspect. Am I just describing that properly?
The comptroller's office sets the rates.
Right.
And make sure that the rates aren't exorbitant and they don't fluctuate too high. So the comptroller's office is responsible for setting the rates and making sure that those are managed properly. And we're solely responsible for the consumer protection piece, right? So that's why when you pull up at a gas station and you may see yellow tape, different pumps are taped off, that means we've been in, there's an issue with that particular pump. We've gone in and done those inspections every 2 weeks and notified them this is not operational and you have another 2 weeks to try to get this, issue resolved.
So you're more enforcement.
We're enforcement for consumer protection.
And then talk about the PSC's role currently in that.
I don't think the PSC has much of a role in terms of the gas station.
Not with the gas stations.
Okay, so with EVs, because they would be at gas stations, which would be a part of the ag's weight and measure kind of workload for consumer protection, then the comptroller again would set the rate, or would the rate be set based on whatever the electric rate is per whatever company is providing the?
That's the part that the PSC would handle.
And the PSC would handle?
Yes.
I guess if AG's job is to just inspect and protect, and the comptroller sets the rate, why does the PSC need AG?
I mean, again, I don't think the PSC possesses the personnel to do the inspections for one. I think that was part of it, part of the discussion in the work group.
So, but AG would inspect because it's already a part of their purview. So if gas stations decide, whether it's on their own, I got my own little shell franchise, I decide that I'm going to put in two pumps, I would get them registered, someone would know, and I would pay my fee, and every, I don't know, year, 2 year, every time there's an issue, AG would come out and check to make sure they're operational, make sure, you know, the money's matching the watch, so on and so forth. And the PSC is?
They're validating the standards, is that?
PSC, as amended, would set consumer standards, so they would set the standards. They'd also set the standards for reliability and uptime, which again is sort of their area of
So they're essentially
expertise.
regulating, and then you would just enforce?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I see no further questions for this panel. We have virtual unfavorable testimony from Mike Fazina, Switch Energy.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to present, and good afternoon to members of the ENT Committee. I'm Mike Frazina. I'm representing Switch on House Bill 1039. Please note that Josh Cohen would be here. He's our head of policy, and he submitted written testimony into the record, but he had a prior commitment. So Switch shares HB 1039's goal of widespread deployment of consistent and reliable public EV charging across Maryland, and we believe this bill is not the way to achieve it as written. If enacted, it'll burden Maryland businesses and dampen EV adoption throughout the state. The business case for deploying, owning, and operating EV chargers remains challenging. For most property owners and managers, it's not core to their mission. And when they decide to purchase and deploy chargers, it's usually to offer it as an amenity for tenants or guests. It's often already beyond their comfort level to implement. So adding new regulatory reporting, compliance, and financial burdens to the charging will discourage additional deployments, and it'll undercut the state's ambitious EV adoption, climate change, and GHG reduction commitments. HB 1039 does enact several recommendations from last year's work group as transmitted to the legislature in the November 1st report. Work group recommendations fall into two categories: reliability and reporting, and consumer protection. Josh served on the work group representing Switch and disagrees with several of the report's recommendations, as did our counterpart from another EV charging company who served on the work group. Unfortunately, he cannot testify today because his company eliminated several positions, including his, and we just include that to talk about how nascent and tenuous the sector remains today. So if implemented, this report would make Maryland one of the most, if not the most, heavily regulated states for EV charging, and is not the way to encourage new deployments. And we therefore ask for an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I hear you say that you share the goals of the bill, but that the regulations are too burdensome for the EV charging providers. So what regulations or what steps would you accept? I noticed that you come in unfavorable, not favorable with amendments. Are there amendments or regulations that would help move this forward that would not be overly burdensome?
Yeah, and we'd be happy to work with the delegate to make those a reality. Absolutely. I came in as unfavorable. Obviously, the opportunity for amendments would change the reality of the situation.
Thank you.
Okay, we also have in-person unfavorable testimony from Michael Krathammer, Alliance for Transportation Electrification.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Krauthammer. My firm is EV Advisors, and I'm here today representing the Alliance for Transportation Electrification. In addition to my consulting work, for more than a decade, I've installed chargers across Maryland, and I also advise utilities, hotels, shopping centers, and others. Previously, I served as the Executive Policy Advisor to the Maryland Public Service Commission. Our sole purpose is to promote EV charging infrastructure, and we support clear requirements for charger accuracy and reliability, including consumer protection, but we oppose this bill. As described in my written comments, the bill, while well-intentioned, is a vast overreach and will be contrary to Maryland's goals. First, the bill will bring costly registration and inspection burdens. These costs will be borne not by charging companies, but by state agencies to enforce and by Maryland businesses, including small businesses, to comply, resulting in less infrastructure. Second, requiring specialized technicians and inspectors will increase the cost of installation, maintenance, and repair, also resulting in fewer chargers and longer outages. Third, enforcing NIST Handbook 44 for chargers will require the state to purchase costly testing equipment and will be administratively burdensome for site hosts. Particularly for level 2 chargers, there's simply no value that will come of this because EV chargers don't have the problems like gas pumps and scales and should not be treated as such. Fourth, the bill imposes ongoing reporting requirements which are burdensome and are a highly unusual and intrusive mandate on private enterprise by requiring the disclosure of commercially sensitive information. The EV market is nascent. The bill imposes numerous requirements, none of which will actually improve reliability or the customer experience. No other state proposes oversight even close to this bill. Given the federal government's anti-EV stance, now more than ever, we recommend an unfavorable report.
A question from Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if I understand correctly, one of your concerns with this is that it would result in fewer EV chargers. But I guess my first question is what good comes from having more EV chargers if they aren't working when you need them?
Charger reliability, it's an excellent question, but charger reliability is improving dramatically. We have a sort of counterintuitive situation here in Maryland where we were among the first states in the country to have EV chargers deployed. I installed the first DC fast charger ever in Maryland myself. So we have some vintage chargers that don't have the technology that exists today. Other companies that were early movers similarly had to look for units that were first to market, and they didn't always have the capabilities, technologies, and consistency and reliability that we have today. Those chargers are all being phased out because drivers today are mass market, they're not early adopters, they're expecting a high level of reliability and customer service, and the networks are providing that to service. Moreover, site hosts, the people who are either leasing space to charging companies or buying chargers themselves, are now asking questions that they didn't used to ask. They're asking about reliability, uptime. Companies are now emerging that are providing services tailored to EV charging, but we're still early. People on the work group have been laid off. Multiple companies have shut down in the past couple of weeks. Now's not the time to impose more burdens on this. The market is responding.
Well, all that sounds great, but in my experience, there are still downtime on EV chargers. I drive an EV as well. So I want to ask you the same question I asked the previous speaker, the previous witness, that if this bill is too burdensome, you've come in unfavorable, not favorable with amendments. Are there amendments or are there regulations that you would accept in order to help solve the problem?
The provisions of the bill fall into two broad categories. One is reporting, the other is enforcement of Handbook 44. With regard to the registration, the reporting requirements, quite frankly, it's a private business. Now, if the state wants to impose restrictions on publicly funded chargers, chargers deployed in part or in whole with public money, that seems completely reasonable. If the Public Service Commission wants to do the same with utility sponsored chargers, that seems completely reasonable. But if the barbershop or the grocery store or the nail salon or the hotel wants to spend their own money and provide chargers to their guests, just like they provide vending machines and other amenities, that seems like there's no reason for them to have to report what they're doing, particularly when it's commercially sensitive information that their competitors would like. To the extent we think that reporting will result in liability, I just don't understand how it makes sense. If the grocery store doesn't have eggs, requiring Giant to report how many eggs of the 6, 12, 18 variety, brown, white, large, jumbo, regular, organic, grass-fed organic, providing that information is a trade secret. Safeway would love to get their hands on it and vice versa. It's inappropriate, and it doesn't result in more eggs anyway.
And yet we do put regulations on businesses all the time, both reporting regulations and requirements.
When called for, absolutely, but not reporting how many and which type of eggs are sold at what price and what time of day.
Well, maybe eggs are not the best analogy, but thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I know we also have Alice Wilkinson from the Maryland Department of Agriculture for informational testimony. I don't know if she still had testimony to deliver. Great.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members. I'm Allison Wilkinson, Chief of Weights and Measures and Program Manager for Maryland Department of Agriculture. I am here today to answer any questions that you may have regarding this bill from a technical aspect and offer informational testimony only pertaining to those questions.
Delegate Healy.
Just one quick question. Have you been in touch or in conversations with the Public Service Commission about this and how it might work?
So I attended every work group session from the work group that was created and submitted the Department of Agriculture's recommendation in the Joint Committee report this year. I've been actively involved with the work group and answering any questions not only that the Public Service Commission had, as well as Senator Hettleman and members of industry as well.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you for making yourself available. We appreciate it. That concludes the bill here on House Bill 1039. We'll turn to House Bill 1058. I think we have Delegate Terrasso Stafford Brooks presenting emission standards, ambient air quality standards, and solid waste management local authority. And if you have a panel, please bring them up.
What's that? Yes.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and friendly members of ENT. For the record, I'm Brooke Scoville, Delegate Terrasso's Chief of Staff. She regrets she's still sick, but the good news is she's feeling better. So thank you for the opportunity to present HB 1058, which clarifies the Maryland General Assembly's intent to allow local governments to adopt their own air and waste ordinances as long as they are no less strict than federal and state minimums. This bill was previously introduced by former Delegate Tony Bridges in 2023. The Federal Clean Air Act specifically allows states and their political subdivisions to have stricter air pollution laws than the federal floor. Similarly, the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act in U.S. Code in a section titled Retention of State Authority allows them to enact a solid waste law. And in Maryland, the Environment Code in several sections, empowers local governments to create their own stricter air, and waste ordinances. However, over time, some local governments have raised questions about whether they are able to propose stricter standards. Given our current environmental challenges, now more than ever, we should ensure that local jurisdictions feel confident in their ability to create stricter environmental standards. And given the possibility that federal environmental regulations may be altered or nullified in the next 4 years, HB 1058 helps ensure that local governments can step into that vacuum. The bill strikes a balance between local control and statewide oversight, fostering transparency and supporting communities. I respectfully urge a favorable report for HB 1058.
Okay, thank you. Delegates, my name is Mike Ewall with Energy Justice Network. I am an attorney and work with communities around Maryland and across the country on fighting dirty energy and waste facilities and protecting their communities as they move towards zero waste and clean energy alternatives. We strongly support this bill, and this bill simply clarifies what's already in federal and state law on both air and waste regulation. The Clean Air Act has allowed states and their political subdivisions on fighting dirty energy and waste. Okay, that was interesting. It expressly authorizes states and their political subdivisions to have stricter or as strict laws at the local level than the federal floor, and that's been on the books since 1970. Similarly, our national waste law has done the same since 1976 on waste policy. In Maryland, the air law in the state has authorized this since 1957. And so this is not a new thing. There are some that have commented in written testimony that there will be this big push to have all sorts of local laws that'll confuse everyone and create a patchwork of different regulations. We have not seen that, even though this authority's been on the books for, I think, something like 68 years at this point. So there are some court decisions that have called into question these rights, and this is just to clarify this legislature's intent in what has already been on the books for decades to make sure that local governments don't have to worry about industry lawsuits if they're trying to go ahead and do something that the law already intends them to be able to do. And I think the other points were already covered, so I'll leave it there. Thank you so much.
Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. I am Tyler Bryce with Maryland Municipal League. So House Bill 1058 is a straightforward clarification, as Mike said, of longstanding rights granted to local governments. Like he said, the bill aligns with federal law, so I won't repeat too much. But the bill does not introduce radical changes, but reaffirms the intent of current law, enhancing local control while ensuring alignment with state and federal standards. Local government, like he said, has always had the authority, but this bill just ensures that those local standards must be at least as stringent as state standards, preserving the consistency and preventing conflicts. The argument, so local governments have not created conflicting regulations, and the system has worked effectively for decades. And so with that, the Maryland Municipal League is in support of House Bill 1058.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Don Butchko with MACO. I'm going to be very simple. This is a phenomenal, good, smart, common sense piece of legislation. This is probably one of the best environmental pieces of legislation you will see this year, and we strongly urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Any questions for Delegate Healy?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I do want, other than saying it hasn't been a problem till now, I would like someone on the panel to address the issue of municipalities and counties. I mean, there's 161 municipalities in the state. There's 24 counties. I mean, if you count Baltimore City, which way ever you count them. So they can count them as a county, you can count them as a municipality. They belong to both MML and MACO. But there's a lot of different jurisdictions, let's put it that way. And some of them, in some parts of the state, there are a lot of small municipalities that run right next to each other. And so, I mean, for zoning purposes, for a lot of things, we have more overarching areas that, for planning purposes and so forth. Does this legislation address those kind of issues in any way other than to say, we've had it on the books a long time and it's not a problem yet?
Well, the one thing I would say that about the question of whether or not it's needed is that Delegate Trask wanted me to share that we've heard that local county solicitors have been hesitant to let county
Can you speak up a little? I can't hear you.
Sorry, I forgot. We've heard that county solicitors have been hesitant to let county legislative bodies move forward because some do not think it is clear as we do. So that's the reason for the bill. I don't think that there's an issue with jurisdictional zoning, but you know, if you have it.
I just wonder if having a different standard in Mount Rainier or Hyattsville or North Brentwood or Brentwood, all these little towns that are next to each other, if they were to adopt different standards from each other and totally different from Prince George's County as a whole, that could create some kind of chaos, right?
Right, theoretically, yes, but as someone who's been working on this for over 30 years across the country, I have not seen local governments or county governments chomping at the bit to all do different inconsistent types of laws or any sort of laws like this. It's very, very unusual. But if you end up in the case where there's something planned for a community and it wants to be very polluting in some way, and that municipality or county wants to do something, that's when you occasionally would see something like this rise up, but not a bunch of places next to each other all trying to do different types of things. That just has never happened in my experience.
And if I can just add to that, so just so everybody's clear, the baseline would be what the MDE sets, and so the counties, the municipalities can adjust that. Why this bill is necessary is because I believe it was in 2019, there was a court case in Baltimore City where they tried to put more stringent air standards addressing one of their incinerators, and the courts struck that down. And so this is really a tool so that local governments, especially in the case where there are incinerators, and we do want to start to phase those out, that we can kind of push forward the state's environmental justice goals. It's been a tool that we haven't been able to use for 6 years now.
Thank you.
Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And certainly, Dom, like in the situation you're talking about, I might have been sympathetic to Baltimore City's position there. But I guess my question is, when it comes to permitting, renewals or new permits for facilities, if it's an MDE permit, would they, and say a jurisdiction has a stricter ambient air regulation that, so that the permit applicant would satisfy MDE standards, but not the local jurisdictional standards, what would happen with that application?
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I would imagine, I mean, there's similar laws where a local jurisdiction can set a higher bar. And so as long as the local jurisdiction is meeting the low bar, the high bar is what would go into effect. So if MDE set, I'm just making up numbers, if MDE sets a standard at 10, we set it at 11, you have to meet 11.
You know, I can give a real example on that to expand on that. In Baltimore, in the wake of the Baltimore Clean Air Act decision, there was a settlement between the city and the waste incinerator company, Wheelbrader, now Win Waste. And that settlement set standards that were halfway between what they were already doing and the Baltimore Clean Air Act. And they had to triple the frequency of their annual stack testing and also take 6 pollutants in that settlement agreement and have somewhat stricter standards for them. So in doing so, they had to meet that local, it wasn't a law anymore, it was just a settlement agreement. But I believe the incinerator company would have had to go back to the state to get permission to install some of the equipment that they needed when they did those upgrades. And so in that case, it becomes harmonized because MD has to give out the permit for them to do the things that they want to do anyway. And in other cases, it would just be through a local law instead of a settlement agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I see no further questions. We have a virtual favorable witness, Renee Maldonado.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Rene Maldonado, and I reside in Columbia, in Howard County. I'm here to testify in favor of Bill HB 1058. Our community is surrounded by beautiful parks and recreational areas and enjoys generally clean air. We want to keep it that way. To that end, it's important that we control, or we have a say at the local level of what kind of industries are allowed to operate here and the nature and the level of air and soil pollutants that will be emitted. Federal and state policies alone may fail to appreciate the reality and the sentiment of the local residents. Having this legislation enacted will give us an additional resource to protect our community. Please help our community by approving this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1058. We'll call it House Bill 1059. Brooks, on behalf of Delegate Terrassa, recycling, prohibition on the chemical conversion of plastic. And as she pulls out the right testimony, I'll give you all the good news. We're down to our last 4 bills, but we have 51 more witnesses. Okay, and it's after 5 o'clock, so keep that in mind as we're proceeding. What's your name? Okay, sorry, guys. Ann, Delegate Healy. Sorry, say that again? Okay, come on up, 52 witnesses. Okay, if you want to testify on 1058, let's go, come on.
Sorry, good afternoon. I'm sorry to, I don't want to waste any of your time or reiterate anything, but federal environmental regulations that the state typically follows are under attack, and our local governments should have the power to protect their residents when the state is slow to act. State and federal laws already authorize local governments to set more protective local standards to address their local situations, but poor wording in state law, which could be as minor as writing section instead of subsection, has led to some of the opposite interpretation, putting local clean air laws at risk. Our revolution, Howard County, we are strongly in favor of the rights of Marylanders to keep our local environment clean. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Did we also miss Clean Air Baltimore Coalition, Dr. Venugopal?
She's unable to make it.
Okay. Great. Now, Brooks, we will move on to House Bill 1092. Please go ahead. If you have a panel, bring them up.
I'm not sure who my panel is for this one, but we'll just go through the witnesses. All right, good afternoon again, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and friendly members of ENT. For the record, I am Brooks Scoville, Delegate Terrassa's Chief of Staff. Thank you for the opportunity to present House Bill 1092, which prohibits chemical recycling in Maryland. This bill may sound familiar to some committee members. It is a reintroduction of now Senator Sarah Love's bill from 2021. So here's a little background. Chemical recycling, also known as advanced recycling or chemical conversion, is marketed as a solution to our plastic crisis. The process involves using heat and/or solvents to break down plastics into monomers, the building blocks of plastic, also hydrocarbons, fuels, chemicals, and waste byproducts. The problem is, however, rather than solving a pollution problem, it creates one. It is actually a polluting process with significant risk to our health and the environment. Residents in and around the plants where these processes take place are put at risk. There are questionable benefits, and it's basically a greenwashing effort by the petrochemical industry. So how is it dangerous? Most of the time, the product created through chemical conversion of plastic is synthetic fuel that is burned. Burning plastic and converting it into fuels involves toxic substances such as hydrogen cyanide, benzene, formaldehyde, and dioxins. Substances that pollute our air, our water, and our bodies, and are found in the emissions, waste byproducts, and end products of the plastics to fuel facilities. In October 2023, there were 11 constructed facilities in the U.S. Now there are only 9 in operation. Plants closed in Oregon and Nevada, and Georgia halted one after the company's other plant in Indiana had failed to deliver proof of concept. 8 of the remaining plants in the U.S. are located in environmental justice communities, which already suffer from high levels of pollution and associated health problems like cancer and respiratory diseases. About 16,000 chemical additives are used in making plastics. More than a quarter of these chemicals are known to be harmful to human health and/or the environment, while even more have not yet been studied. Toxic chemicals toxic chemical additives make much post-consumer resin unsuitable for food-grade use. And to top it all off, some plants have experienced fires and explosions. And the benefits are not clear. So plastic to plastic, or repolymerization, is technically challenging and highly expensive. Plastic to fuel conversion is an energy-intensive method, and they are both much more energy-intensive than traditional mechanical recycling that we all understand that happens regularly. Although advertised as sustainable, the facilities are so inefficient that processing 1 metric ton of plastic waste creates at least 3 metric tons of carbon dioxide. So in other words, more energy is spent making these fuels than the fuel itself contains and results in greater greenhouse gas emissions. And the technology remains largely unproven at commercial scales. Research shows that these facilities could only process 1.2% of all U.S. plastic waste, and that's if they were fully operational. And so how is this greenwashing? Chemical recycling is often presented as an environmental solution, but primarily serves to benefit the plastic and fossil fuel industries. The facilities are mostly linked to the oil, gas, and petrochemical industries. They are rapidly expanding plastic production. I've heard by 30 to 40% in the next decade. So to counter growing concern, they are trying to convince the public that they can clean up the plastic pollution problem with technology. They promote chemical recycling by claiming that these materials can be used to manufacture new plastic products and as a way to manage plastic waste. But in reality, it perpetuates the demand for disposable plastics and fossil fuels. It does not improve recycling and is not an answer to our plastic pollution crisis. The bill I am presenting today does 2 things. HB 1092 makes sure that chemical conversion processes are excluded from Maryland's definition of recycling under Title IX, Title 17 of the Environment Article, the Office of Recycling. The bill also prohibits the construction of chemical conversion facilities in Maryland, and we were planning to offer an amendment because operation was inadvertently left out. We don't want construction or operation. So in conclusion, the conversion of plastic is an expensive, risky, toxic, and climate-damaging process. Maryland should prioritize reducing overall plastic consumption and strengthen traditional, proven recycling methods. To accomplish that, I recommend passing 2 of Delegate Ross's other bills, HB 69, the Post-Consumer Recycled Content Bill, and HB 232, the Bottle Bill. Maryland needs a sustainable waste management system that protects our environment and public health. That should not include chemical recycling. I respectfully urge a favorable report on HB 1092. Thanks.
Sure. Okay. Hello, everyone. Oh, good. Okay, bring it to me now. Go towards. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Shamika Preston, and I am here to support HB 1092. I sit before you as a concerned neighbor, parent, and homeowner from the Cedar Creek community in Columbia, Maryland. 200 feet away from our community of 184 homes, W.R. Grace, a chemical company, is building a pyrolysis incinerator. Even though they call it advanced or chemical recycling, the Maryland Department of the Environment and the Environmental Protection Agency have officially designated their pilot plant as a pyrolysis incinerator. Yet Grace has consistently told the public otherwise, claiming in hearings on their website and to the media that it is not an incinerator. So as you've just learned, many chemical companies have new names for old technology that has specific zoning and emissions requirements, and the new language helps them get around these requirements. This is not just misleading, it's dangerous. The Grace incinerator will operate 16 hours a day, 5 days a week, 50 weeks a year, emitting toxic pollutants into our air for an indeterminate number of years. This means thousands of hours of exposure to volatile organic compounds and other hazardous emissions that will negatively impact our families. The National Institute of Health showed that communities within 1 mile of toxic emissions suffer severe health risks, and I'm not going to go through them because Brooks has already done so, but you get the gist. And additionally, it's important to note that the 2 communities that borders Grace the most closely are primarily people of color. There are hundreds of kids, seniors, and other vulnerable populations. And let me just be clear, this is not just about Grace. There are chemical companies all over the country attempting to do this. and instead they are poisoning and polluting communities. And we can't let that happen in Maryland, so please pass this bill to ensure that no company can build an incinerator near residential homes, no exceptions, no loopholes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. I am Emily Ranson with Clean Water Action, here in support of House Bill 1092. Chemical conversion of plastic to fuel is not recycling. Just the primer, plastic is created from fossil fuels. So when you turn it back into fuel through pyrolysis, gasification, or other processes, it's fossil fuel intensive. You're just burning fossil fuels with more steps in between. It releases hazardous chemicals into the air and water, dioxins, volatile organic compounds, which are linked to cancer, respiratory issues, and other problems. Creating fuel out of plastic is an expensive boondoggle that pollutes our communities. This committee saw this bill back in 2021 from then Delegate Love, and at the time there were no active threats of these facilities opening in the state. But they are, certainly looking at Maryland, as Shamika has already said, and there is a proposed pilot project. So this is our opportunity to get rid of, or to make sure that we are not investing in this, that we are not presenting ourselves with a future environmental nightmare. So thank you, and we urge a favorable report.
Any questions? Okay, we have additional in-person favorable amendment testimony. Kathleen Wee, our Revolution Howard County, and Mike Well, Energy Justice Network.
I think we have some virtual witnesses too.
There are a number of virtual witnesses.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
doing the people in the room first.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm here testifying on behalf of our Revolution Howard County. One part of our Revolution's mission is to make sure we do not let our government subsidize environmental destruction that puts the health of our citizens at risk or put corporate interests in front of the interests of regular citizens. This bill is especially timely for those of us in Howard County right now. As you may have read, the serial polluter W.R. Grace sold off property near their headquarters in Columbia to allow for residential development. At that time, those buying the houses were assured that the Grace property would only house administrative offices. After the establishment of that residential community, W.R. Grace flipped the script on these residents by choosing a building immediately adjacent, about 70 meters from some of the houses, to have their plastic to fuel technology project. As many of you already know, recycling of plastics is largely a myth. Chemical recycling is not actually recycling. Products that result from chemical recycling are often not turned into plastic again. A recent U.S. Department of Energy study found that pyrolysis and gasification had very low yields, with only 0.1% to 14% of the inputs turned into outputs that are suitable for reuse as plastics. An analysis conducted by the Natural Resources Defense Council shows that most of the 8 so-called chemical recycling facilities in the U.S. are not actually recycling any plastics. Companies like W.R. Grace will state there is no burning or incinerating going on, but the fact is combustion does not require a visible flame. Plastic is also highly flammable. You are putting people at risk. These kinds of forever chemicals get into the air. They don't break down. They get into the water supply. When ingested, they can lead to cancer, low birth rates, miscarriages, thyroid disease. There is a long history by W.R. Grace, who are here right now, and none of them live near that community. Ask them where they live. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, delegates. My name is Mike Ewall with Energy Justice Network again. As stated in our testimony, we support the amendment that was brought by the bill sponsor to make sure that this applies to operations and not just building of a facility. I noticed in reading over the testimonies from W.R. Grace, from other chemical companies, they all seem to be about 2-3 pages and did not get into details much at all, largely just touting the idea that they've done other wonderful things that are progress, and therefore we should see this as a sign of progress, or we're anti-progress. Well, environmental groups throughout the country are very much opposed to chemical recycling, as they call it, which is actually called plastics pyrolysis or gasification in the terms of what this bill would address. To break that down a little bit to make this less technical, what's going on is that when there's this disagreement about whether they're burning or not, whether it's really incineration, if waste is put into this process, solid waste, EPA defines and regulates it as a waste incinerator. They call it a municipal waste combustor. That's the federal definition. They reconsidered this in the past 4 years and decided to keep regulating it that way. What's happening is that they're basically just breaking combustion into a two-step process. First, they gasify it, they make it into a gas, and then they go into a next step and they burn that gas in most cases. And they're trying to say, well, we're not adding oxygen here. There's no oxygen here, which is not totally true. There is oxygen, and there's sometimes combustion in that first stage. But what they're ultimately doing is just bringing it to the second stage, and that's where the oxygen and combustion are happening. And they're trying to use a smoke and mirrors trick to make you think something else is going on. Now, finally, I'll say I saw that there's one person signed up to testify who seems like they might be an objective academic, and I want to make sure that's understood that they are not. This is Marco Castaldi with City College in New York City. He is consistently paid by the incineration industry to crank out pro-incineration science. So I just want to make sure that's known. Thank you.
We'll turn to virtual favorable testimony. We have Jonathan Berard, Beyond Plastics.
Hello. Good evening, Mr. Chair, honorable members of the committee. My name is John Berard. I'm the policy director at Beyond Plastics. We are a national education and advocacy organization with over 160 local groups and affiliates across the country. We support House Bill 1092. The focus of my remarks today will be on the total collective failure of chemical recycling to date here in the U.S. Along with the International Pollution Elimination Network, or IPEN, we released a report on the riskiness of chemical recycling in October 23. I believe Ms. Scoville used this in her opening remarks, but I attached the key findings of that report and the executive summary to my written testimony. I encourage you to take a look at the whole thing, which is available on our website. Ms. Scoville mentioned that there were 8 chemical recycling facilities left in the U.S., but 2 of those have actually never begun to operate. So that actually leaves 6, which currently process about 0.43% of the U.S.'s plastic waste. So besides the inefficient operation of these facilities, they are rife with documented safety hazards. Some plants have experienced fires and explosions, toxic fumes, as well as oil spills. These facilities can only open and operate with massive public investment and loose statewide regulations on them. Plastics lobbyists have successfully convinced 25 states to reclassify chemical recycling as, quote, manufacturing rather than solid waste management to circumvent environmental permitting and public input requirements, making them easier to build despite being a high-risk investment of taxpayer dollars. We know the solutions to plastic pollution are strong source reduction policies and programs like packaging reduction and recycling laws, also known as extended producer responsibility, beverage container deposit programs or bottle bills, and public investment in scaling up reuse and refill systems and infrastructure. Chemical recycling is a false solution. It's a Hail Mary by industry to circumvent the imminent regulation of their industry. By prohibiting chemical recycling in the state altogether, Maryland can focus its efforts and investments on true solutions to plastic pollution. We support H 1092, and we thank Delegate Terrassa and the co-sponsors for their leadership.
Great, thank you. We'll turn to Peter Blair, Just Zero.
Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today and for the hard work you guys have been doing throughout these hearings. My name is Peter Blair. I'm the Policy and Advocacy Director with Just Zero. We're a nonprofit advocacy organization focused on implementing zero waste policies across the country. Over the last month, this committee has heard a series of bills that seek to provide real, tangible solutions to the plastic pollution crisis. This includes the EPR for packaging program, the bottle bill, post-consumer recycled content requirements, and HB 1092 is necessary because those programs are only going to work if the definition of recycling excludes false solutions like chemical recycling. You're likely going to hear a lot of conflicting information today, but the truth is very simple. Chemical recycling doesn't work. It's not a solution. It's an expensive, unreliable, and toxic myth that does not amount to any meaningful recycling of plastic waste. The overwhelming majority of plastic processed through these facilities is turned into fuel and burned. In our written testimony, you'll see numerous case studies that outline how chemical recycling is actually working in the U.S. This includes the Department of Energy study that found that pyrolysis and gasification, the two leading forms of chemical recycling, can only convert 1 to 14% of the plastic they process into new plastic products. That means the overwhelming majority, 86 to 99%, is turned into fuel. And this fuel is incredibly toxic. The EPA found that jet fuel produced through plastic pyrolysis is so toxic that 1 out of 4 people exposed to it over a lifetime will likely develop cancer. Maryland wouldn't be alone in regulating chemical recycling and banning it. Maine passed a law in 2024 treating chemical recycling the way it treats all recycling facilities, meaning you need to show you're going to recycle 50% of what you take in. And the lobbyists for the plastic industry see this as a ban because they know they're never going to be able to hit that even very low benchmark. If chemical recycling worked, we'd be supportive of it, but it doesn't. It's a lie designed to distract us from what we need to do, which is reduce plastic waste in the first place. Thank you for your time. I'd urge a favorable report.
Okay, let's bring back up Mr. Rene Maldonado.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. I'm Rene Maldonado. I live in the community of Cedar Creek in Colombia, and I'm here to support Bill HB 1092. This is very important for our community because we have a company here, W. Grace, that is planning to build a chemical recycling pilot plant on their campus, located just 70 meters away from our houses here. This operation will test the recycling of plastic polymers. It will operate a pyrolysis process using a unit called fluid catalytic cracking reactor, running at very high temperatures. It will burn polymers that are derived from this, it will burn gases that are derived from these polymers in an incinerator running at 1800 degrees Fahrenheit. More direct polymer burning will occur at other units of the plant, generating toxic chemicals. This plant will generate emissions and produce a solid toxic catalyst waste that needs to be handled carefully. It will also produce and store up to 9 drums of flammable liquid. As someone mentioned, very dangerous fuel. They will be making up to 8 or 9 drums of those a year. And then they will have to move, warehouse them, and then ship, at one point, I suppose, they will ship them out. But the idea of having drums of fuel move around our neighborhood is not good. The potential for negative health effects and for catastrophic accidents are very real. This does not belong in a residential neighborhood. Most of what I just said applies to all plastic recycling chemical plants, not just W. Grace. Please help us by approving Bill HB 1092. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll turn to in-person unfavorable testimony. We have Omar Terry for Altera, Dana Mitchell for the American Chemistry Council, Joel Heilman for Lionel Basil, Heath DePriest for Braven Environmental. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Do we go in the order called? Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chairman, and members of the committee. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Omar Terry with Altera. I'm the head of public affairs. We are an Akron, Ohio-based company in advanced recycling. We are commercial scale. We are operating about 20,000 KTA a year. We respectfully oppose this bill. It does not achieve the benefits that it's going for, and this is a highly misunderstood technology. We could get in the back and forth about whether this is incineration, not incineration, so forth. We're happy to have that conversation with the Maryland Department of Environment. But one of the things that we definitely wanted to stress is that there are significant positives to our technology. One thing that you need to understand is that we really do produce about 3 things. One is pyrolysis oil, which is the actual product. The second is a synthetic gas, and the third is some char. With the pyrolysis oil, we're seeing 70% returns. That means for 100 pounds of discarded plastic you put in, 70% of that is being turned into product. With the synthetic gas, that is not released into the air. We use it to actually power the plant. So it's able to power the plant 70% of the time, so we're able to take off energy from the grid, and then the biochar we take care of by sending it to be disposed of. We are actually supportive of what I understand is an extended producer responsibility bill that is coming into and being discussed in Maryland. That bill is pretty robust. We're looking at it ourselves, and were that bill to pass, we'd be happy to work with some partners to see if we'd be interested in investing in Maryland. So we are supportive of that bill. Further going down time. And then I also wanted to just make sure that you all understand that we are actually a very rigorously regulated industry. Here at Altera, we've had, within the span of 2 years, about 6 or 7 visits from all forms of federal, state, and local EPA. And they have come and taken a look at our facility, taken a look at our stack tests, have been very cooperative when it comes to trying to understand the technology a lot more. So it is not factually correct to say that we are loosely regulated. We are highly rigorously regulated, and they come all the time, often unannounced. So I'll stop there and turn it over to my colleagues.
Hello, everyone. Thank you again for this opportunity to speak today. I am Dana Mitchell, and I represent the American Chemistry Council. I'm the Director of Plastic Sustainability, and I'm responsible for promoting and sustainable practices in the plastics industry. I also hold a degree in chemical engineering from Tuskegee University. Today, I speak in opposition of House Bill 1092 from my background as an environmental engineer, ensuring compliance with environmental regulations, as well as state regulator, where I drafted and enforced air permits to comply with federal, state, and local air quality regulations. Now, this proposed legislation in its current form would prohibit an essential technology and hinder advancements in achieving important recycling goals. This technology is being adopted across the United States, with legislation enacted in 25 states as a proactive tool to help tackle plastic waste. Implementing a ban in Maryland would not only position the state as an outlier, but also hinder progress towards achieving its objectives related to zero waste, extended producer responsibility, and stewardship. The objective of technologies such as pyrolysis is to thermochemically decompose plastic feedstock to the molecular level while retaining those molecules for the production of new quality products. This distinguishes the pyrolysis process from other chemical reactions, such as incineration or combustion, which primarily aim for destruction. And advanced recycling facilities must adhere to land use authorizations, permits, and regulatory approvals at the federal, state, and local levels. It's just like my colleague here mentioned before, similar to those required for manufacturing facilities with comparable environmental impacts. MDE is perfectly equipped with the authority and resources necessary to effectively regulate this. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair Corman, members of the committee. I'm Joel Heilman. I live in Bethesda, Maryland, have for 12 years, and am one of your constituents, Mr. Chairman. I work for LyondellBasell. This is a global manufacturer of chemicals and plastic, many of which help make our lives more sustainable. Our products go into auto parts to help make EVs and cars lighter, more fuel efficient, food packaging to keep food fresh, pipes to transport clean water, medical supplies, solar panel components, and insulation. We're also in the process of growing a new circular and low carbon solutions business, and a large part of that business is recycling plastic waste into new plastics. We have a well-established mechanical recycling business in Europe, and we recently acquired a mechanical recycling plant in Southern California. Another equally important technology that we have developed is a state-of-the-art chemical recycling process, which would be covered by this bill. We're currently building an industrial-scale chemical recycling plant in Germany, fully supported by the German government, who is providing a sizable amount of funding for that plant. We're in the process of getting board approval for another industrial-scale chemical recycling plant in Houston, Texas. Chemical recycling is very important in that it's an effective complement to mechanical recycling. It's capable of processing hard-to-recycle plastics and packaging, such as multi-layer potato chip bags, toothpaste tubes, and so forth, which cannot be mechanically recycled. Regarding emissions from chemical recycling plants, as others of my colleagues have said, these facilities are very strictly regulated by federal, state, and local government agencies, and we therefore urge an favorable report on HB 1092 because it sets a bad precedent to eliminate a very important plastics recycling technology.
Thank you, Chairman Corman and members of the committee. I appreciate your time today. My name's Heath DePriest. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Braven Environmental. It is a late-stage startup for advanced recycling, also called molecular recycling. I think a lot of things you've heard today I think are important. I'm not going to repeat a lot of those things. I do want to reinforce a lot of the pushback on incineration. Our yields are also about 70% liquid. And so we make, if you make 70 tons of liquid product, that's 70 tons of fossil you don't need. We also make a similar char product that can be used in concrete and cement applications to also lower the carbon footprint of those materials. And we do make a kind of a renewable natural gas similar to Omar. We also use that back to fire the heater. Some of the temperatures you heard today and the yields you heard today are simply not true. We host a lot of people as well at our facility. We have a full-scale reactor running about 12 KTA just outside of Raleigh, North Carolina. We have a project now we're moving forward with. Got a favorable ruling from Texas on the permit as well as from the governor's office directly on incentives that will be 300 KTA when fully built out. This is similar to early days of solar and wind. It took a while to get it up and running, but we all appreciate how important that is now, right? And as good as mechanical recycling can be, and it is critically important, it does have its limitations. In reality, mechanical recycling, there's really more downcycling. You find second use for that plastic, but it can't go back to its original form. That's what we do in this technology. And it takes a lot of plastics that will never be mechanically recycled. And allows us to put them back into good, useful products and reduce our demand on fossils. I will also add that the Argonne National Laboratory did a study. Braven was the key input to that. And they came out and said, when built to scale, it'll be roughly half the carbon intensity of making plastics from fossil fuels. So thank you for your time today, and I urge an unfavorable report.
Great, thank you very much. We have two additional in-person unfavorable witnesses, Manu Rigu for W.R. Grace and Sarah Price for the Maryland Retailers Alliance.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Manu Rego, and I'm one of the scientists at W.R. Grace working on a new way of recycling plastics, and I'm here today to testify in opposition of HB 1092. We hope to build a pilot lab unit at our global headquarters in Columbia, Maryland. HB 1092 could prevent this important research and affect the 1,000 Marylanders working at our Columbia and Baltimore sites. Grace has safely conducted this type of research in Maryland for over 60 years. We invented a catalyst in Maryland to help preserve water. We invented another one that helps keep your frozen food fresh and safe. Right here in Maryland, we came up with a way to help make cars lighter so you can have better efficiencies. Now we are working to help our customers recycle plastics, addressing the shortfalls of prior attempts. Efforts like this to indiscriminately prohibit research like this are short-sighted and anti-progress. Grace is already working with several customers outside of Maryland to build a demonstration plant of this exciting plastic recycling process, but we need the data from this pilot unit to help them build that demonstration plant. Wouldn't it be wonderful to say this innovation was proudly born in Maryland? All these years as a Marylander, I was always inspired to see the commitment to innovation. This inspiration has turned into dismay that an opportunity like plastic recycling with so much potential can generate so much misunderstanding. I hope my comments today will help assure you that this is a great opportunity for celebrating innovation and not shutting it down.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and honorable committee members. I'm still Sarah Price on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. Here on behalf of an industry that will be directly impacted by any post-consumer recycled content requirements that get established, anything that we do regarding recycling and packaging. I would just note that should this bill pass, any future research and development that results in better operations and lower emissions and better products and functionality in this industry will also be restricted from Maryland, and we will all have to come back and beg you to reverse this and let them come and move here. So I would urge an unfavorable vote to save time now and later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have unfavorable virtual testimony from Marco Castaldi, City University of New York City College.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my thoughts on House Bill 1092. I want to clarify that I mistakenly selected opposition, but I should have selected informational. I'm providing this testimony based on nearly 2 decades of fundamental and applied research and engineering on sustainable waste management. I hope my comments provide helpful guidance. Managing plastic waste is a problem that requires several technologies as well as appropriate public responsibility. Conventional plastic recycling in the U.S. has been fairly stagnant over the last 10 years. This is not due to lack of source separation or collection efforts. For example, a recent analysis our team completed showed that in New York City, only 49% of the plastics that go into the recycle bin actually get recycled. Therefore, it is due to several factors ranging from economic to final product performance requirements. When considering recycling, the complete scope must be considered. That is recycling at the molecular level. U.S. EPA defines recycling as the recovery of useful materials such as paper, glass, plastic, and metals from the MSW stream, along with the transformation of the materials to make new products and to reduce the amount of virgin raw materials needed to meet consumer demands. In other studies we have done with the established commercial scale processes, it has been demonstrated that plastic molecules cannot be 100% directed to only one final product, using advanced thermal, not combustion techniques. This is also true for mechanical conventional plastic recycling. Even for the purest of waste plastic streams, the maximum that will actually be recycled is up to 80%. However, even half a weight percent of a different plastic will reduce that to closer to 50%. That is about where we are now. We have shown that using advanced thermal fluid catalytic cracking processes, that 50% of plastics can be recycled back into starting chemicals for plastics. The remainder is distributed into lubricating oils and fuel. That remainder is a direct offset of virgin raw materials that would normally be extracted for oils and fuels.
Thank you. We also have informational testimony from Stephen Goff, SPG Consulting, LLC.
Thank you. Good afternoon or good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about chemical or advanced recycling of plastics. My name is Stephen Goff. I'm a chemical engineer who, after a long career in the waste energy industry, I'm currently an independent technical consultant working with companies and universities on their R&D initiatives, including advanced recycling. In fact, for the past several years, I have been working with a professor at Johns Hopkins University on the development of an advanced recycling process for waste plastics that are currently not recyclable by mechanical techniques. This new process is based on the selective catalytic conversion of the plastics into chemical feedstocks that would be used for the manufacture of new plastics and other consumer products, and not produce fuels for combustion. Advanced recycling technologies encompass a number of different processes and can be designed to be safe and environmentally sound, and would be a complement to waste reduction strategies and mechanical recycling. These technologies do not have to involve combustion, but should focus on the conversion of the carbon atoms in waste plastics into key chemical feedstocks for the production of new products that we use every day, thereby preventing the release of the carbon into the environment. Now, as it has been said, these facilities would also operate under stringent state and federal regulations, making them among the most regulated sectors of industry. Achieving a circular economy requires a comprehensive approach that includes a strategy to sustainably manage essential but non-recyclable plastics. Chemical or advanced recycling of these plastics will reduce waste going to landfills, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, decrease our reliance on virgin fossil resources, and advance the circularity of plastics in our society. Rather than limiting these technologies, Maryland should embrace its local capacity for innovation and encourage their development. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you both very much. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1092. We'll turn to House Bill 909, Delegate Stein, sewage, sludge utilization permits, various substances, concentration limits. And if you have a panel, please bring them up.
Starting with, as the chair said, House Bill 909, the somewhat infamous topic of sewage sludge. And the reason why this bill is before you is because there is a PFAS connection to sewage sludge. And you know, the committee has done a lot of work on PFAS, which is a class of toxic chemicals that can have serious health impacts, including increasing the risk of many cancers, decreased infant birth weight. And so that's the reason why in the past several years, under the leadership of then Delegate, now Senator Love, the legislature has limited or banned the use of PFAS in a number of different circumstances. For example, we banned the use of PFAS in firefighting foam, food packaging, rugs and carpets, required MDE to prepare a PFAS action plan, which is focused on minimizing Marylanders' exposure to PFAS, and requiring MDE to identify significant industrial users of PFAS, and among other things, developing mitigation plans for reducing the presence of PFAS in industrial discharge. But there's another, perhaps more damaging use of PFAS that this bill addresses, and that's related to the biosolids that result from wastewater treatment plant operations that are sold to farmers to apply as fertilizer on their crops. And so by, in this way, through application of biosolids, the sewage sludge on farmlands, inadvertently, this adds PFAS to crops, livestock, and fields. And of course, from the fields, these chemicals run off into local streams, affecting fish and wildlife, and into the groundwater, potentially poisoning drinking water wells and affecting public health. So this bill would require testing prior to these biosolids being applied and would set a PFAS limit for the level that can be in the biosolids that are land applied. Now, I do want to say that advocates and MDE have been working closely for at least a couple of weeks on amendments that would provide wastewater treatment plants more time to make the changes needed to reduce PFAS from biosolids. And there is recognition that MDE does need latitude to regulate the process. So I'm hoping that MDE and advocates will be able to resolve the remaining issues. I know that they are relatively close. And once there is agreement, which hopefully will happen, provide amendments to this bill that works for all stakeholders. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge a favorable report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for staying this late hour and discussing PFAS once again. Last week, I had the privilege to collect soil samples and water samples from a farmer who manages about 2,000 acres. He had never heard about PFAS before. He's now concerned about PFAS. He's concerned that it's in the soils, that it's in the products that he produces, that it's in the water that runs off of his fields. And he's also concerned that it's in the well water that he drinks and the members of his neighbors drink. And this concern has been broadcasted across the Potomac watershed. And, you know, this committee has done a great job in banning certain sources, and we have to start stopping all the different sources of PFAS. And this is a very, very significant one. EPA recognized it as significant. They released a health advisory at 1 part per billion. MDE recognized that it's a serious issue, and they have had a recommended limit of 100 parts per billion. But we really need to have a lower limit than 100 parts per billion. Now, we also understand that 1 part per billion is a little bit big of a pill to swallow for the wastewater treatment plants. They need time to be able to get down to a level that is right for them and a level that's right for the farmers. But we have to understand that there's liability that these farmers are incurring. There's liabilities of people drinking water in well water that do not have the protections of those that have public water. And so, you know, with this bill, 909, I urge a recommended favorable report, and this will definitely help protect and stop a source of PFAS in the state of Maryland. Thank you.
And would you mind just identifying yourself for all your fans at home? Your name? You didn't say your name.
Oh, I didn't? Oh, Brent Wallace, Upper Potomac Riverkeeper. I apologize for that.
No worries. Thank you. Okay, next.
Good evening. My name is Kennedy Fictel. I'm with Chesapeake Legal Alliance. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee for being here this late. Our position is that land application of PFAS contaminated biosolids is a great risk to public health. We're aware that the EPA draft risk assessment is just that, it is a draft. That being said, the science contained within it is not a draft. The science has been around for quite a while, and it's time that Maryland do what it can in charging ahead and relying on that science. The science is and has been clear. Long-term land application of PFAS-contaminated biosolids contaminates surface water, groundwater, soil, and principally rural communities with PFAS. Oral consumption of PFAS, such as PFOS, is linked to bladder, prostate, liver, kidney, and breast cancers. Most alarming is that according to this draft risk assessment, the human health risks related to PFAS exposure increase at a rate equal to the increase in PFAS concentration. That's a rate of 1 to 1. That means that sewage sludge with 10 times more PFAS, for example, 10 parts per billion, would yield risk estimates 10 times greater than those found in biosolids with 1 parts per billion PFAS. We know it works. We have seen PFAS levels come down as industrial facilities control discharges to our public municipal wastewater facilities, and this bill is the next step. By passing reasonable limits contained within this bill and any future regulations adopted pursuant to it, we incentivize municipalities and MDE to work with facilities to accomplish the universal goal, using the laws of Maryland, science, and cooperation to protect the public from known human health damages caused by PFAS. Thank you.
My name is Peter Thomas, and for 15 years, I have worked for a company called EarthCare, formerly Coltech Energy. And we produce, manufacture, and operate waste gasification systems, primarily to process poultry waste and cow manure. We've had a facility at the Ohio Heifer Center south of Springfield for more than 12 years, and it processes the manure from about 5,000 cows. We have air permits in Pennsylvania, and we have begun to process municipal sewage sludge, which contains PFAS. We have worked with the Water Environment Foundation and have grabbed samples of the biochar that's produced. This is the carbon and nutrient-rich product that comes from, regardless of whether you're processing municipal sewage sludge or cow manure or poultry waste. And it contains no PFAS because we have processed it at 1,600 degrees Fahrenheit in an oxygen-starved setting. The EPA has ruled, because of the design of our system, that it is not an incinerator. It's oxygen-starved, but it is not an incinerator. It's ironic that we're sitting here in Anne Arundel County, and over the last 2 or 3 years, Anne Arundel County's Public Works Department has evaluated various technologies for handling their biosolids. And the 2 technologies they've decided on, after consulting with several engineering firms like Hazen and Sawyer and others, is pyrolysis or gasification. So I expect there will be one right here at your wastewater treatment plant. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the sponsor or this first panel? Delegate Otto.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, PFAS is an important topic, and I thank you for bringing it forward, and we got to deal with it. But if this sludge is not able to be applied to the land, the farmland, and get a beneficial use out of it, where's it going to go?
Thank you. That's a great question. And right now, there are several facilities in Maryland that actually transport their biosolids to other states. And then there is a large majority of the biosolids in the state of Maryland that are going to landfills.
And what about this incineration you talked about? That's what I'd call it, is incineration.
Well,
how do you get to 1,600 degrees that you're talking about?
Well, we do it, the syngas is produced when you burn, regardless of whether it's cow manure or poultry waste or human sewage sludge, it generates a syngas, and that is combusted in the thermal oxidizer, and that's what so it's energy self-sufficient, and that's what's used to create the heat for drying the sewage sludge or cow manure down to about 15% moisture, and then it goes into the gasifier, and that's what produces the biochar. And if you send it to a landfill, you're still going to have PFAS. It's simply going to be concentrated in what's called the leachate. But the leachate can be filtered, but at least it's concentrated, and it's unlike land applying it on the farms. It's not spread all over the ground, and it doesn't get in the groundwater, and so.
So what's the air emissions in this heat?
We've got about a $2 million system that filters the air. There's a acid and a alkaline component to it that filters the air, and then it goes through what's called a biofilter. Think of it as the biofilter is like a swimming pool filled with wood chips that have microbes in them that love to eat any emissions and odors.
So you're using renewable natural gas to heat this?
Yes,
well, that's what you said.
Yeah, it's coming. Yeah, it's coming. It goes through the same. It's self-sustaining, energy self-sustaining. Yes, we're not using natural gas. We're using the gas that comes from the sewage sludge that's being.
I would like to know the chemical compound of that.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Well, that's why the Pennsylvania DEP approved it.
Delegate Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's nice to see another Buckeye in the state of Maryland. In your facility, after you take the manure, et cetera, through your process, is it possible then to take it and spread it over the farms after you finish with it?
Yes, because the Department of Agriculture has a standard NRCS conservation practice 336 is called a soil carbon amendment. And so that the biochar that we produce, whether it's again from cow manure or poultry litter or human waste, is turned into exactly the same product. It'll have a different percentage of carbon and a different percentage of the nutrients, but yes, it can be spread on farms.
And a quick follow-up, does it still have the same nutrient facilities that is necessary for farming after you get it through your process?
Yes. Now, it won't have as much nitrogen because we drive off a lot of the nitrogen as N2, the air we breathe. But yes, it has the calcium and the phosphorus and the other constituents that you need for farming.
Thank you for your information.
But no PFAS.
Thank you.
Delegate Ruth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Delegate. This is an important bill. And you may have said this, but if you did, I missed it. How do the levels in the bill compare to the tiered levels that MDE has currently set and the levels in those?
Thank you, Delegate, that's a great question. Right now, currently, MDE has a recommendation that has a tiered level. Their highest level is 100 parts per billion for both PFOA and PFOS. So these are two individual components within the PFOS family. So these are the only two components that are actually being regulated and actually recommended to be regulated by EPA at the moment. And so that's the upper limit. And then there is an amount that can be applied to the land that's broken down. That's from 50 parts per billion to 100 parts per billion. And then from 20 parts per billion to 50 parts per billion, there's a little bit less or a little bit more that can be spread. And then anything below 20 parts per billion, the full amount of biocides can be spread. And that's one of the reasons why we had put some of the recommended limits that we think that should be a stopgap for Maryland as they go through a potential exercise of assessing the levels and limits for the state of Maryland. 20 parts per billion for PFOS and 10 parts per billion for PFOA is something that we feel that we should not go over that level, but as close to 1 part per billion as we possibly can.
Okay. Thank you. I still am confused. I'm sorry. So I'm looking at the bill and it says the lesser of, and one of those is 1 microgram per kilogram, but you're telling me parts per billion.
Yeah, so that is confusing, and that's the difficulty with PFOS and a lot of different, in how you terminology the concentration. And this parts per billion is actually equivalent to the micrograms per kilogram. Okay, and so right now the drinking water, for instance, the difference is the drinking water limit is 4 parts per trillion, and that's about 1,000 times less, and that's a nanogram per liter.
Okay, thank you.
And Delegate, if you don't mind, can I just jump in and add to that? We are, I refer to the fact that MDE is discussing with advocates what are the appropriate levels that would be mandated under a permit to sell sewage sludge. And we realize that the standard that's referenced in here, 1 microgram per kilogram, is very challenging, and it's wastewater and you will probably hear from wastewater counties or jurisdictions that have wastewater treatment plants that it's hard to get to that level. So that's the reason why we're still discussing in MDE with the advocates about what is something that will preserve safety and at the same time will be attainable without wastewater treatment plants incurring that much cost.
Okay, thank you. We'll turn to virtual favorable testimony. We have Peter Blair, Just Zero.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Peter Blair. I'm the Policy and Advocacy Director with Just Zero. We're a national environmental nonprofit advocacy organization that works to address toxic and polluting waste management practices. This bill addresses a significant threat to public health and the environment that has been ignored for decades, and that's contamination of farmland, soil, and water from the land application of sewage sludge. Allowing this material to be spread on land as a fertilizer is a toxic practice that Maryland must move to end. The speakers before me have already talked about the high concentrations of PFAS in sludge, so I won't do that. I'm going to talk about what you're going to hear, which is that banning the land application of sewage sludge is going to be expensive, but really the cost of inaction is much, much higher. In 2019, reports of PFAS contamination at farms across Maine became public, and in response, the Maine DEP began testing all sludge for PFAS before it could be land applied. 95% of the sludge that they found exceeded their screening levels because it was so toxic. At the same time, the state started testing farmland to see how bad the contamination was, and I lived in Maine at this time, and the results were devastating. widespread contamination. And this contamination wasn't limited to just the soil. Over 200 wells and water sources were also contaminated. Maine has spent well over $100 million so far trying to address this PFAS contamination, and they're not even close. More funding is needed. They've really barely scratched the surface. And this funding hasn't been to remove the contamination because remediation technologies don't exist. Once the PFAS enter the soil and the water, it's there. These are called forever chemicals for a reason. Maine and Connecticut have already banned the land application. Several other states besides Maryland are considering similar bans this session. I'd really urge you to consider this bill and pass a favorable amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will turn to Michael Lightfoot, Potomac River Commercial Waterman, Jackson Creek Oyster Company. Please go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you very much for letting me speak today, and it has been a long day. I'm a Potomac River waterman. I was out even catching rockfish in the Potomac River this morning. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I fully support this bill, as well as all the Potomac River watermen. And we just want to mention that the food that we catch, the crabs and the rockfish and everything else, totals about $600 million a year at the retail, and 40 million of that is Maryland crabs. And you'll hear some from the people who'd like this to be disapproved, that the fee for the sewage treatment plants to test for PFAS would be passed on to the customers. And I just want to mention that comparing polluting the river and not being able to sell and eat Maryland seafood and Maryland crabs, it's hard to compare the two together. Once we pollute, or if we pollute our waterways, there is no turning back. PFAS has to be tested at the sewage treatment plant and contain the lowest levels of PFAS before they're put on the farm fields and leach into our waterways. I don't understand how you can compare the two with the risk of polluting our waterways. The last thing we'd ever want is a health advisory that says don't eat Maryland crabs. So thank you. Please, let's fix this. And I would be very happy to become an Orioles and Ravens fan if you guys will approve this bill.
Very persuasive. Let's turn to Betsy Nicholas, Potomac River Keeper Network.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you as well. I just want to kind of bring us back. The units and the numbers we're talking about can get a little bit confusing, but there is no safe amount of PFAS, period. The EPA set the limit at 1 part per trillion because that's where you can reliably measure the concentration. They said in their risk assessments, not the new one on PFAS, but on drinking water, that it would be 0.001 parts per trillion to be safe. So the amount we're talking about in this bill is 1 part per billion. So 1,000 times greater than the 1 part per trillion. And if we're looking at 100 parts per billion, you can do this math, but that is 100,000 times more concentrated than what is safe to consume. This is something that right now we have a potential to contain it. We already have PFAS through many different product areas and streams, but we don't have to spread it all over our farmland and get that concentrated pollution into our farm soils, into our food products, running off into our surface waters. As you heard a little bit earlier about some of the horror stories from Maine, and there are also some from Texas, there were farmers who actually had to destroy their herd of cattle because the milk PFAS concentrations were so high that they couldn't sell them anymore. We have stories of farmers who are getting mysterious types of cancer that could be linked back to PFAS without definitive proof at this time. But we have an opportunity right now to prevent all of this toxic pollution from being spread on Maryland's farm fields and contaminating our seafood and our food. And that's what we need to do. And when you hear about costs, just think about costs for who? The taxpayers, the farmers, or the industries. Thank you, and I ask for a favorable report.
Thank you very much. We have in-person favorable amendment testimony from Mike Ewald with the Energy Justice Network.
Sorry you're seeing so much of me in this part of this hearing, but this one and one more bill, we're out of here soon. The sewage sludge, hold on, getting my testimony here. All right, so I want to start with the fact that I've been studying, I've actually been eyeballs deep in academic research on PFAS incineration studies. There are not too many studies out there on that yet, but I spent the whole weekend reading up in very technical stuff on that. And what is interesting is that while some of them try to say in laboratory studies that all the PFAS is destroyed in that situation, in the real life situations where they've studied this at actual sewage sludge incinerators, they find that over half of it comes out the smokestack undestroyed and is spewed over the landscape. Now, Maryland has one sewage sludge incinerator. It's in Upper Marlboro in Prince George's County. It's a classic case of environmental racism, that's the only one operating in the state where it is. This is a trend we see around the country, though, in other communities as well. And PFAS clearly has no place on farm fields either. You've heard about Maine banning it. Connecticut has also banned it more recently, I think just last year. And they also banned it from being able to be sold like in Home Depot as fertilizer or soil amendment. That's something that is important, and it's not important just because of PFAS. I've been working on this issue for over 30 years, helping communities that are dealing with sewage sludge being dumped on farm fields, in strip mines, trying to burn it like they tried to do in Frederick County in Maryland just about 10 years ago. It took an 8-year fight for the community to stop a plan to burn trash, tires, and sewage sludge in their community. And sewage sludge pyrolysis as well, which I heard one of the earlier speakers touting that as a solution. It is not a solution to put this in an incinerator or a pyrolysis plant, nor is it a solution to dump it on farm fields in any context. So I encourage you to just ban it completely and not make that just about PFAS limits in it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll turn to unfavorable testimony. We have Lynn Moss, Richard Reinhardt for Percy Public Affairs, Mary Baker, Mid-Atlantic Biosolids, and James Fatui, DC Water and Sewer Authority. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Ladies first.
Ladies first, all right. Good afternoon. My name is Lynn Moss, and I come before you as a Maryland-based environmental engineer who has focused on sludge and biosolids management for over 30 years. Others will speak to concerns regarding this bill, which I share, but I'd like to focus on consequences raised earlier. What happens if this bill becomes law? The bill as written is a de facto ban on the land application of biosolids. In that scenario, there are 3 alternatives that we could consider to banish solids, each with their own concerns. First, utilities could install innovative technologies to treat PFAS in solids such as pyrolysis, gasification, and more. These technologies are promising but unproven, and there are questions about their long-term reliability, and EPA noted as such in 2025. Second, sludges could be landfilled, but this would increase greenhouse gas emissions, and landfills face physical limitations handling solids. They also have PFAS reduction pressures of their own that can impact their willingness to take on sludges. Last, incineration could be considered. But there are no active incinerators in Maryland and minimal existing capacity in the region. Siting new incinerators is difficult, and there are questions about PFAS in incinerator emissions. Given these concerns, what do we do with our biosolids? The answer is to continue land application under the Maryland programs that have already been established. They are new, but they are established to reduce PFAS in biosolids. The new MDE biosolids guidance is modeled after a highly successful program in Michigan that reduced PFAS levels in biosolids by 80 to 95%, depending upon the compound. Before enacting a new law that will unduly hurt ratepayers and farmers, I urge you to continue your current path, implementing proven and pragmatic approaches to reduce PFAS in wastewater and solids.
I actually brought an additional piece that I'd like to share with the group then, and I can provide it afterward. Good evening now. My name is Mary Baker, and thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. I am the Executive Director of the Mid-Atlantic Biosolids Association. The Mid-Atlantic Biosolids Association was created in 1997, and since that time we have been communicating the benefits of resource recovery within the biosolids community and the communities that we serve. I'm here to express deep concern regarding House Bill 909, because it will negatively impact the beneficial reuse of biosolids. Biosolids are a valuable resource created during wastewater treatment. Land application of biosolids to farm fields improves soil health, it reduces the need for carbon-intensive synthetic fertilizers, and it helps to fight climate change via carbon sequestration. So it's important to recognize that wastewater treatment plants do not create or manufacture PFAS. They receive them from the households, from the people of our community. And I have highlighted on this flyer that I will share with you that levels of PFAS in most biosolids are significantly lower than those found in common household products. House Bill 909 notes that its basis is on EPA regulation. The EPA's draft risk assessment is not yet finalized and should not be the basis for new legislation. It's premature to enact laws based on a draft assessment that is still under review. In fact, the EPA itself directly stated that the draft risk assessment is not a regulation and does not compel action. So I ask that you protect the clean water sector, protect essential service providers, and please protect the ratepayers from the unintended consequences of this bill. Please report unfavorably on House Bill 909.
Good evening. My name is James Fatui. I represent DC Water's Blue Plains Advanced Wastewater Treatment Plant and our great biosolid program. Our goal at DC Water, Blue Plains, is to protect the environment. Particularly the Chesapeake from carbon and nutrients that are present in the sewer. Now, about 10 years ago, we embarked on a journey to upgrade our biosolid to a really high-quality product that we sell around the region, some of the best in the world, as well as generate renewable energy, which allowed us to reduce our carbon footprint by 50,000 metric tons per year. Now, because PFAS, products containing PFAS are ubiquitous in the environment, very small background amounts end up in the municipal biosolid. These compounds are in products we use in our everyday lives, from dental floss to makeup. Household dust has 10 times the amount of PFAS as we find in our biosolid. A farm field in Maryland receives as much PFOA from their rainfall each year as you would get from a single application of our biosolid. Now, proponents of this bill will portray biosolid as damaging the environment and destroying farmers' livelihoods as well as their health. But the instances that they cite are usually from industrially impacted biosolids. And this is a critical distinction to make, which is something that many states have made, including your own Department of Environment, which is that industrially impacted biosolids you can manage through pretreatment programs by identifying those sources, treating them, and then make sure they don't go in the sewer network. But for most municipal biosolids, you're dealing with background levels that are coming from residents. 95% of our PFAS load is from households. That is very difficult to deal with and expensive. And there's a positive message here. By controlling the sources, you can reduce the amount of PFAS that ends up in the sewer and ultimately ends up in people. And that's how we've reduced PFAS in people's blood levels by 80% over the last 20 years, by taking out of products like Teflon. This bill would force us to send our material to a landfill and incinerator. That is the objective outcome. we would have to spend an extra $33 million a year, which would translate into a 15% increase in ratepayers' bills in Montgomery and PG County. So I strongly urge an unfavorable vote for this bill.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Richard Reinhardt, representing the city of Cumberland and the city of Frostburg. In the interest of brevity, I know it's a late evening. We have submitted our written testimony for opposition as written with this legislation. And just to make a couple quick points, as written, the bill certainly has a lot of concerns that we've outlined. If you're not familiar with the city of Cumberland, it operates a regional water reclamation facility that treats sewage from 44,000 citizens in the region. That also includes our neighbors in Frostburg as well. If this bill is passed as written, the city can expect to have to raise their sewer rates by nearly double in order to afford the trucking fees to dispose of the sludge at an approved landfill that they have not yet identified. There are additional comments that I will leave in the statements in our letters. I would like to take the opportunity to say thank you to the sponsor of the bill, along with some of the proponents of the bill. We've been working in cooperation on seeing what potential amendments look like to maybe mitigate some of our concerns. We're looking forward to continuing that discussion with them to hopefully find a middle ground approach to this very controversial and important issue, but it also does impact a lot of our folks in the Allegheny and Western region. So I look forward to that conversation. Until then, we have to come to the table as opposed, and we seek an unfavorable report at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry to ask a question so late in the evening. My question is for, I think your name is Ms. Baker, is that correct? And so you testified that the EPA rulemaking is not complete on this.
That's absolutely correct. In fact, they just extended their comment period to April 16th, an additional month.
And are you aware that President Trump has promised to cut 65% of the EPA?
I'm not, I wasn't.
So is it possible that there will not be staff to regulate PFAS or anything else anymore? And don't you think that Maryland has a right to protect our own environment?
I absolutely do. And the Maryland Department of the Environment has done so. They have a great program in place.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we have informational testimony from Priscilla Toe, I apologize, WSFC Water, and Don Butchko, Maryland Association of Counties.
I actually was signed up, Chair Corman is opposing.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lisa Oxenstern, I apologize. Yeah, just all come up at the same time.
That's okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. And please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Lisa Oxenhurt, and I am here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Municipal Wastewater Agencies, or MAMWA. These are your local wastewater utilities. MAMWA opposes House Bill 909 because it would be disastrous for the state's wastewater utilities. To be clear, there are no wastewater plants in the state that can comply with the extraordinarily low 1 microgram per kilogram limit. Generating sewage sludge is not voluntary. Our plants cannot just stop producing these materials. I think other people have mentioned that if they can't land apply in state, they're going to either have to send materials out of state if the receiving state will allow it, or they're going to have to send the materials to a landfill. This would be a loss because biosolids are an excellent nutrient source for farms. As you could tell from MAMWA's testimony, written testimony, just for 6 utilities in the state, the estimated cost to truck biosolids out of state is in the tens of millions of dollars. And those costs will be paid by your ratepayers, your wastewater ratepayers, and not any industries that profit from PFAS. We are working with MDE to find the industrial sources, significant industrial sources that are loading PFAS into our wastewater plants. It's our view that those industries should be paying the cost for any environmental impacts they cause, not our wastewater customers. And just a couple last comments. Other people have mentioned that this is ubiquitous. Ketchup has 58,000 micrograms per kilogram of PFAS, and we actually ingest ketchup. So eliminating land application will not address the chemicals that are in our food packaging, cosmetics, and in our blood serum, which, by the way, has 7 micrograms per kilogram of PFAS, 7 times higher than the level in the bill. We have been discussing with the other stakeholders amendments. I look forward to continuing that conversation. I hope we can find a middle ground that doesn't upend the entire wastewater program in the state. Thank you for your attention and your time.
Good evening, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dr. Priscilla Toe, WSSC Water Director for Operational Reliability and Resilience. WSSC Water, we appreciate the opportunity to provide information regarding House Bill 909. We are a bi-county state agency and self-sustaining public utility. We collect wastewater from 1.9 million residents of Prince George's and Montgomery counties every day and generate 96,000 tons of sewage sludge or biosolids per year. So first, WSSC Water, we are committed to balancing investment, affordability, and environmental stewardship. Last year, we commissioned an advanced biosolids management facility to generate renewable natural gas, upgraded high-quality, nutrient-rich Class A biosolids, and green jobs. Second, WSSC Water is committed to addressing PFAS contamination. We have enhanced our PFAS source tracking program, developed in-house analytical capabilities. We are testing waterways, including the Potomac River, participating in nationally recognized PFAS research, and conducting public outreach and education. Number three, what is the PFAS source? Like many community water systems, we are passive receivers of PFAS. PFAS ends up in our wastewater and biosolids due to the use in consumer and industrial products. WSSC Water has advocated for science-based policy that targets PFAS at the source and places responsibility on producers. This approach, similar to MDE's tiered biosolids management guidelines, is the most cost-effective, sustainable way to achieve environmental and public health around PFAS. And finally, the cost to our ratepayers and alternatives. The proposed bills could shift cost to PFAS receivers and ratepayers if it effectively bans biosolids land application. Landfilling could increase our biosolids management cost by 200 to 250% and permanently uses limited landfill capacity. WSSC Water does not have any other available biosolids management options at this time. PFAS destruction technologies are not yet mature for implementation, come at a high cost of $175 million and destroys all valuable nutrients in biosolids. Again, we appreciate the opportunity to provide information.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Don Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties here with a letter of information. Counties have a nuanced stance on this. We are the boots on the ground in the community. We are the operators of this infrastructure. And when there is a problem with PFAS, we are the ones usually there helping to clean it up. We are working with the sponsor. I want to say thank you to both the delegate and the senator. I think we're close on amendments. That being said, I want to address my comments to the bill as drafted. PFAS is a problem, but counties are passive receivers of that problem. We heard one of the advocates before say that there is no safe level of PFAS. You have more PFAS in ketchup, you have more PFAS in rainwater, you have more PFAS in your blood today than as drafted in this legislation. This bill, if enacted, is effectively a tax break, a subsidy for the polluters on the backs of our mutual constituents, the local taxpayers, in an environment where, again, it's challenging for the state. There's going to be $250 million approximately in costs pushed onto counties, which means we're going to have to put more on our tax base to invest in these upgrades that, again, are lower than what's in ketchup, rainwater, and our blood. We are working with the sponsor. PFAS is a really important issue. We worked with this committee a number of years ago on firefighter foam. We want to be part of the solution, and we want to get there.
Okay, great job by multiple witnesses ruining my dinner tonight. Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think a lot of us are going to be eliminating ketchup from our diet sooner rather than later. But I was curious about, first of all, for WSSC, is the utility, are you committed to continuing your work to eliminate PFAS in sludge, whether EPA, it sounds like EPA is going to stop focusing on this, and all of that effort over the past few years are just going to go away under this new presidential administration. Are you going to continue that work?
Yes, we are concerned about PFAS. We are concerned about the public health impacts of PFAS. What we're suggesting is that the cost should be borne not by ratepayers but by producers, and that there should be a reasonable implementation of solutions that is tiered, that is reducing the highest risk first, that is going at the highest sources first. And we are committed. We're going to need the partners, all the partners that we can, to help us implement that, because we are receivers of the PFAS used in industry and by consumers.
Okay, and is WSSC one of those stakeholders that's trying to work with MDE to identify the industrial sources of PFAS that are ending up in the, in sewage and the sludge, as one of the other witnesses mentioned?
Absolutely. Yes, we are.
And
I would
how far off do you think, anyone is from determining what those main sources are? Like months, years?
I would think it's going to take monitoring. It's going to take tracking down sources. Analytical capacity is difficult to attain, and it's very expensive. So it definitely does require a sufficient timeline to do a lot of work. We have 5 water resource recovery facilities, and that means 5 sewer basins to investigate. So it is a pretty large undertaking, and yes, I think it will take a good amount of time.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No problem. Thank you so much. Seeing no other questions, that ends the bill hearing for HB 909. Back to the Stein Show. Calling up now HB 931, Environment Cover Electronic Device Program Establishment, Electronics Recycling Health and Safety Modernization Act.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. If that's okay.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Pro Tem, you may begin whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. In my continued unintended work that delays dinner, HB 931 is a bill that, in almost identical form, this committee heard last year. It deals with the recycling of electronic products. I will talk in just a minute about the fact that it's not just a recycling bill, but it's also a health and safety bill. But first about the recycling. 20 years ago, we did set up the legislature set up a program that charges manufacturers fees that were to fund recycling efforts within the state. Unfortunately, and it was legislation that was passed by Delegate Moorheim. Unfortunately, those fees have proven to be woefully inadequate. And as a result, most counties cannot recycle all electronics. It does cost money to recycle electronics. As a result, tens of millions of pounds of electronics are being landfilled in the state every year due to lack of funding. So this bill would change that. It would set up a program for collection, recycling, refurbishment, and reuse of electronic devices. Fees on new electronics would be assessed at point of sale. MDE would determine what the proper fee at the point of sale would be. Consumers will not be charged a fee if they purchase a refurbished electronic device or one listed for resale. MDE would administer the program or could delegate it to a third party through public procurement. There is a national nonprofit that administers electronics recycling programs in a number of states. Under the bill, retailers, which would be responsible for collecting the fees and remitting them to the controller, could collect 3% of the proceeds, and the bill would also apply to online sales. So the bill would have the very beneficial effect of funding local governments and other collectors to hire small businesses, nonprofits, and recyclers to do all this important work, to collect electronics recycling and then doing the actual recycling of the materials. But it is, as I said at the outset, this is more than just a recycling bill. It is a health and safety bill as well. Fires that are caused by the batteries that are embedded in many electronics are rapidly increasing in the state. So these fires put landfill, recycling, and waste collection workers at risk, along with infrastructure like MRFs, material recovery facilities, transfer stations, collection sites, trucks, and other processing equipment. First responders are receiving increased call-outs to battle fires at these storage sites. So this bill, in addition to funding the collection and recycling of electronics, would fund equipment and technology to prevent these fires at electronics collection sites. And so in the process will improve workplace safety. So for all of these reasons, for the environment, for public health, and for public safety, I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, ENT Committee. I'm Kitty McElroy here as president of Maryland Recycling Network to support HB 931. I bring my experience managing electronics recycling contracts over the last 11 years at the Northeast Maryland Waste Disposal Authority. I am not speaking on behalf of the authority. MRN members include public recycling managers, private and nonprofit recyclers, and the public. We thank Delegate Stein for sponsoring this bill. Maryland's electronics law is outdated and does not fund recycling. In 2014, local governments saw costs and most began landfilling TVs and computer monitors, the bulk of e-waste. We were recycling over 19 million pounds, residential pounds per year, now under 6 million. 6 Maryland jurisdictions have spent over $8 million since 2014 to run these programs. Now Maryland has 21 years left of landfill life. This is unsustainable. This bill will take that financial burden off taxpayers, grow local jobs, and increase our domestic supply of rare earth minerals and precious metals for the auto, jewelry, electronics, and clean energy industries. It will allow jurisdictions to divert much-needed tax revenues to other critical public services, eliminate fees at collection sites, and expand programs, especially rural areas. Fires have already occurred at county electronics collection sites. These battery fires burn longer, hotter, and are more difficult to extinguish. They escalate much faster, are prone to reignition, and can burn for days. We need to protect our essential workers, first responders, and recycling infrastructure. This bill will do that. This bill is a true shared responsibility model among government, consumers, retailers, and producers. We already have this program for tire and paint recycling. This bill complements those laws, ensuring difficult material is responsibly managed. Maryland has proven itself to be a leader by passing the third e-waste law in the country back in 2005. We are asking you to lead once again and finish building on what is already in place. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Dom with Mako. I'm here to urge a favorable report on this phenomenal House Bill 931. This is a good bill. It's 3-in-1, recycling, safety, and health. You will not have a better three for this year, and we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Given a very long favorable list, which means this bill is very popular, I want to see if there's any questions now before we call up the rest of the Delegate Otto. There we go.
This would be similar, I think you referred to it, the paint tax that we passed.
Similar but different.
Yeah, and who's going to pay for it?
A hybrid, manufacturers and consumers.
The person buying the paint or the electronics?
In addition to manufacturer fees as well, yes.
Yeah, and who's the manufacturers?
Of the electronics, there's a whole host of manufacturers already paying into the system.
Can we put them back on the boat to go back to China?
Delegate, I should say there are about 100 manufacturers that pay these fees every year, but still they're insignificant in terms of the dollars are collected. And if there ever comes a day where we stop, we stop buying these, then maybe there won't be a need for this type of recycling.
Can I add one important note? Yeah, so if you are a supporter of refurbished electronics or electronics that are resold, you wouldn't be paying the fee. So we did want to reward that consumer
So you
purchase.
upgrade your computer, you wouldn't be paying fees on that?
If you're purchasing like a refurbished version, yeah, you wouldn't be paying the fee. Unlike paint, paint is, there's no alternative under that model.
Thank you.
Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So now I'm confused. I have two questions. Now I'm confused because you said the manufacturer would be paying it. I thought the bill says beginning July 1, 2027, the consumer pays it.
There is depending on the size of the manufacturer, manufacturers pay $5,000 per year if they're mid-sized producers, $10,000 per year if they're large, to support MDE's administrative costs. But in terms of generating the revenue to pay for the actual collection and recycling, that's where the point of sale fee would come in.
Okay, so given that, I do know that the fiscal note sort of skips over this but brings it up, that it's unclear how the bill affects online sales. Do you have any guidance on that?
It's our intention that it apply to online sales.
So it's going to apply to online sales and brick and mortar sales in the state. And so the online sales, so that would have to be paid by the consumer, right? The fee.
Yes, I mean, that would be part of the cost of purchase.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Sure.
Delegate Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Real quick. So 2 batteries. Does it deal with electric
car batteries?
No.
Does it do like AA, AAA batteries? So they all go to the landfill?
I would be happy to talk about this in more depth. That battery bills are separate and
Okay, it's 20 to 7, I'm sorry, thank you.
yeah.
I will say on that really quick, Senator Augustine does have a battery bill, and knock on wood, you will be seeing it at the crossover.
Thank you so much. With that, I will bring up other favorable witnesses, Kristen Oldendorf, Swana, Drew Vetter, NWRA, Martha Ainsworth, Maryland Sierra Club, and Gina Van De Wale, Howard County Department of Public Works. You may begin.
I'll start, Madam Chair. Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Drew Vetter on behalf of the National Waste and Recycling Association. I will be brief. We broadly support EPR approaches for hard-to-manage items in the waste stream. The products covered under this bill, electronic products, are very challenging for us to manage. And you've heard the previous testimony about fires, which are a threat to our workers, our facilities, and our equipment. So we thank the sponsor for bringing this forward and for the committee's consideration. Thank you.
My name is Richard Keller. I'm the Waste Prevention and Recycling Manager for the Baltimore County Department of Public Works and Transportation, the Bureau of Solid Waste Management. The Bureau manages solid waste and recyclables in Baltimore County, and our goal is to extend the life of the county's only active landfill, the Eastern Sanitary Landfill. Recycling is a key component in reducing the volume of material going to the landfill, including recycling a wide variety of electronics. Since 2012, Baltimore County has recycled almost 14.5 million pounds of electronics received at our public collection sites, costing over $1 million to do so. The proposed legislation would provide funding for electronics recycling to ease the financial burden on the county, create jobs, and increase our supply of raw materials. The bill would also divert tax revenues for other public sector services, allowing us to expand the program to accept more materials. As Delegate Stein mentioned, the bill would also assist the county in providing staff dedicated solely to receiving and packaging all types of electronics. Having adequate staffing will improve workplace safety, especially in stacking and palletizing large, heavy electronics, where workers may be put at risk when staffing is not sufficient. It will also provide our staff with fire safety equipment to prevent and suppress battery fires, which are currently putting them and our facilities at risk. Baltimore County supports this legislation to help us expand our recycling and worker safety efforts. We urge a favorable report on HB 931.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and committee members. I'm Martha Ainsworth, Chair of the Maryland Sierra Club's Zero Waste Team, speaking in support of HB 931 on behalf of the Chapter's 70,000 members and supporters. Maryland's had an electronics recycling program since 2005, but the program's funding, based entirely on manufacturers' registration fees, has been inadequate to reimburse local governments for the cost of collection and recycling. In the past decade, residential electronics recycling has dropped precipitously. Many programs have halted collection of the most expensive devices to recycle, TVs and computer monitors. Their disposal poses environmental and health risks. Furthermore, access of the public to recycling drop-off points has remained low. Of the 8 counties that provide year-round collection of all electronic devices, 3 have only a single drop-off site, and 7 counties have no public drop-off point at all for these devices. HB 931 would update the electronic device recycling system to ensure financial sustainability and effectiveness over the long term, while improving public access and reducing the environmental impact of discarded devices. Specifically, it would put in place a sustainable source of finance linked to the program's actual costs, and authorize an evaluation of the accessibility of electronics recycling drop-off sites and develop a convenience standard across the state. The program would be administered by MDE, but MDE may do so through a contractor. Program launch has been accelerated by 1 year to minimize the continued environmental impacts of landfilling and improper disposal of electronic devices. So we congratulate the sponsor on all these important improvements since last year's bill, and the Sierra Club respectfully requests a favorable report on HB 931. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the committee. My name is Kristen Oldendorf. I'm Senior Director of Public Policy for the Solid Waste Association of North America, known as SWANA. Personally, I am a resident of Baltimore City. I previously worked for the City of Baltimore for over 10 years, including as the Chief of the Office of Waste Diversion, managing recycling contracts. Not representing Baltimore City, I just wanted to mention my background there. SWANA's headquarters are in Silver Spring, Maryland, and our members are spread throughout North America. They are the professionals who are managing recycling programs every day, collecting the waste and recycling, managing these drop-off centers. And safety is a really big issue. And of the many benefits of the bill, safety is a really important one for us. As discussed, many electronics contain lithium-ion batteries. And when these electronics make their way into the household trash and recycling, they get crushed, they get damaged in that process, and they start fires. We're hearing from our members that this has really reached a crisis situation, and we need solutions. Earlier today, SWANA actually released a statement calling on policymakers and producers to work with us to find solutions for, to really improve product safety and responsible end-of-life management. There's many products that are creating fires and explosions, and we really need to get a handle on this. So this bill would be an important step in this direction. And even when the electronics make their way to the electronic drop-off centers, which is the right responsible thing to do, it is the counties and municipalities that are bearing that cost burden. So that often limits them in being able to offer that service more extensively. So this bill would really help be able to expand that and provide additional funding sources. So HB 931 has many benefits. My submitted written testimony provides additional points and information. So thank you for your consideration of this legislation.
Thank you so much. I'm going to, Gina Van de Wale. There you go. Okay, I called you first, and I'm not sure why you didn't come up. I actually didn't call that gentleman, but go
ahead. Good evening, Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Gina Vanderwall. I'm a recycling coordinator here on behalf of Howard County. I have direct experience managing the county's electronics recycling contract. Over the past decade, the economics of managing electronics recycling programs have been challenging for local governments, including Howard County. Since 2012, Howard County has recycled over 14.5 million pounds of electronics received at our public drop-off site, costing us over $1.6 million to do so. I am also aware that many of my colleagues in other counties have been unable to obtain the funding needed to sustain full electronics programs over the past 10 years and have been left with no other choice but to landfill these devices. I am here not only to ensure Howard County's recycling program is set up for permanent success in the future, but also in solidarity with my colleagues to get them the funding they need in order to reinstate the full programs they once had. Howard County has already experienced battery-related fires in our electronics drop-off sites and on our curbside trash and recycling routes. This bill will provide us with thermal imaging, fire detection, and 24/7 monitoring technology, as well as suppression equipment to catch these events before they become fires and help us safely extinguish them when they do occur. Lithium-ion battery fires are not regular fires, but toxic chemical ones. We want to ensure workers who manage these materials have all the tools necessary to keep themselves safe and protect our recycling infrastructure. We ask for your support of HB 931. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not see any questions, so we'll go to, oh, I'm sorry, Delgado.
This young lady might be able to answer it. The Baltimore County gentleman brought my attention to it. You referred to the amount of pounds that you've recycled of these products. Where did they go?
Sure, we have an e-recycler for Howard County that's contracted, so.
And where is that located? Do you have to ship it to them, or?
E-Revival is in Baltimore City.
So what do they make out of it, or how do they separate it?
The electronics are shred, just if you can imagine document shredding, it's very similar. It's shred and they're pulled out the components. So the precious metals are, of course, the most valuable components that are being pulled out and reused, recycled into new products.
And you referred to the fires you have. How many fires have you had?
We had 6 in 2024.
6?
Yes.
Were these just a trash can they put them in for the recycling, or were they at the landfill, or?
Yes, so 4 of the 6 fires were on our curbside collection routes, which means that they were set out by residents, collected by the collection trucks. The trucks caught fire, they had to dump their loads, and fire equipment was used and deployed, and it really causes a problem with our collection. 2 of our 6 fires from 2024 were at our public drop-off site for electronics in the electronics recycling receiving area and in our scrap metal area. Both were believed to be caused by lithium-ion batteries. A lot of our scrap metal materials, or materials that look to be scrap metal, like electronic scooters, have a battery and can catch fire, so yes.
So you're considering scooters electronic device? I mean, I think of that as TVs and monitors and computers and things.
Oh.
Delegate, I'll just say there are 2 in the bill. They're not included. Electronic scooters. There are 2 tiers of products.
Well,
that
I
would be
agree
covered,
that
but-
they're different.
Yeah, right.
Thing, but they were part of the fires that you're referring to?
We have no definitive way of knowing how the fires were occurring. We just know they were lithium-ion battery fires.
But they weren't at the recycling site that you collected the devices?
Not in 2024, but we did have a fire in our electronics recycling center at our drop-off site, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we will turn to favorable virtual testimony. Michael Bowie, Second Byte Computers. Mr. Bowie? Okay, he's actually not here. I apologize. Doug Kobold, California Product Stewardship Council? Also not here. Okay, we have favorable with amendment in-person testimony from Michael Wall, Energy Justice Network.
All right, last time today. One thing that I didn't hear brought up yet on this bill that would be good to have discussed is the need for standards for electronic waste recycling. There are certification bodies out there that make sure to protect against some of the worst practices in the industry of electronic waste recycling. The main standard for this is called e-Stewards, and it protects particularly against 3 things that are typical in this industry. One is it prevents against landfilling or incineration of the actual e-waste itself, which you would think is what should happen if you're trying to recycle it. But it also protects against the use of prison labor. Prison labor is commonly used for electronic waste recycling in this country. It's done through what's called Federal Prison Industries, AKA Unicor, at about, I think it was about 9 federal prisons around the country. The closest might be one in Pennsylvania, in Allenwood. And the Department of Justice has documented years ago that prisoners working in the prison doing this recycling are exposed to toxic metals like lead and cadmium. We know that these chemicals also contribute to harming people in certain ways, including making them more prone to violent behavior, lowering intelligence, and lowering or increasing affinity for cocaine and crack addiction based on the chemistry of lead in the brain. And so this is not this kind of thing that we should be doing to folks in the prison world. So it protects against those, and the third main thing that protects against is dumping in developing nations. There's a long history that's still going on of electronic waste being dumped in other countries, particularly in Africa and Asia, where people are working and living in these e-waste mountains, basically burning plastics off of metal to recover the metal in horribly toxic environments that they live and work. So I would encourage you, like DC did when it first passed a bill in 2014, to put in a requirement for the e-steward standard. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no questions, we will turn to Sarah Price, Maryland Retailers Alliance.
Good evening. One more time for the record, Sarah Price on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. I understand the goal, I understand the support. I appreciate some of the things that have changed in this year's bill from last year and the clarification that the intent is to capture all retailers equally and not set online against brick and mortar. But ultimately, we are opposed to this proposal because we have concerns on principle about stewardship programs that increase costs for consumers, whether that is through administrative costs at the business level or the costs that are passed on directly to them by the fees that are imposed by the program. We do have concerns that there has not been enough oversight historically when private entities are authorized to administer stewardship programs. There have been times that money has been overcollected and there is no way to return those funds to the customers or taxpayers, essentially, at the end of the day. We still have concerns this year, as last year, about excluding manufacturers from the definition of authorized retailer, recycler. This disincentivizes the industry from expanding and innovating in recycling methods and using more recycled electronics. And then due to the existence of private label goods, this can also capture prominent retailers in the electronic space. This bill would raise costs for customers. We are opposed to that as the cost of everything is going up right now. So we would urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 931. We'll turn to House Bill 1155. Delegate Stein, Department of the Environment, Ecological Restoration. If a panel, please bring them up. I'll just note there's no unfavorable testimony and no fiscal note on this bill.
Move favorable, Mr. Chair. And on top of that, this bill just adds a definition to state law. So it is pretty brief. And I will just cut to the chase and say what this bill does is defines ecological restoration for purposes of in state law. And I won't read what the definition is, but this is a follow-up to a recommendation from MDE. 3 years ago, we charged MDE to study and report to the General Assembly on permitting for ecological restoration. In the report that came out last year, one of the recommendations is to adopt a definition for ecological restoration that can be used and understood across state agencies. Doing so eliminates confusion across agencies as to what projects are and are not included in permits for ecological restoration. It will also, putting this definition into law, will also support these kinds of projects across the state, provide clarity, and will support the advancement of natural climate solutions called for in our climate implementation plan. And with that, I urge a favorable report.
Thanks. Good afternoon, committee, chair, vice chair. My name is Jim Brown. I'm with Audubon Mid-Atlantic. Protecting Maryland's Chesapeake and coastal bays tidal salt marshes is a top priority for Audubon in Maryland. Through our program called Marshes for Tomorrow, we aim to restore 29,000 acres of threatened salt marsh with state, federal, and local partners using ecological restoration practices. Saving marshes both protects disappearing bird habitats and it supports local economies. We support House Bill 1155 because there needs to be a unified definition of ecological restoration to support Maryland's environmental planning efforts. And as Delegate Stein mentioned, this was made possible by a recommendation from this very legislature and MDE. Ecological restoration is also part of MDE's and DNR's climate implementation plans. MDE calls for natural climate solutions through afforestation and coastal wetland management, while DNR mentions protection and restoration of wetlands to promote carbon sequestration and water quality goals. Maryland's Climate Adaptation and Resiliency Framework also identifies nature-based solutions as, quote, resiliency through restoration. Having a proper definition of ecological restoration will strengthen and elevate these state policy and planning goals. Additionally, ecological restoration is important to Maryland, be it to rebuild islands in Ocean City or in the Chesapeake Bay, to protect communities from flooding in South Baltimore or Crisfield, or to increase forest cover on Western Maryland's mountaintops. Restoring our marshes also provides habitat to threatened birds, sustains our fisheries, and provides protective buffers to our multi-billion-dollar agriculture and tourism industries. Lastly, the landscapes that we restore celebrate our identities as Marylanders, from our iconic coastal heritage to protecting the very marshes that Harriet Tubman used to escape to freedom, all while providing us today with valuable habitat, ecosystem services, and climate resiliency tools. We urge a favorable review of this legislation, as it will hold up Maryland as a leader in habitat protection and climate resiliency. Thank you.
Good evening, committee members. My name is Hamna Sharif. I am representing the Nature Conservancy, where I lead our coastal climate adaptation programs, and these programs touch down on the state's western, eastern, and Atlantic shores. Ecological restoration is not a one-size-fits-all approach, and the challenges and opportunities differ across Maryland's diverse ecoregions. A shared statutory definition will add clarity and consistency to TNC's collaborative work that we carry out with state partners, local community organizations, and other NGOs like Audubon Mid-Atlantic. Our work touches down on the eastern shore of Maryland. For example, TNC collaborates with MDA, farmers, and local landowners to restore wetlands and improve water quality. This strengthens critical habitats for fish, waterfowl, and other wildlife. In the interest of time, I'll keep my example to just one, but our restoration work really improves water quality as well as community resilience, and we invest our resources in local economies. A bill like this that defines ecological restoration in Maryland helps us to continue doing that work, and I really urge a favorable report from this committee. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. We've saved the best for last. I can assure you of that. This will be the talk of your dinner table. My name is Taylor Swanson. I'm the Executive Director for Assateague Coastal Trust and your Assateague Coastkeeper. I'm going to aim to keep my testimony short, as I believe you're going to hear from several expert witnesses here tonight who can testify well on this bill. I do come to you today representing a voice from the Lower Eastern Shore, both visitors and residents alike, who come to the 3 counties of Wicomico, Worcester, and Somerset. I believe that this bill is a vital step towards addressing the urgent threats to Maryland's landscapes and habitats, and I urge you to consider its passage. Make no mistake, our coastal landscape is under great threat. Climate change, rapid sea level rise, and habitat degradation threaten not only these important habitats and the iconic wildlife they support, but there's weakening to the crucial services that they provide. In particular, the loss of coastal marsh habitat threatens Maryland's ability to mitigate the harmful effects of storm surge, which is resulting in catastrophic loss of marsh and erosion, which is then further hurting aquatic resources. This bill is a necessary and timely piece of legislation that is going to allow Maryland to better manage its environmental restoration efforts. A clear definition of ecological restoration will provide consistency across agencies and will make it easier to streamline funding and implement these crucial restoration practices. I urge you to consider a favorable report. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I sure hope this bill is the talk at your dinner and not the PFAS in your ketchup. But Matt Stegman on behalf of CBF, we're here to support this bill, and I thought it was important for us to be here. I'd say me too to everything that the rest of the panel has said. But this bill is directly responsive to one of the focus areas of the 2023-24 permitting reform work group that MDE had put together, and my late colleague Doug Myers, who was a friend of many on this committee, was an important part of that working group. So this is an important bill, an important first step. I think for a lot of folks trying to navigate Maryland's permitting processes, it can feel like you're on an epic quest, and this is a opportunity to take the first step in slaying the dragon of permitting bottlenecks. So with that, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1155 and all the bill hearings today. Subcommittee announcements, Chair Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's see. The Environment Subcommittee will be meeting at 7:20.
Chair Holmes.
Thank you, 7:20. Mr. Chair, Environment, how long do you think you might be? Hour, 7:20, an hour.
Oh, Jesus.
Housing and Real Property will meet at 8:25.
All right, pressure's on. See y'all. Good night.